Pokemon. The starter Pokemon is Agumon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Suppress the gods of the lake with absolute firepower. Buzz! A heavy humming sound sounded. After years of sedimentation, the extremely sticky superpower energy around was all mobilized, gathered in front of Uxie and began to compress madly. In the end, it was compressed into a white spherical energy ball that was only the size of a basketball. Just floating in the air, one could feel the terrifying energy emanating from it, and the heavy feeling that seemed to collapse the space. In it, almost all the superpowers released by Uxie from the red gem were condensed. Uxie then raised his hands, and the white spherical energy ball immediately burst into flashes of lightning, completely distorting the space above his head, blending into it and disappearing. Then, everything returned to normal, as if everything just now was false. Qingliu's expression was slightly serious. Compressing the superpower energy into a ball of telekinesis and hitting it into the void, the attack target will fall into an overlapping state between reality and the future, until this ball of telekinesis passes through the void and brings down a divine punishment. This is the most powerful move that the gods of the lake mastered to match their own attributes, predicting the future. Qingliu naturally also knew the power of this move. In the Pokemon Pearl and Diamond chapter, the giant stealth spaceship driven by Pokemon Hunter J, who was already fully formed at that time, was shot down by this move of predicting the future by Uxie and Rido, and was eventually destroyed. The size of that spaceship is not smaller than the current Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, not to mention that Uxie and Rido at that time were not in the current violent and full fire state. In short, if the already powerful move is released by a legendary Pokemon, the power will rise to a very amazing level. But it also has a very fatal flaw, that is, the pre-swing is too long, and it takes a lot of time to land the attack. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, take it down directly, and do it again. Triple burst gust of wind. Ah! The three dragon heads opened their fanged mouths at the same time, and the energy gathered, and the triple burst gust of wind cut through the sky. It sprayed towards Uxie. Uxie, who had just experienced it, naturally knew the power of this move. In addition, too much power was mobilized just now. Even if the black energy was constantly regenerating energy, it would take time to replenish it. At this moment, there was not much energy and physical strength to mobilize, so it no longer took the offensive and counter-attack approach, but chose defense. As its two arms crossed and waved, two streams of superpower energy quickly appeared in front of it, transforming into two transparent walls that exuded different auras but looked almost the same, blocking Uxie in front of him. Superpower moves, light wall, reflection wall. Before the light wall's energy was exhausted and shattered, the damage that all special attacks could cause was sharply reduced, and the reflection wall could block half of the physical damage. As for the triple burst wind bomb, Uxie didn't know what type of move it was, so it directly chose to pull out all the double resistance defenses. The next moment, the attack came. The triple burst wind bomb directly passed through the outermost reflection wall and hit the light wall. Dragon energy burst out, and the three energy bombs competed with each other, violently and repeatedly hitting the transparent wall. After countless times of continuous washing, the energy of one of the triple blast wind bombs was forcibly consumed. Correspondingly, a clearly visible crack appeared in the wall of light condensed by the viscous superpower. Then, crack! A crisp shattering sound was heard, and the light wall cracked. Seeing this, Uxie's eyes lit up with blue light again. Then, its somewhat hideous face and eyes filled with black air seemed to have forgotten that it had suddenly fallen into stagnation and temporary amnesia, and became very confused. But on its body, an aura comparable to that of the light wall was lit. Then, the attack was approaching. Bang! 2/3 of the triple blast wind bombs exploded at the moment of impact, and the powerful dragon energy directly rushed Uxie out, turning hundreds of meters in the air before barely stopping. But even so, there were no obvious injuries on its body, as if the previous attack did not cause enough damage to it. Qingliu recalled Uxie's reaction before the attack hit him, and couldn't help smacking his lips. I attacked past the reflection wall but was blocked by the light wall. I judged it to be a special attack move, so I used the instant amnesia that can greatly increase special defense. Even in the berserk state, this thing is really troublesome. Just like the king level crossbit that he encountered before, After Yuxi was possessed by the strange black gas, although he was already in a berserk state and full of strong aggression, his battle ideas were still very clear. Qingliu couldn't help but be more and more wary of this thing, and at the same time, his interest was growing. Don't give it a chance to breathe, use Dragon Dance to speed up and then stick to it. In this situation, as a high speed and high special attack Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Qingliu naturally couldn't let it use physical moves to attack. As the second child, he had to use a fighting method that matched the second child and directly carry out firepower coverage. If you are poor, you can strike accurately, and if you are rich, you can cover with firepower. As the ceiling of the Blue Eyes series, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which has mastered the fighting style of Digimon through communication and training in the Tyrannosaurus stage, is now a pure dragon-shaped bomber. In particular, there is not much difference between it and the huge Digimon. In fact, the current Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has surpassed Machine Tyrannosaurus and has become the largest Digimon except Super Sea Dragon. The improvement brought by this size is not only stronger defense and stronger physical fitness, but also greater attack power. The sound of wind surged, and the blade-like wings flap rapidly in the ancient mysterious and fierce dance. The speed of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which was already extremely fast, increased again, so that just moving brought out a series of afterimages that were difficult to capture with the naked eye. Explosive Gale Bomb, Start Bombing. Aohow. The moves that have been mastered since the Blue Eyes White Dragon period can be said to be easy for the current Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, especially after the number of heads has increased. The frequency of attacks has also increased. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Energy bombs were ejected from the mouth of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon at high speed, dense as raindrops and swift as a gust of wind, shooting at Yuxi like crazy. Yuxi raised his hand to block the attack in front of him almost immediately, and the next moment another explosive wind bomb came from behind, accompanied by a pressure that made him feel extremely uncomfortable from time to time, delaying his defensive response. This also led to him often being unable to dodge, and eventually being hit by the attack and hitting the ground with an explosion. Fighting one against many, once you fall, you can never stand up again. Almost as soon as he fell to the ground, dense explosive wind bombs came like a downpour. In addition to the exclusive moves, in order to make the barrel cool, some other moves were mixed in the attack. Dragon Breath. Dragon Wave. The bloody mouth opened wide, and the dragon energy set off a violent shock wave that hit Yuxi's landing point. Boom! Exclamation mark. This attack was like a fuse, setting off all the nearby flying attacks. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the surging air waves easily broke the trees on the ground, and the snow flew and melted, raising hundreds of meters nearby to the ground, and then swept further away. The already loose and shaky snow and ice on the nearby snow-capped mountains were impacted and instantly cracked, and a huge avalanche broke out. Far away in the Wisdom Lake, Miss Juncha from Kifeng City, who had just been dug out of the snow by the Son of God not long ago and had taken a breath, was hit by this air wave and almost fell to the ground again. Fortunately, the Son of God and Zubei next to her were quick-witted and quickly supported her. Thank you. After Miss Juncha stood up again, she looked at the battlefield in the distance that was invisible at all with a hint of shock and horror in her eyes. Is the battle between the legendary Pokémon and the four heavenly kings so terrifying now? I can feel the aftermath of such a strong impact from such a distance. Miss Juncha, who only knew that someone came to support, assumed that the person who came was the four heavenly kings, murmured. The Son of God next to him shook his head and said, the one fighting with Yuxi is not the four heavenly kings. Not the four heavenly kings? Then is the champion coming? Miss Juncha was shocked. Shepard on the other side also shook his head, with an inexplicable emotion in his voice. It's just a challenger who just challenged the cutting-edge gym. Challenger? That's all. Miss Juncha suddenly widened her eyes that were both heroic and delicate, and her eyes were full of "You are still in the mood to tease me at this time." Until she saw the always steady Son of God on the other side also nodded in agreement. Miss Juncha of Cutting Edge City, who had never met her, fell into deep confusion. When did the gym challengers become so outrageous? Would the subsequent Lily of the Valley conference be even more outrageous? And, what's with the inexplicable pride on Zubei's face and in his words? Just because he just challenged your gym, you act like he's your family, what do you mean? The center of the battlefield. After the energy aftermath completely faded away, everything began to slowly calm down. The places outside the battle area were now completely submerged by the snow brought by the avalanche. In the core explosion area, the forest snow turned into bare land, and a huge pit appeared on it. Yuki lay in the middle with scars all over his body, motionless. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon paused in midair, staring at the dusty ground with three heads together, and the opponent's almost faint breath, hesitating whether to continue attacking. After all, it had learned from Qingliu before that the existence of this legendary Pokémon was very special. Even if the opponent was crazy, it might be troublesome to be killed by it. Just as it was about to wait and see, Qingliu's voice rang out. Don't worry about that. Legendary Pokémon don't die that easily. Moreover, compared to attack, Uxi's defense is even better. As one of the gods of the lake, Uxi's dual attack is only 75, but its dual resistance is a terrifying 130. This is also very consistent with its own prototype, the 8-foot mirror, which has absolute defense capabilities. Hearing this, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon did not hesitate at all. A wave of dragon waves was spit out, covering Uxie on the ground. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Uxie's figure was instantly wiped out in the explosion. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's 6 eyes instantly opened wide, and he quickly turned his head to look at Qingliu. Don't be deceived by such appearances. Qingliu looked at the panel information in his field of vision and said, Race, Uxie, status, poor, rapidly recovering physical strength, stand disappeared, sleep and force majeure factors continue to heal injuries, use the stand to block the attack, and then use the sleep move to recover physical strength under the stand's cover, and this hybrid ghost thing helps to recover. It's really difficult to deal with, and it's still a little slow. Qingliu looked at the top of the head in the direction of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. There, the space has begun to show an unreversible distortion, and an energy that is not weaker than the triple burst Gale Bomb, or even better, has slowly revealed its fangs. In response, on the ground, the superpowers that had been dormant have become active again. Uxie opened his eyes in advance, forcibly interrupting his sleep state and waking up early. It can feel that the prediction of the future is about to come. A thin and strange call came out of Uxie's mouth. At this moment, not only did Uxie's superpowers that had accumulated over a long period of time cause a sticky feeling, but even the entire area nearby seemed to be subjected to double gravity, or to have been superimposed with countless dragon power, turning into a quagmire. Even Qingliu, who was not in the central area and was standing on the head of Ultra Sea Dragon Beast, felt a little short of breath. But Qingliu knew that he was just an incidental, the center and source of everything. Qingliu looked at the sky above the blue-eyed Ultimate Dragon again. The space there was completely twisted together at this moment. A white energy emitting a mysterious and unknown aura had passed through the twisted space and arrived at this point in time. Uxie, who was far away, saw this and slowly raised his 2 arms. Clang! Exclamation mark. It was a sunny day with no clouds in the sky, but a huge thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. I saw that the white energy ball had completely drilled out of the space distortion at some point and turned into white lightning that was constantly leaping with electric light. The next second, this mysterious and unknown terrifying energy flashed, instantly crossed the obstacles of space, and rushed in front of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The 6 blue eyes of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, who had already noticed this period, reflected the path of the white lightning. The huge wings opened at a speed close to instinctive reaction, and flapped violently and quickly. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon appeared in another area with the same flashing posture. But what the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon did not expect was that the white lightning formed by the future cognition followed almost at the same speed, which made it a little shocked. The multiple superimposed dragon dances and its already extremely fast speed could not shake off the opponent. Then it was ready to try again, but the future cognition followed it closely like a maggot on its tarsal bone. Judging from its follow-up speed, if it slacked off a little, it would be caught up. In this increasingly fierce pursuit, the white lightning transformed by the future cognition quietly transformed into a white giant python with its bloody mouth wide open, biting hard at the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. At this moment, Qingliu's voice came from the whistling wind beside the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Move at high speed. The psychic energy surged, and the speed of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon increased again, and it immediately opened up a body length, but only one body length. Seeing this in the distance, Yuzai couldn't help but reveal a hideous smile. This was the future cognition that contained almost all of its energy, and it had been brewing for so long, and it was even constantly beaten for this moment, How could it be thrown off so easily? No matter who this big guy and that human were, everything was over. But what Yuzai didn't expect was that after opening up a body length, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon suddenly turned around, and the 3 dragon heads flashed with light, and the triple burst wind bomb had been condensed. Yuxi was stunned for a moment, but his hand movements did not slow down at all. It was useless. Even if that kind of attack could break the mental power, it would be vulnerable to the fully formed future foresight at this moment. The white python's body size increased again, and its magical aura was raging wildly, but the expression of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, who was facing the attack, did not change much. Fire. Qingliu's voice fell, and 3 explosive gusts of wind shot towards the white python. Bang! Almost at the moment of contact, the first of the 3 shattered. Bang! Then the second one, which also lasted only a moment before being swallowed. Bang! With the explosion of the third one, the terrifying energy rippled, and the white python was obviously smaller after hitting the triple explosive gust of wind. Even so, it still maintained its amazing power and stretched out its ferocious fangs towards the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Black energy surged in Yuxi's eyes. It's over. Qingliu looked at its appearance, chuckled, and said, "It is indeed over, but it should be you who should end it. Use the ultimate storm bullet." As soon as the voice fell, 2 huge figures that were almost identical to it instantly appeared on both sides of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's body, and in their mouths, they also condensed the triple blast wind bullets that had just been released. However, the difference is that just now there was only 1 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and there were only 3 triple blast wind bullets. And now, there are 3 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragons, 9 heads, and 9 triple blast wind bullets. Buzz! A huge energy wave exploded in front of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and the space began to distort violently. The next moment, together with the 2 phantoms, the 3 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragons attacked the attacking white python at the same time. Chapter 277, Suppressing the Second Level God, First Update. Boom! Amidst a huge roar, the 3-fold triple explosion gust bombs in the true sense burst out at the same time, and in an absolutely savage manner, they directly hit the predicted future that was already very close. Boom! Exclamation mark. The violent dragon energy and the surging and heavy super energy began to bite each other instantly. As soon as the explosion sounded in the air, the terrifying shock wave had already washed the already destroyed ground again. A huge energy cloud that rose up due to the violent explosion rushed straight into the sky, covering the sky above in an instant. And in the cloud, the rolling black smoke and dust seemed to be a meteorite from outer space breaking through the atmosphere and breaking apart. From one meteorite, it turned into a giant meteorite rain that was about to fall to the earth. A scene like the end of the world appeared on the top of the snow mountain. At this moment, not only the vicinity of the snow mountain, but also the Wisdom Lake in the distance, the Qifeng Temple in the distance, and even the entire Qifeng city could see this extremely terrifying scene. Zubei, Shenzi, Miss Junsha, and the police officers at the Cutting Edge Temple all held their breaths at what was happening. Xie Song, who was evacuating all the citizens of Cutting Edge City, saw this scene and his heart beat faster. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and prayed silently. "Qingliu, please don't get into trouble." On the other side, on a mountain in the Xiangu mountain range that was cut off by almost half, a tan Pokemon that looked a bit like a fox and had a shape close to that of an ascetic, with 2 floating beards around its mouth and 2 spoons in its hands, withdrew its gaze from the horizon, turned around and looked at the young man standing on the other side, and made a low cry. Hoo-hoo. The long-haired young man wearing a red suit and glasses was breathing very quickly at this moment, as if he had consumed a lot of energy. "No need to hurry. I'm already doing my best as fast as I can." The young man took a long breath, trying to make his breathing steady, but his haggard face and bloodshot eyes under his glasses all showed his exhaustion. "If I had known that being one of the 4 heavenly kings was so tiring, I might as well have stayed in Shumei City to read books every day." "Who? Okay, let's go. If we're slower, we really won't be able to catch up. I can feel a huge superpower fluctuation there." After taking 2 more deep breaths, the young man raised his head and looked into the distance, and put his hand on the Pokemon next to him. The next moment, a burst of blue light flashed in the eyes of both the man and the Pokemon, and the figures disappeared from the spot. On the snowy mountain, black clouds, thick smoke, explosions, everything was still going on, and violent vibrations were heard one after another in the attacks of both sides. In the center of the explosion, more than half of the triple burst hurricane bombs had now been shattered, with less than 3 remaining and still rushing. The size of the white python transformed by the future cognition had been reduced several times without anyone noticing, and the heavy and terrifying aura was also showing a sluggish trend. As the power was reduced sharply, the two sides fell into a strange balance. Until, crack! Another explosive wind bomb shattered, and the dragon energy contained in it completely exploded, and a huge air wave quickly swept around. And this became the last straw that broke the camel's back. After one was shattered, the remaining 2 explosive wind bombs instantly took over. The white python, whose power was weakened again by the impact, only lasted for a moment at the end of this competition, and was broken through by 2 staggered energy bombs, which penetrated it and went straight to Yauxi. Yauxi was shocked when he saw this. It had never expected that the future cognition would be forcibly broken. Logically, it should have ended the battle with one blow. As a result, the human and the reckless man on the opposite side actually had this strange and bizarre move, and this strange move directly defeated the predictive future that it had used all its strength to attack. This was simply unbelievable. However, the attack that was bursting in front of him had already given Yauxi no time to think too much. Even if it had amazing defensive capabilities, it did not have the confidence to directly block this attack that had already proven its power. It was indeed in a violent state, but violent was not dementia. Yauxi raised both arms, and a green circular shield instantly protected it inside. Defend, a general move, completely defend against the opponent's attack. In addition to the defend move, a huge transparent light wall quickly emerged and blocked the shield. Light wall. Under the double defense, Yauxi began to retreat. Even if the opponent's combat power was very strong, as long as he did not lose consciousness, he could rely on the constantly recovering physical strength to kill the opponent. He only needed to consume the physical strength of the reckless man in front of him and the long worm below, and the victory would still be his in the end, and nothing would change. But it had no idea that in addition to Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Mega Sedramon, Qingliu had 2 other Pokemon with stronger combat power. It also didn't know that after absorbing a bit of Ichigo's energy, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon was least afraid of the guy who attacked in defense mode. It seems that the berserk state has more or less affected your brain. You didn't even notice that Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon's attacks all have penetrating damage after so many attacks. Qingliu raised a smile. If Yuzai chose to attack instead of defend, perhaps the attack power would be reduced, but pure defense would be a dish for Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon. Bang! The moment the remaining 2 triple blast hurricane bullets hit the light wall, terrifying energy exploded, and at the cost of 1 shattering, they directly penetrated a light wall and hit the guard heavily. And then, under Yuzai's wide-open eyes, the energy of the last triple blast hurricane bullet was reduced, and it directly penetrated the guard's protective shield. Yakoa. The next second, a faint energy wave rose, and the whole body of Yuxi, who was in a falling state, began to become blurred. Then, a weak superpower energy surged, and its figure seemed to be wiped out from this world and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was shocked, and the 3 heads and 6 eyes began to search around frantically. Is it teleportation? Qingliu watched this scene quietly, and his eyes began to scan the surroundings. Although this move does not exist in Yuxi's move list, just as not all mythical beasts can use telepathy moves but can still use telepathy, as a supernatural beast, it is not impossible to teleport. But now it has limited physical strength and has suffered heavy injuries. It is impossible to teleport a very long distance, and it is very unfortunate that it hits me. I am not afraid of teleportation. As Qingliu's eyes searched every direction nearby, when he swept across the northwest, Yuxi's illustration information suddenly appeared on the panel that had been silent. In that direction. The moment Qingliu pointed, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the sky quickly turned its head and sprayed out a triple burst of wind bullets. At the same time, the lightning-shaped blade on the head of Chao Heilongman surged with electric energy, quickly turning into a huge thunder spear, and launched an attack at the same speed. Buzz! Crackling. Yuxi's figure had just appeared when 2 attacks came at the same time. Boom! Exclamation mark. The dragon and electric energies, which were also known for their ferocity and violence, exploded the moment they touched each other. Yuxi was hit hard again and completely lost consciousness. He fell straight from the sky to the ground until he hit the ground, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. Without waiting for Qingliu to issue the next command, The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon flashed in front of him, with 3 heads and 6 eyes staring at Chao Longman, and cold white air overflowed from 3 mouths, with a rather unfriendly look. Obviously, even at the last moment, Chao Longman's intervention still made it very dissatisfied. Cedramon was not afraid of such a stare. It was trained by the team before and had the support of Machine Tyrannosaurus. Now that it was not in front of the defeated opponent, it dared to glare at it. It was just responding now. If you want to fight, it is ready to fight at any time. With the intelligence of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, it can naturally understand the provocation of Cedramon, whose brain capacity is not very large. Its breathing has been slowly getting heavier, and it seems that it is about to fight. Enough, there will be plenty of time to fight later. There are more important things to do now, and the battle is not over yet. Hearing Qingliu's voice, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Cedramon calmed down for the time being and quickly came to the place where Uxie fell just now. Qingliu stared at Uxie on the cracked ground, whose figure kept changing between solidity and blur, and opened the panel. Ancient aura detected. Exploring, target locked, Gods of the Lake, Uxie, soul body, exploring, exploration progress. 0%, 31%, 47%, 50%, 50%, 50%. Chapter 278, The Day the Cunning Beast Hits Its Shell, Part 2. Sure enough, Qingliu was not too surprised when he saw the progress bar stuck at a certain progress and no longer fluctuated, just like when he explored the reversed world. Now it was only the soul body that was defeated, not the body of Uxie, and it was normal that it could not fully meet the requirements of the panel. After putting away the panel, Qingliu looked at the figure on the ground again and fell into deep thought. He had always had a question in his mind. Was it only Uxie's soul body that was infected by the black gas, or were both Uxie's body and soul body in the Wisdom Lake affected? If it was the former, the matter would basically be over now. If it was the latter, there would definitely be a lot of troubles in the future. However, troubles are troubles, but this trouble can bring me the opportunity to meet Uxie face to face and get the second summoning time. Now that the cutting-edge temple has collapsed, I don't know if I can continue to explore. The whereabouts of Regichicus in the underground palace of the temple are unknown. I have lost 2 summoning times without knowing it. If I don't see Uxie by then, this trip to Cutting Edge City, except for the gym badge, can be said to be a blood loss. A real blood loss. Although it's a bit bad to say this, for the benefit of everyone, Yuki, you'd better have something to do. Qingliu looked at the soul body in front of him, raised his right hand, and showed the sacred plan in his palm. With a thought, a light flashed, and a yellow digital egg with red eye patterns appeared in his hand. As for how to distinguish whether it is the main body or the soul body that has a problem, Qingliu can't guarantee whether it is feasible. But Qingliu is sure that he only needs to extract a black gas that is suspected to be a fusion of dark Pokemon and dark matter from the soul body and talk to the soul body directly to find out. As for how to extract it, he has Qingliu. After encountering Yuki infected by the black gas and in the middle of the battle, Qingliu was like a cat that smelled blood, and had already been impatient. You two are responsible for vigilance, Qingliu, get that thing out first. After Qingliu gave each of them a sentence, Qingliu started to work with a healthy laugh. A strong dark energy drilled out of the digital egg. Moreover, almost as soon as it appeared, the alert Cedramon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon turned their heads to look at it, and their eyes were filled with obvious disgust. Qingliu noticed this situation. Dark energy is a negative existence. It is normal for the data-type Cedramon and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon who have fought against the Dark Evil God to express disgust, but what makes Qingliu a little concerned is, it seems to be more than a little stronger than the last time the dark energy was used. Is this another guy who started to accumulate energy in the egg to increase his level? As Qingliu muttered to himself, the dark energy directly covered Uxie's body and began to invade continuously. Perhaps because it was originally an illusory soul body, the dark energy was not hindered at all and merged into Uxie and the black gas very smoothly, becoming the third force in this body. It even seemed that because the two were somewhat similar in nature, the black gas mistakenly thought that the dark energy was a companion and accepted it very harmoniously. After a brief coexistence, the egg of the Digimon laughed and trembled excitedly. The dark energy that was originally very quiet suddenly changed its face at this moment, and began to devour the black gas without any sign of holding back. Uxie, who was in a coma due to serious injuries, suddenly widened his eyes, and in his body, in just a few breaths, The black gas that was stabbed by the back had been swallowed up by the well-prepared Digimon. Except for the chest. The black gas there was the most concentrated, and the violent negative emotions in the black gas were also the most ferocious. It even formed a dark gas mass, which was constantly defending and counterattacking when facing the attack of the dark energy. Interesting. Whether it was the 300 infected Pokemon or the king-level crossbit that I encountered before, this situation had never occurred. This was the first time I saw it. Obviously, this group of black gas that invaded Uxie's soul body was very special, and this gas mass was probably the core area of this special black gas. I want to see what you are. Qingliu said quickly. Cunning beast, take it. After I use it up, I will give it to you if you want. Hearing this, the voice of the cunning beast, which was originally just a little excited, began to gradually become louder, and the dark energy in Uxie's body directly condensed into a black palm, tightly pinching the black gas. Chi chi chi! Exclamation mark. The next second, a sharp energy corrosion sound came from Uxie's body. I saw that where the palm touched the black gas, waves of dark energy turned into black smoke and evaporated, passing through Uxie's body and drifting towards the sky. Heh. The cunning beast laughed in a low voice, but Qingliu felt a trace of pain from it, and a strong anger. Qingliu had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Cunning beast, angry. The mark of the sacred plan suddenly lit up, and the holy light flew out instantly, directly merging into Uxie's body, the big hand condensed by dark energy that was holding the black gas. The next moment, the originally pitch-black arm began to emit an extremely contradictory aura. Just like the coexistence of mutually restraining things such as the scorching sun and the cold winter, ice and fire, a holy and bright aura emerged with a dark energy filled with darkness and negativity, and the big hand was suddenly divided into two areas very evenly. Half black, half white. The original stalemate was broken in an instant, and the sound of continuous corrosion and evaporation was no longer heard. Instead, a very immature, but very obvious voice full of anger sounded in the ears. Go, die? The voice fell, and the palm of light and darkness coexisted suddenly closed. Bang! Exclamation mark. A dull explosion sounded, and the black gas mass instantly disappeared. At the same time, all the remaining wisps of black gas around the gas mass began to fly out of Uxie's body and gradually disappeared in the air. Qingliu immediately opened the panel illustration. Race, Uxie, soul form, status, berserk, weak and sleeping. Useless. Even though all the black energy had disappeared, Uxie, who was in a weak state, still showed no signs of waking up, and Qingliu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Qingliu could understand that it was a weak state. After all, it consumed a lot of energy and was hit by the ultimate moves of Mega Sedramon and Blue Eye's ultimate dragon head-on, but it was still in a berserk state. In other words, not only the soul form, I'm afraid that Uxie's body has been infected by the black energy. Although I don't know why its body did not appear, but it started to go crazy in the soul form. However, in order to completely solve the problem, I have a chance to contact Uxie. Although I don't know how to open and enter the different space at the bottom of the Wisdom Lake. And Qingliu turned his head and looked at the Holy Plan seal and Digi-Egg in his hand. Qingliu knew and witnessed that the dark energy of Qingliu and the Holy Plan inexplicably began to link up, but if he heard it correctly just now, Qingliu seemed to make a sound other than the helly laugh. Go to hell. Qingliu repeated what he just heard in a low voice, and asked, when will you be able to speak? Hey, denying, don't pretend, I heard it all. Hey, continuing to deny. At this moment, Qingliu was a little suspicious whether this guy could speak from the beginning, and he was just perfunctory by laughing all the time without communicating with him. While thinking this, Qingliu opened the panel illustration and aimed at Qingliu. Race, Qingliu. Status, unborn, hatching time 15 days later. Quickly passing the front, Qingliu's eyes were locked on the only changed item. It's true. Qingliu could no longer remember whether the Digimon could speak when it was in the egg, but from not being able to speak to being able to speak accurately, this is definitely a very obvious improvement and step. And the step is usually accompanied by corresponding changes. Finally, after being silent for several months after being summoned, the hatching date of Qingliu was finally confirmed. Half a month. We have to make some preparations in advance to welcome this special guy. Qingliu reached out and gently stroked the egg of the cunning beast, saying, there was no change for such a long time before, but now the time is suddenly confirmed. It seems that this black gas is of great help to you. Don't worry, I will give it all to you after I use it. As he spoke, Qingliu stretched out his hand to the cunning beast. The cunning beast also spit out the black gas that it swallowed at the beginning very happily, and very considerately wrapped it with light and dark energy, making it impossible for it to move even a little bit. However, Qingliu frowned slowly when he saw this scene. After contacting the dark energy several times, Qingliu could naturally see that there was no problem with the packaging of the black gas in front of him. In addition, there was the light breath of the sacred plant mixed in it, so it would definitely not have any effect on him, and it would not be a prank that would suddenly break out after he touched it. But inexplicably, Qingliu felt something was wrong. This guy, Qingliu. The pranks he played when we first met, the reluctant look on his face after swallowing the black gas and spitting it out for the first time are all still vivid in my mind. How come he is so happy this time, and even provides such thoughtful service? Qingliu looked around. Everything seemed to be fine, even the total amount of black gas seemed to be fine. But the more normal it is, the more abnormal it is. Until Qingliu's eyes moved away from the digital egg and turned to the palm where light and darkness coexisted. The black gas and the black gas had disappeared, but Qingliu's palm did not withdraw from the soul body of Yuxi, and still maintained the posture of tightly grasping, as if holding something. Qingliu, let go of your hand. The moment Qingliu's voice sounded, Qingliu did not respond. The half-black and half-white palm quickly withdrew, and quickly retracted as if it wanted to shrink directly into the egg. Combining all the performances and thoughts just now, an idea emerged in Qingliu's mind. Stop, let go of your hand, or I'll get angry. No, let go. The childish voice sounded again, and the half-black and half-white palm had returned to the eggshell. Not only did he reject himself, but he also took the initiative to reply. Qingliu felt that the thing in the little guy's hand was not simple. At this moment, his face became serious and solemn, and his voice became low. If you don't let go, I promise that this will definitely be the last time you touch this thing. As soon as Qingliu said this, the movement of his palm froze. Seeing that this trick worked, Qingliu quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, not only can you not touch this thing, you can't stay in the sacred plan to absorb energy in the future. I will build a small dark room for you and keep you in it all day. After this series of voices fell, the air suddenly became quiet, and the childish voice sounded again. But this time, there was obviously a little more grievance and crying. You, bully, people. And, I will write it after I finish watching the first episode of the Farewell 10. Chapter 279, The Spoils Are Dark Matter? Third update, please subscribe and vote. Hearing the pitiful and even childish voice of Qingliu, Qingliu couldn't help but feel a little sorry for what he had just said. It would be embarrassing and shameful to snatch something from a child who had just learned to speak. However, seeing that even in such a pitiful state, Qingliu still refused to open his hands, Qingliu immediately guessed the true intention of this guy who showed very ordinary intelligence in the Digimon period, and shook his head helplessly. Okay, stop pretending. It's useless even if you use my sympathy to make me soft-hearted. Seeing that, Qingliu immediately put away the weak baby voice crying after hearing his words, but still held on tightly. Qingliu sighed. Didn't we agree when I asked you to come out? Take out the things first and I will give them to you after I use them. But now you want to hide them without even knowing what they are. I really don't dare to let you come out again in the future. After a short silence, the childish voice sounded intermittently. Then, you can't. Cheat. No one can eat this except you. Don't worry, it will all be yours in the end. As if feeling that this sentence made sense and was very consistent with the actual situation, the cunning beast hesitated and pulled out the palm that had been half integrated from the egg body, handed it to Qingliu, and then slowly let go. Qingliu's attention could not help but follow its movements and fall on its palm. One by one, the energy-mimicking fingers opened in all directions at the same time. The next moment, a ball of thick black gas. No, to be precise, it was a black gas that had condensed into a black gas mass. The moment the cunning beast let go, it began to spread rapidly in all directions, and even the space seemed to be completely polluted, turning into a dark black area, half solid and half illusory in the field of vision. In this case, even if it was just eye contact, Qingliu couldn't help but feel a strong discomfort and nausea that seemed to come from the instinct of a living being. Moreover, this feeling seemed to be a bit similar to dark energy, but not exactly the same. Dark energy is more of the darkness and distortion condensed from negative emotions, and the decay after distortion. The black gas gave Qingliu a very pure feeling, so pure that it was completely a destruction and nothingness evolved from some negative emotions. Not only that, after careful observation, Qingliu discovered that inside the black gas, there seemed to be something with a fixed shape, like a simple cage, or a shell. But before Qingliu could observe carefully, the cunning beast suddenly closed its palm again, interrupting Qingliu's gaze. Qingliu frowned slightly, and before he could ask, the cunning beast's voice sounded first. No, can't, keep looking at easy. It seemed that it was very difficult to speak coherently, and the cunning beast's voice became smaller and smaller, but Qingliu had roughly understood what it wanted to express. Will this thing affect me? What about other lives? Pokemon, Digimon, elves, etc. All, except me. For some reason, when Qingliu heard this, a scene inexplicably emerged in his mind of a child who had done something very special, pretending to be indifferent in front of adults, but in fact, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Thinking of this, Qingliu smiled and touched the Digimon. Since you are the only one who can be unaffected, I would like to ask you to do me a favor and help me observe its appearance, especially its internal structure, and then I ask questions and your answer, okay? Qingliu slowed down and said word by word. After getting consent, Qingliu gave Qingliu enough time to observe, and then asked slowly. Is there something in the middle of the black gas? Yes. Does the appearance of this thing look like a series of small cages or fences? Qingliu expressed doubt. Qingliu pondered for a moment. Such a specific term might be a bit difficult for the cunning beast. Then he simply drew on the ground what he saw at that time and the shell of the dark matter in his memory. After seeing the pattern on the ground, the voice of the cunning beast sounded again. Yes. After getting the exact answer, Qingliu's expression gradually became solemn. Sure enough, he was not dazzled just now, nor was it an illusion. Taking a deep breath, Qingliu said, the last question, is there a dark red round core in that cage? This time, the cunning beast did not answer immediately, but fell into silence. Obviously, even if it wanted to understand it to this extent, it would be difficult. Qingliu did not interrupt or urge, but waited quietly. It was not until 2 minutes later that the cunning beast's childish voice sounded again. Yes, but, it seems, not complete. The voice was not loud, but after listening to it, Qingliu's breathing could not help but quicken a little. It emits black gas, is covered with something like a cage, and has a dark red core inside. This is an alien existence in the Pokemon world. It has only one name, dark matter. Dark matter descended from the world of nothingness to make everything return to the void, destroy everything and destroy everything. And it is not a simple black gas like the 300 infected Pokemon and the king level Xylobot, but a dark matter with a specific form. In this way, it makes sense. Qingliu, who was interested in black gas before, now found the advanced version of black gas, naturally would not let it go easily, so he was so stubborn in front of him just now. On the other hand, if anything can really affect and control the legendary Pokemon, then the legend of the Pokemon world is not the extraordinary true legend that he has witnessed with his own eyes. Dark matter is something that can kill Xerneas and destroy the planet in a worldview style that is not for children, but seriously biased towards adults. Although I don't know if this thing has the dark aura of dark Pokemon, the existence of dark matter alone is enough to prove that this thing is not simple. This thing that should exist on the Tree of Life in the Kalos region appeared in the Lake of Wisdom in Sinnoh and possessed the Lake Odyuxi. Even the awakening of Regigigas in anger is likely due to this thing, but it seems to have failed for some special reasons. Moreover, this is only what I have discovered. How much dark matter is there that has not been discovered or is dormant? How many ordinary Pokemon or legendary Pokemon will be affected? Qingliu felt that he needed to contact Lugia and tell it what he knew so that the combat ceiling in the Pokemon world could be prepared. Even if the dark matter has no effect on them now, it does not mean that this thing will not threaten them after it continues to spread and grow. Of course, it is also possible that they have been prepared for a long time. The enemy mentioned at that time may be the dark matter. During the time when Qingliu was lost in thought, Qingliu had slowly retracted the palm that was holding the dark matter, as if it was over, so it accepted it with a smile. When Qingliu stopped it again, Qingliu could even feel that it was really sad this time, and it was not pretending. Don't worry, I've said it, there is one last thing now. After this matter is done, I will hand this thing over to you. Hearing this, the cunning beast's mood finally relaxed. Still, need to do what? After gradually getting used to this way of communication in which only half of the words were said, Qingliu directly replied, the dark matter we have defeated now was extracted from the soul body, and Uxi's original body should also have dark matter. Now we need to solve this problem completely. Only when all the dark matter that may exist in the main body is completely resolved, can this matter be considered over. Otherwise, if Uxie starts to go crazy again when I leave, Xiaosong will be in great danger again. It is very tiring and embarrassing to run back and forth. When Cunning Beast heard that there was another dark matter, his sadness disappeared and he was extremely happy. Hey, so, delicious. Qingliu shook his head helplessly. Dark matter is a very dangerous thing in theory and in practice, but it seems that Cunning Beast does not seem to be uncomfortable. On the contrary, it has gained a huge improvement after digesting a little black gas last time. Is this the so-called variable mentioned by Lugia at that time? However, these things are all things for the future. Now the primary goal is to return to Lake of Wisdom and try to confirm Uxie's situation. In addition to completely solving the problem, Qingliu also has his own thoughts. If he goes to see Uxie, he can also get some summoning times. At least he must get the 2 guaranteed times originally planned by the front city, otherwise he will really wake up in the middle of the night. As for how to see Uxie in the different space, Qingliu initially thought of using the soul body and the main body to resonate. At that time, no matter whether the soul body or the main body had problems, he could make this not too excessive request as the person who helped it and the good person. However, because the dark matter in the soul body was extracted, but it was still in a dormant state, this plan was completely declared a failure. But when seeing the ability of dark matter to pollute space just by staying, Qingliu couldn't help but think that perhaps at the beginning, the dark matter took advantage of Uxie's sleep to pass through the different space and then affect it. So, can I use the same trick now and use the dark matter to open the passage to the different space? After learning from the cunning beast that it can stably bind the dark matter so that it cannot escape its grasp, Qingliu decided to give it a try. After all, he had no other choice. What Qingliu didn't expect was that after riding the Super Sea Dragon Beast close to the area where the Wisdom Lake was, a Pokémon covered in pink fur, with a butter-colored mouth, walking on 4 legs, with big round eye sockets but pupils so small that they are almost invisible, exuding a strong sense of dullness, came out from behind the tree and blocked the way. The first episode is available, it's good. In addition, today's 3 updates of 10,000 words are asking for monthly votes. Chapter 280, Psychic King Wu Song. Blocking the road, it just happened to appear in the lane between 2 snowy mountains, the only way to the Wisdom Lake. Roar. For such a guy who suddenly appeared and blocked the road, Mega Cedramon didn't want to take a detour because of it. After seeing the other party completely lying on the ground, he moved forward impatiently. The huge eyes with fierce light accompanied by heavy breathing stared at him fiercely with a degree comparable to the ghost face move. But what it didn't expect was that in the face of this absolute suppression of the intimidation of weak creatures, the other party seemed to be fearless or blind, and opened the eyes full of wisdom and looked at him blankly. Mega Cedramon couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and looked up and down at the guy in front of him who has the same size as one of his teeth. Not afraid? Could it be that guy who looked extremely petite just now, but was a legendary Pokémon? Mega Cedramon gathered his breath and carefully felt the other party's breath. But no matter what, the aura of the other party, which is different from that of ordinary bugs, has not changed at all. In other words, the guy in front of him is not a legend, but a real ordinary Pokémon. As for why he's not afraid, Qingliu quickly told him the answer. This is Slowpoke, a psychic Pokémon. It likes to be in a daze and has very slow reactions. It is one of the dumbest Pokémon. Qingliu can recall a lot of information about this Pokémon, which is the dumbest and most well-known one, without the help of the illustrated book. For such a Pokémon with a mysterious IQ, it is very normal and reasonable for it to fall from the sky, let alone block the road. As if to prove the authenticity of Qingliu's words, Slowpoke, who was lying on the ground, seemed to be frightened at this moment. Suddenly, his originally small eyes widened, his face was full of fear, and he opened his mouth wide while retreating again and again, and finally fell to the ground. It was not until now that Slowpoke reacted to the threat of Ultramarine. This reaction arc has exceeded the 5 seconds of the regular Slowpoke. It seems that this may not be an ordinary Slowpoke, but the stupidest one. Qingliu shook his head helplessly. Although he didn't know why this kind of Pokemon appeared in the snow, this guy was too cute. He and Sidic had a famous scene of a dragon and a phoenix looking at each other affectionately under the afterglow of the sunset. "Don't worry about it, just take a detour," Qingliu said. Hearing this, Mega Sedruman saw the other party's stupid eyes and gradually felt a little pity in his heart. It seems that this guy really has a small brain capacity, and it seems that the brain capacity of whose brain is even more terrifying than his own. For such a Pokemon, Mega Sedruman lost all interest and turned his body to climb over the mountain next to it. But before it could turn its body around, Slowpoke, who was frightened and lying on the ground, seemed to be too frightened. After slowly reaching out his hand and groping in the fur behind him, he took out something like a crown at an extremely slow speed and slowly put it on his head. The next moment, the Slowpoke lifted its 2 front legs and put them behind its back. It used its 2 hind legs as support points and slowly stood up from the ground. Its pupils, so small that you could only see a little, moved slightly, and then it stretched out one of its front legs to stop. "Please wait a moment." A low and somewhat muffled voice sounded. Hearing this voice directly transmitted to his mind, Qingliu signaled Ultramarine to stop, opened the panel and scanned the surroundings, and finally landed on Slowpoke. Telepathy? In other words, it was you who was talking just now. Yes, it was me. Slowpoke nodded very calmly, and then said, "I'm sorry, this place has been temporarily designated as a no-entry area. No matter entering or taking a detour, it is not allowed." A clear voice sounded in his mind, and Qingliu frowned slightly. Qingliu didn't care too much about the fact that this Slowpoke could telepathically sense. Although the Slowpoke species was a little stupid, in theory, like many psychic Pokemon, it could master this move. The key is that the opponent not only speaks and communicates so fluently, but also has this standing posture that is very similar to that of a human, and the thing on his head. The King's Certificate. In the Pokemon world, there is a prop used for connection and exchange evolution. In the game settings, if the King's Certificate is carried for connection and exchange, Slowpoke will evolve into Slowking. Once evolved into Slowking, the essence of the idiot will be completely eliminated, thereby activating a brand new brain and becoming a true wise man. But now, whether it is the panel display or the appearance, this Slowpoke has not evolved into Slowking at all. The only similarity is this weird leader-like posture of standing with hands behind his back. To be honest, this Slowpoke is very special, and Qingliu is also a little interested. But Qingliu doesn't have time to talk so much with it here. His primary goal now is to go to the Lake of Wisdom to get Uxie's paw, to confirm and deal with the situation of Uxie's body. No matter what this Slowpoke is for, knock it out and take it away first. Megalodon, take it away, don't hit it too hard. Hearing Qingliu's order, Megalodon turned his eyes to Slowpoke. Originally, it was very sympathetic to this Pokemon whose intelligence was even lower than its own, but now it seemed that it was not too stupid, which made it a little bored. Without any hesitation, it took a breath of cold air and prepared to attack. But what neither it nor Qingliu expected was that before the Ice Arrow move was activated, the 2 eyes of the opposite Slowpoke had already lit up blue light. Psychic move, Telekinesis. The telekinesis like a stream of water instantly turned into a big hand, directly grabbing the neck before Megalodon's attack, and forcibly interrupting its next swallowing and spitting action. This sudden change made Megalodon stun for a moment. Then came endless anger. It didn't hit hard according to Qingliu's order, but it didn't expect the other party to attack so quickly, and even dared to attack it. It was obviously just a little thing that was slightly stronger, but it actually made it suffer a loss. Roar. Mega Sedruman roared, and its huge body burst out with amazing power. After crushing the bound telekinesis around it with brute force, the ice energy quickly gathered and condensed into an extremely cold air. The opposite Slowpokémon obviously also realized the anger of Mega Sedruman, and its cute face became extremely solemn, but there was no sign of fear or retreat. Instead, after seeing the cold breath that was about to be ejected from Mega Sedruman's mouth, the other hand behind its back also stretched out, and began to mobilize energy, intending to launch a counterattack with all its strength. But the next second, a figure wearing glasses, a red suit, and a haggard face suddenly appeared in front of it in a form that was almost flashing. Then he raised his hand and pressed it on Slowpokémon, suppressing its attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and put his palm up, making a stop gesture and said, "Excuse me, are you Aoagi? I heard Ms. Kakuno often mention you, please stop for the time being." Aoagi was a little surprised that such a person suddenly appeared in front of him. After hearing the other party call out his name and mention Kakuno, Aoagi signaled the somewhat restless Ultra Cedramon to calm down. "I'm Aoagi." "That's good." After getting the confirmation, the young man in the suit was obviously relieved and said quickly, "Sorry, this is a misunderstanding. My name is Wusong, and I am one of the new 4 kings of the Alliance. This time I am temporarily responsible for dealing with the problem of Uxie in Lake Wisdom." Hearing the other party's self-introduction, his figure gradually overlapped with the figure of the Psychic King of the 4 Kings of Sinnoh in his memory. Then in this way, the ability that suddenly appeared just now is a rare superpower in the Pokemon world that can only be mastered by some gifted humans, and it is a teleportation move. However, since he can teleport, why is he so late? If he was not here, although Regigigas was missing, Uxie was a legendary Pokemon after all, and the damage caused by that state was not comparable to that of ordinary Pokemon. As if Wusong sensed something, before Qingliu could speak, he apologized in advance. "I'm sorry, I'm late," which caused so many problems. "I will report all the relevant situations to the Alliance truthfully and bear the corresponding responsibilities. In addition, because I was notified at the last minute, even if I used my superpowers and Pokemon to travel non-stop, I was still late." After hearing Wusong's attitude of not shirking responsibility and the subsequent explanation, Qingliu, who returned to the ground, also knew the general situation of his lateness. The closest and fastest flying king should be Guangzhang, but because of his old age and poor health and overwork, he fainted on the way and was hospitalized, so Wusong, who was performing other tasks, was temporarily asked to come. That's what happened, but in the final analysis, it is an indisputable fact that I was late. Fortunately, nothing serious happened because of your presence. Thank you very much." Speaking of the key point, Wusong suddenly stood up straight and bowed deeply to Qingliu very seriously. Feeling the other party's sincere tone, coupled with a deep fatigue that could not be concealed even with the glasses, it was obvious that he had rushed here at a fast speed as he said, and it was difficult to blame him for this matter anyway. It can only be said that the Alliance has not prepared and dispatched emergency plans well. In addition, the population is seriously aging and there is a shortage of manpower. There are 2 elderly people among the 4 Heavenly Kings alone. This time, the Flying-type Heavenly King fainted directly. Coupled with Kakuno, who has always talked about retirement, there seems to be a serious gap in the upper-middle-class trainers in the Sinnoh League. After I arrived, Mr. Zubei, Miss Shenzi, and Miss Junsha had already told me the situation, and then I asked my Pokemon to block the nearby area. Slowpoke was one of them, but I didn't expect to sense you before I set off. At this point, Wusong looked up and down at Qingliu and Cheohei Longman, and said with some concern, "When I saw such a big commotion, I thought something big had happened. I'm glad you're back safely. Now tell me where Uxie went, and I'll chase her." Oh. Wusong saw that Qingliu didn't know how to start, and thought that he was worried about leading Uxie to another place and causing damage, so he quickly said, "Don't worry, everything is based on your own safety. You have done a great job in leading Uxie away. No one will blame you for retreating. Leave the rest to me. So, tell me which direction Uxie went." Looking at the other party's urgent and serious eyes, Qingliu hesitated for a moment and pointed to the location of Cheohei Longman's head. "Northwest? Okay, I'll go now." Wusong nodded seriously, and a faint blue light began to emerge in his eyes. Qingliu hurriedly stopped him when he saw this. If he used instant teleportation to chase in this direction, he wouldn't be able to find Uxie in other areas. Finally, under Wusong's obviously puzzled gaze, Qingliu slowly said, "No, I didn't mean in that direction, I meant the location of the head of Ultramarine. As for Uxie, he is lying there." Chapter 281. If the opportunity doesn't come to me, I will go to it, 2-in-1. Wusong looked at Uxie, whose eyes were closed and whose body was constantly switching between illusion and reality, and slowly frowned. Eyes may deceive, but superpowers cannot. But no matter how he used superpowers to scan the Pokemon in front of him, the superpowers gave him only one feedback. This is the real Uxie. It is the soul of Uxie, one of the lake gods who inhabits the Lake of Wisdom, and whose strength is comparable to that of the 4 Heavenly Kings, as Ms. Zubei and Ms. Junsha said. But, it shouldn't be. No, to be precise, it should be impossible. He had heard from Kikuno before that Qingliu had very good talents, and most Pokemon were very special, which he agreed with. Wusong himself was also a gifted person with superpowers. It was common for him to cultivate Pokemon, read books, and go to work at the same time. As for Qingliu's special Pokemon, he had seen it now, and its size was indeed beyond common sense as described. But did Ms. Kikuno say that it won't be too long before the 4 Heavenly Kings will face his challenge, and maybe she can retire directly? How come it's only been a short while, and he's already able to defeat the legendary Pokemon? In other words, isn't Aoyagi now at a level that can compete head-on with himself and the other 3 Elite Four? Wusong said that he usually uses his psychic powers to cultivate Pokemon, read books, and work all day, but he never felt as dizzy as he did at this moment. But the facts are in front of him. There is no doubt that Uxie was suppressed by Aoyagi. This means that Aoyagi's Pokemon does have the combat power of the Elite Four. Wusong slowly raised his head, turned his gaze to Aoyagi, then to Mega Cedramon, and said, "Excuse me, can I use my psychic power to check your Pokemon?" Aoyagi glanced at Mega Cedramon, nodded and said, "Sure, go ahead." After getting the consent, Wusong's eyes showed a light that even his glasses could not cover. He moved slowly from head to tail, observing the huge body of Giga Cedramon that was over 100 meters long. What a strong body! Although he had guessed that Qingliu's Pokemon possessed the combat power of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Wusong was still shocked when his superpowers swept over the body of the giant beast in front of him little by little. This level of hard scales, this level of muscle distribution, and the total amount of energy contained in the body. This is a very good category even among the 4 Heavenly Kings, Wusong could not help but whisper to himself. In addition, while testing the physical fitness, he slightly mobilized his superpowers to clean up all the remaining energy on the injured and unrecovered parts of Giga Cedramon. Giga Cedramon felt the subtle changes in his body, and his eyes, which were originally a little unhappy, were slightly restrained. Qingliu also noticed the changes in this Giga Cedramon, and while sighing that superpowers were really convenient, he said seriously, "Thank you very much, Mr. Wusong, it's just a small thing." Wusong waved his hands, looked up at the head of Super Cedramon that was already in midair after it had coiled up, and said, "It's huge in size, and its physical fitness is so strong. However, I didn't feel any residual psychic energy on the injured part just now. Does that mean it wasn't it that fought with Uxie? Or did they fight together? For the Digimon who are suppressing a riot, it is not something to be ashamed to use more numbers against fewer. On the contrary, it is the correct and just choice. Even if the 4 Heavenly Kings take action, they will directly use the human wave tactic." Qingliu understood this truth, but still fell into brief contemplation. Qingliu could more or less guess at Wusong's surprise and shock. After all, his strength had advanced too quickly. But this is something that cannot be changed. The later the Digimon reaches, the more improvements brought about by each evolution and form transformation are close to a qualitative leap. It is not too incredible to defeat the 4 Heavenly Kings level Pokemon with the combat power of the perfect stage and then suppress the second level god. On the contrary, it should be taken for granted. However, if he really explains it bit by bit, it would be too troublesome, and too much talk would lead to mistakes. Besides, he has more important things to do now, so he said half-truthfully, "The Pokemon fighting with Uxie is another Pokemon, and Mega Cedramon is assisting on the side, so it is indeed a siege." Hearing this, Wusong nodded silently. "That's right, this is in line with the actual situation. Even if the strength is improving quickly, even he is not completely sure that he can beat a legendary Pokemon one-on-one. If Qingliu can do it easily, it would be too incredible." After ending this topic, Wusong quickly realized the situation he is facing now. Logically speaking, after defeating the soul body, it should be able to return directly to the original body in the Lake of Wisdom, but now it is still in a coma, which means... Wusong's face became serious. Even Uxie's original body has been affected by the thing called dark matter. Dark matter. Hearing Qingliu's puzzled muttering, Wusong immediately explained, "It is the kind of strange black gas that can affect the state of Pokemon and make it fall into violence. I heard that you seem to have encountered it once before." Upon hearing this, Qingliu quickly realized that this was probably the name given by the Alliance and Dr. Yamanashi after the investigation and research on dark matter after the last Beta Great Forest incident. Then he nodded and said, "From what we can see now, it is very likely that Uxie's body is not normal, And the difference this time is that after I defeated the soul body, I found that it already has a concrete form. While speaking, Qingliu took out all the black air that was not the dark matter body that was sealed by Qingmon from his backpack. If he wanted Wusong to believe what he said, this thing in his hand alone was enough. As for the dark matter that came out of the air mass, because of its strange ability that seemed to melt the space, only Qingmon could hold Qingliu in person to feel at ease. Since Qingliu took out the thing that sealed the black air, Wusong's expression became extremely solemn. The superpowers kept giving him feedback that this was an extremely dangerous thing. Is it okay to hold it with your hands like this? I asked my Pokemon to wrap it with a layer of energy, and there will be no problem in the short term. So, you are going back to Lake of Wisdom now. Do you want to use dark matter to reversely check the situation of Uxie's body? Yes. Hearing Qingliu's answer, Wusong fell into a brief silence. It's a very creative idea, but you should know that this kind of thing is very dangerous. There is a big gap in the combat effectiveness of the soul body and the main body. The main body is more powerful, and if a battle breaks out in the alien space, it is easy to never get out again. But letting it go on like this won't do, right? Then leave it to me. This is the task I came here to complete this time. Wusong said seriously, let me go. You are responsible for dealing with possible special situations outside. You are much younger than me, and you are just a new trainee. A stronger trainer? There is no need to take this risk. No, compared to Mr. Wusong, I know more about this thing, and I have a greater chance of escape if I encounter special circumstances, so leave it to me. Besides, Mr. Wusong's superpowers can be used more, and he should be outside to take charge of the overall situation. Even if I really encounter any danger, his superpowers can help me. Qingliu deeply approves of people like Wusong who take the initiative to take on dangerous events. If it were any other situation, Qingliu would naturally hand the things over to the other party and let the person directly in charge of the incident deal with it. At most, he would try to help the other party when he could no longer hold on. But it's different now. If Wusong were to go, there would be no chance for him to see Yuxi get the summoning times. After all, not everyone is like Shaman and Zapdos, who actively appear in front of them. Legendary Pokemon are more likely to be missing and hidden in their residences, not showing up in front of people. But if they don't show up in front of people, you can't just wait for them. Getting summoning times is like falling in love. You can't just wait for the opposite sex you like to come to you to talk. When you meet the right one you like, you should take the initiative. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. If the legendary Pokemon doesn't come to me, I'll go to the legendary Pokemon. Earning summoning times is not shabby. As for Qingliu's proposal, Wusong seemed a little embarrassed. But under Qingliu's repeated strong demands, he finally agreed. After all, as Qingliu said, experience is more important than strength in dealing with such things, and Qingliu's current strength is probably not much worse than his, so he is indeed the best candidate. I can promise you, but I have a condition. Mr. Wusong, you say. Wusong pointed to the figure next to him who was only a little over 1 meter tall, with big eyes and small pupils, and was filled with wisdom and said, you must take it with you, so that at least your life safety can be guaranteed. Qingliu heard this and looked at the Slowpoke next to him. Wearing the king's certificate, Slowpoke, standing with his hands behind his back, also turned his head to look at Qingliu. Wusong immediately explained, you should have noticed just now that compared to ordinary Slowpokes, its situation is quite special. Under certain specific circumstances, the speed at which it performs its moves is among the fastest among all my Pokemon, even to the point where it can catch up with the latecomers. With it, at least I can take you out of danger by teleporting first. Is that so? Just now, after wearing the king's certificate and turning into a Slowpoke without the shelter as a hat, this Slowpoke's telekinetic speed is indeed faster than the breath of Mega Cedramon. With this special ability, it is indeed an extra layer of insurance for himself, and Qingliu will naturally not refuse. After reaching an agreement, borrowing Wusong's superpowers, Qingliu quickly teleported to the Lake of Wisdom. At this moment, a tent has been set up relatively far away from the Lake of Wisdom, responsible for the rest and treatment of the wounded, and the rest who are not seriously injured have resealed the surroundings of the Lake of Wisdom. Zubei and Shenzi, who are in the lead, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Qingliu and Wusong appear together, and showed Qingliu a caring smile. But now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Qingliu nodded in response, and with the help of Wusong, he came to the center of the lake. I will help you separate all the lake water, leaving a path. You go directly to the bottom of the center of the lake, which is the place closest to the entrance to the other dimension. Got it. Qingliu threw out the Poké Ball containing Mega Sedramon, and stood on it with Slowpoke amid a loud sound of breaking water. Wusong then activated his psychic power, used teleportation to move to the edge of the lake, and threw out several Poké Balls. The Poké Balls opened together, flashing red light. The next moment, around the edge of the Wisdom Lake, the Waldoll, Sun Eevee, Kirinki, Bronze Bell, Alakazam, Alito, and Alakazam, a total of 6 Pokémon that exuded a pure and powerful aura far beyond the gym trainers and possessed the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings, appeared. Use telekinesis together. Wusong said loudly. The 6 Pokémon understood, and at almost the same speed and frequency as Wusong, blue light appeared in their eyes, and all the psychic energy around them rolled, covering the Wisdom Lake. The next moment, all the water in the Wisdom Lake began to spin wildly clockwise as if it was being rapidly stirred by some invisible huge force. As time went on, the speed of the lake water turned faster and faster, and the water level in the edge area was stirred up to directly exceed the lakeside. Under the traction of superpowers, it began to spin and rise in the air. As more and more lake water rushed up from all sides, a vortex-like hollow area gradually formed in the center of the Wisdom Lake, and it was still widening and spreading deeper. At this rate, it would not take long to completely open up space to the bottom of the lake. But even now, it was enough for Qingliu and Xiaohe. Now, Xiaohe, let's go. Qingliu's voice fell, and Xiaohe began to swing his body, following the slope of the lake water, rushing down to the bottom of the lake. Seeing this scene, whether it was Wusong who was urging his superpowers, or Zubei and Shenzi, they were all a little surprised. Why did you choose to dive at this time? It won't take long to reach the bottom. Even if it's big, it's easy to be hit by waves and whirlpools in such a turbulent water flow and lose its direction. Wusong also frowned slightly. The main force controlling the lake water is his 6-4 king-level Pokémon. Even though he has detected that Mega Sedramon is not ordinary, facing this situation, such a move is really a bit risky. And it is easy for Qingliu, who is standing on the head of Mega Sedramon, to get injured accidentally, resulting in the failure of the subsequent exploration of Uxie. For a while, everyone couldn't help but worry. But soon, an incredible scene happened. Mega Sedramon swung its huge body, and the whirlpool water around it was constantly rotating because of its superpowers, and waves hit it, but it did not cause any damage, and it couldn't even change its direction. This scene was completely beyond the expectations of the people who were observing here. As for what they were thinking at the moment, Qingliu didn't know. He only knew that this level of rapids was not even an appetizer for Mega Sedramon, who lived in the turbulent and cruel digital sea. The only thing to note was that there had to be a place for him to catch his breath and ensure that he could breathe smoothly. Otherwise, Qingliu felt that he didn't even need to ask Wusong to separate the water from the lake, and could just let Mega Sedramon dive in. After Mega Sedramon returned to the underwater world it was good at, Qingliu quickly came to the bottom of Lake Wisdom, which had been drained clean by superpowers. Then, he took out the digital egg and the divine plan. Slimon, let's start. Chapter 282, Big Changes, 2-in-1. Before that, Slowpoke, move back a bit. Qingliu raised his hand and pointed to other places behind Mega Sedramon's head. This kind of thing has a huge impact on Pokémon. Even legendary Pokémon may not be able to resist it. I need to use it to open the alternate dimension. To be safe, it's better to avoid it. Slowpoke also knew that its fighting ability was not very strong. It would only be a drag except for its quick action. It quickly put its hands behind its back and ran away. After Slowpoke ran a distance, Qingliu nodded to Qingliu. The pair of red lines in the shape of eyes on the digital egg suddenly lit up, and then a half black and half white, clenched fist emerged from the egg, and then slowly spread out, with the palm slightly tilted. The dark matter in the palm immediately began to fall, until it hit the slightly damp mud at the bottom of the lake. But at the moment of touching the ground, a faint buzzing sound suddenly appeared in the air. The dark matter that was previously bound by Qingliu felt freedom at this moment, as well as the call of the other half of the dark matter in the dark. As long as they merged together again, they might be able to help the other half break free. As the dark matter began to release black gas continuously, the space nearby began to show a feeling like a mirror flower and water moon. Affected by it, the entire bottom of the lake began to vibrate slowly. The space was gradually twisting and slowly transforming into a dead black field. In this field, the space seemed to be unable to withstand its erosion and cracked a small hole. Qingliu stood on the head of Super Sea Dragon and watched this scene quietly. Such an urgent look, combined with the incompleteness mentioned by Qingliu before, and the sleeping state of Uxi's soul body, it can be basically determined that the other part of the dark matter is in the different space. Thinking of this, Qingliu immediately began to assign the next task. Megalodon, when the space is completely opened, don't worry about that thing, just move forward. After saying that, Qingliu looked at the Digimon egg in his hand. When Megaseemon rushes forward, you will immediately catch that thing back, and don't let it have any chance to escape. Then can I eat it? No. The mood of Qingliu suddenly fell. Feeling such emotional fluctuations, considering the other party's age, Qingliu couldn't help but slow down his tone and said, "It won't be long. After confirming the specific location of Uxie and the dark matter, I will give it all to you. You can do whatever you want with it." Okay. Yet, the depressed mood just now suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Qingliu continued to stare at the twisting black space on the ground. Watching it spread over a wider area, and the degree of twisting became larger and larger, until the surrounding lake water that was swept by Wusong's superpowers was affected. Chi-chi-chi. A faint sound of space tearing was heard, and a whistling wind suddenly appeared at the bottom of the originally calm lake. Before Qingliu could tell the direction of the wind, the next moment, the space in the black area that had already cracked was completely torn apart, and suddenly turned into a huge circular black hole. A more violent and turbulent whistling sound came from it, and in an instant, the entire lake bottom was blown into pieces. Feeling the sudden changes around him, Qingliu stared at the black hole in the dark matter moving towards the crack. All signs indicate that this black hole is the alien space at the bottom of Wisdom Lake. Super Sea Dragon Beast. Before Qingliu's voice fell, Super Sea Dragon Beast had begun to twist its body. It had evolved into the root of being the overlord of the water, and at this moment, it completely demonstrated its underwater ability. The 120-meter-long body not only did not become a burden to movement, but instead turned into a huge catapult, and suddenly exerted force and rushed straight into the crack at a terrifying speed that was almost like flying into the air. Almost in an instant, the head had drilled in. Enter Kerman, who had been impatient for a long time, stretched out his hand formed by the two energies towards the dark matter, and grabbed it directly in the rising black gas. The next moment, Mega Sedramon rushed into the different space with a swing of its huge body. Without the erosion of dark matter, the black hole gradually shrank into a crack, and finally returned to calm. And Wusong above the lake also put away his superpower to control the lake water because of exhaustion and the disappearance of the breath of Qingliu at the bottom of the lake. "You must return safely." Wusong looked at the lake water that was constantly turbulent under his feet, whispered to himself, and quickly said, "Alakazam is responsible for sensing the changes in the lake, and everyone else should take the time to recover their strength to prevent the appearance of Qingliu, which may lead to a tough battle. The opponent is likely to be a legendary Pokémon." At the same time, in the different space, in the dark waters that only emitted a little faint light, a giant beast seemed to be unaffected, breaking through the water flow around it and moving forward at a high speed. On top of its head, a shield made of pure psychic energy covered it, completely isolating all the water. I didn't expect that there would be water in the lake, but this different space is also full of water. Qingliu, who was sitting in the shield, looked around, and finally looked at the Slowpoke next to him. If Wusong hadn't asked him to bring Slowpoke with him for escape, Qingliu would probably have let Sedramon swallow him into its mouth and move forward. Although such a method is feasible in theory, Qingliu didn't really want to stay in the mouth of that wet creature before reaching the level of Giga Sedramon. "Thanks, Slowpoke." Qingliu sincerely thanked Wusong and Slowpoke. "It's a small matter," yet Slowpoke nodded and continued to concentrate on holding up the protective shield. Qingliu began to look around. After entering this space, according to the terrifying speed that Mega Sedramon has shown in the water before, it should have swam across a large area, but even so, there is no sign of the edge, and in the field of vision that only Qingliu can see, the blue ellipsis kept flashing. In addition to the ellipsis, there was no exploration of ancient ruins on the panel, and no Pokemon illustrated information popped up. In addition, no Pokemon was seen during the time they came in, which means that this alien space is the exclusive territory of Xir. In this way, it will be easy to find. Without other Pokemon, there will naturally be no other Pokemon possessed by dark matter. Although this alien space is very large, from this perspective, it has also become very small to some extent. As long as he and Yuxi are within the detection range of the panel, they can accurately locate it. As for how to get to this detection range, Qingliu also carries a radar with him. Qingliu gently patted the cunning beast, and the cunning beast immediately understood and opened his palm slightly. The dark matter that felt that the seal was a little loose suddenly broke free from the palm in a restless state and flew forward with all its strength. The cunning beast then grabbed it back. Qingliu looked at the direction where the dark matter had just moved and said quickly, "Qiangan, move a little to the left." After moving forward for a while, Qingliu activated the radar again. "Qiangan, move a little to the right." "Qiangan, go straight forward." "Qiangan, it's tilted, a little to the left." "Super Cedramon." After constantly activating the radar to determine the direction and constantly modifying the direction of advance, although the panel still did not respond, Qingliu could already vaguely feel that they were heading in the right direction. However, later on, it seemed that due to the continuous consumption of energy or other reasons, even if Qingliu released his palm, the dark matter was no longer so enthusiastic to guide the way, and just stayed in his palm without moving. Qingliu could only rely on its last guidance and the panel to move forward. Until they came to a much brighter water area. Inside the silent dark matter, the dark red core instantly released powerful negative energy through the cage, and the terrifying black gas rushed straight to the superpower shield above the head. Slowpoke was startled, and before it could react, Qingliu directly slapped it out, pinched it off, and suppressed it fiercely in his palm. "I feel, point." Qingliu's childish voice sounded intermittently, and Qingliu nodded and stood up. While looking forward, a message popped up on the blue panel, and Qingliu slowly smiled. "Finally found you, Dramon, speed up." Roar. The already extremely fast speed increased again, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, so that even Qingliu could feel the very wrong breath in front. It was obviously the brightest area in this alien space, but it exuded a gloomy feeling. The silly beast who had been supporting the shield next to it couldn't help but become more serious at this moment. Its superpowers kept telling it that there was something very scary in front of it, which made it nervous to the extreme. But the one who reacted the most was the suppressed dark matter. It seemed to sense the existence of another part. Inside the cage-like shell, the red light emitted by the dark red core became bigger and bigger, the color became more and more enchanting, and the breath became more and more crazy. Obviously, at this moment, this part of the dark matter wanted to break free from the shackles and merge with the other half. A stream of black air slowly penetrated the half-black and half-white palm of the cunning beast, and began to spread to the surroundings little by little. Even part of it had begun to bite back the dark energy in the black area above the palm. Such a move undoubtedly completely angered the cunning beast. It had said before Qingliu that all creatures could be affected by it, except it. But now, the change of identity between hunter and prey happened in front of Qingliu, which brought a strong offense. The cunning beast's tender voice was filled with a raging anger. Qingliu. I want to do. Qingliu was silent for a moment, and said, "I understand. It's up to you. Anyway, the target has been found." After receiving the promise, the whole egg of the cunning beast began to shake slightly, and the terrifying dark energy, which was dozens of times the content of the palm, continued to pour out and rush towards the dark matter. Since a bucket of water could not deal with the fire, then just use the water of a river to flood it. Swish! In an instant, the dark energy with an absolute advantage in quantity completely engulfed the dark matter. The negative energy contained in it, while constantly impacting the negative energy in the dark matter, turned into a huge palm as big as a door panel. Then, it was clenched hard. Snap! A crisp and extremely cracking sound was heard, and the dark red light in the dark matter instantly shattered, and finally was rolled back into the digital egg of the cunning beast by the dark energy. Then, the cunning beast's childish mumbling sound was heard. Want to, sleep. Obviously, using so much power while absorbing and digesting so much energy is a very consuming thing for the cunning beast that has not yet broken its shell. But what comes with it is a huge benefit. Last time, after eating only a part of the dark matter, the dark energy of the cunning beast was increased a lot, and even the time of hatching was determined. So this time, Although it was only a part, it ate a real, physical dark matter after all. What level will it reach after waking up? Qingliu couldn't help but look forward to it. However, cunning beast, don't sleep yet, hold on a little longer, there is a bigger gift for you to open. After a slight reminder, Qingliu held the digital egg of the cunning beast, slowly raised his head and looked forward. It's not just the part that has been digested, there is another part, you should digest it together later, otherwise it will be easy to gain weight if you eat and sleep, and eat again after waking up. As Qingliu's voice fell, Mega Sedramon's body began to slow down, and after swinging for more than 100 meters, it stopped at the place where the light was the strongest in this area of water. There, a Pokemon that looked like an elf was suspended in the center of the water. Uxie closed his eyes and did not release any energy, but the psychic energy seemed to linger around him spontaneously, isolating all the nearby water flows from the edge of his body, making it seem to exist in another dimension in this alien space. Even the light in the water seemed to be born for him, and all gathered at his location. It was in this sleeping state with his eyes closed that Uxie's petite body still exuded a simple and terrifying aura with a strong breath of time. It was proof that he had surpassed the boundaries of ordinary Pokemon and was ranked among the legends. This made Mega Sedramon's two eyes that emitted fierce light stare straight ahead, and his body began to tense up. Do you feel it too? Qingliu, who was standing on the top of Mega Sedramon, said softly. You know, since it was captured, Mega Sedramon has been ignoring everyone except itself and the machine Greymon equipped with a Time Digizoid, and this attitude has not changed even after Blue Eye's Double Explosion Dragon evolved into Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon. And now, it has taken a posture of being ready for battle. Obviously, its not-so-smart brain has also sensed that the gap in strength between the original body and the soul body of Uxie in front of it is not small. Qingliu's eyes are focused on it. Race, Uxie, status, sleeping berserk bound, forcibly imprisoned in this alien space by two other energies of the same origin. Qingliu slowly frowned. He could understand sleeping, after all, it was likely that the dark matter invaded and possessed it while it was sleeping. He could also understand berserk. After being affected by dark matter, it is basically in a berserk state, but bound. And it is bound by the same origin. Qingliu's mind was full of thoughts. At this moment, two space cracks suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of the sleeping Uxie's body, with turbulent water rushing through them. Then, two petite figures with terrifying auras came rushing through the cracks. Chapter 283 Buy one get two free. 2 in 1 chapter. These two guys are. The moment he saw them, Qingliu suddenly had a guess in his mind. The Lakeons, the other two of the 3 sacred mushrooms? When he confirmed that the other party's appearance was a Western fantasy elf that was very similar to Uxie, Qingliu couldn't help but feel happy. He almost forgot that the relationship between these 3 legendary Pokemon was so close that if one of them was in trouble, the other two would definitely go to support it even if they knew there was danger. Uxie was invaded by dark matter, affecting his mind and began to attack wildly. How could the two of them not do anything when such a big thing happened? The message I saw on the status bar just now, the reason why Uxie was bound by the other two energies of the same origin, was probably the previous work. Qingliu even suspected that these 3 legendary Pokemon hatched from the same egg were essentially the same as the 3 dragons of Tao in the Unova region, with a most primitive 3-in-1 form, otherwise it would not be enough to explain such a relationship. But in this way, it can be regarded as picking up a bargain. Qingliu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. I originally thought that I would come to the other dimension to solve another part of the dark matter, get the summoning times of Uxie, and combine it with the last check-in at the Wisdom Lake, and then do another 2-in-1 summoning. I didn't expect that now I can buy 1 and get 2 for free. It's really a piece of cake. Qingliu immediately opened the panel, checked the information of the illustrations, and began to collect a unique ancient aura on them to obtain the summoning times. On the opposite side, 2 pairs of eyes emitting strong blue light first focused on Uxie, and then turned to ultramarine. Then, their hands stretched out to both sides at the same time. The waters of the other dimension were suddenly forcibly divided by some kind of ability. The 2 Pokemon quickly crossed the distance in the middle and flew towards ultramarine. As the distance got closer, their sight moved to Qingliu standing on its head. The next moment, the sticky and heavy psychic energy spread quickly with their bodies as the center, wrapping the sleeping Uxie's body and protecting it, and began to spread to the surroundings. The first to bear the brunt was ultramarine, which had the widest area and the largest body in this area. Under the impact of energy and the unfriendly aura emitted by the opponent's body when it rushed over, Mega Sedramon's eyes gradually became fierce. Its intuition told it that the two little things in front of it were enemies, not friends. And they were very strong. The aura they exuded was very close to that of Yuxi, and the other was even stronger. Moreover, there were two opponents now, which was completely different from the one that the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon faced at that time. The key was that Qingliu was still on it. It could be injured, but Qingliu could not. He must not be injured even a little bit, otherwise it would affect his brain and forget about evolution, causing his ultimate form to fail, which would be the worst thing. Mega Sedramon slowly tensed his body, resisting the surrounding environment that was gradually becoming like a quagmire. Golden electric currents began to condense on the lightning-shaped blade above his head. As long as Qingliu's order fell, it would be able to attack and escape immediately. However, the order did not sound until the opponent appeared on the opposite side. On the contrary, Qingliu not only did not have any thoughts of escaping, but also stared at them eagerly. That look was exactly the same as when it knew that its ultimate form would be equipped with Time Digizoid all over its body. I don't understand. Humans are indeed a strange species. Also noticing Aowagi's eager gaze at this moment were Amrito and Akino, who were standing opposite to Mega Sedramon. As the direct creations of Arceus, the god of creation and the great lord of Sinnoh, they are different from the second-level gods in other regions. The three of them are a whole. If any one of them is relatively seriously affected, such as being captured, controlled, or losing consciousness, the other two will be instantly awakened to support. It was like this before, it was like this recently, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. This time, after coming here, they found Yuxi who is restrained by them together, as well as a long worm, and a human with a strange look. Compared with the legendary Pokemon with legendary combat power, their existence is relatively more functional, but because of their special positioning and the dual effects of psychic attributes, their senses are more sensitive. What Mega Sedramon can feel, they can naturally feel, and they feel it more clearly. Not only did the other party look at Yuxi with fiery eyes, but even after they appeared and released the powerful aura of the legendary Pokemon, the other party not only did not get scared or flee, but turned that fiery gaze towards them. Amrito and Akino were sure. Being able to enter the alien space, being able to find Yuxi, and even being too excited about the two of them, this human, was obviously coming for the three of them. In fact, according to what has happened now, even the weird things on Yuxi are likely to be made by the other party. The purpose is to control Yuxi, and by the way, lure the two of them out, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. In other words, no matter this human or this long worm, they are all enemies. Take them down, and then control him to say something that can solve Yuxi's problem. Amrito and Akino's glowing eyes are filled with heartache for their companion's current situation, anger towards the culprit Aowagi, and a trace of black air that is not easy to detect. After the two sides looked at each other, they nodded heavily. The next moment, the 6 red gems on the bodies of the two legendary Pokemon, who were almost carved from the same mold as Yuki, shone with a different red light. The superpowers accumulated over countless years began to be unlocked and gradually merged into their bodies. Amrito and Akino's petite bodies began to expand. In an instant, they grew from 0.3 meters tall to 3 meters tall, and the momentum of legendary Pokemon burst out instantly. Amrito and Yuki raised their arms at the same time, mobilized psychic energy and transformed it into a surging wave of telekinesis, and rushed towards the location of Mega Sedramon. In an instant, the terrifying energy came like an overwhelming force. The thunder gun on Mega Sedramon's head was ready to go, and at the same time, it roared to remind Qingliu. As long as the attacks of the two guys on the opposite side entered the attack range, it would launch a counterattack even if Qingliu did not give an order. Hearing the low roar of Mega Sedramon, Qingliu's eyes gradually narrowed. He was happy to get 2 extra summons, but the 2 legendary Pokemon attacked him as soon as they appeared. Even if he could guess the reason, his happiness would not diminish. 1 Pokemon's happiness diminished by 1/3, and 2 Pokemon's happiness diminished by 2/3. The original happiness was reduced to 1/3. The key 1/3 was the happiness that he would get the extra summons for Yuxi. Putting aside the remaining part, Qingliu became unhappy when he looked at the 2 lake gods. However, he was not such an unreasonable person. Amrito, Akino, I am here to help you solve the problem of Yuxi, so please calm down first. Qingliu's voice passed through the psychic shield and went to the 2 figures in the distance. However, What Qingliu did not expect was that after hearing this explanation, Emrido and Agumon not only did not stop, but after a short pause, the psychic light in their eyes became more intense and the attack became more fierce. Calm down? I can't calm down. At the same time, in Qingliu's vision, some of their information on the panel illustrations was quietly changing. Race, Emrido. Status, normal, angry, slightly violent, affected by the same origin as Uxie. Under the stimulation of anger, it began to be invaded by force majeure factors. Race, Agumon. Status, normal, angry, slightly violent, affected by the same origin as Uxie. Under the stimulation of anger, it began to be invaded by force majeure factors. Alice. Qingliu couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. When he saw the two of them appear at the same time before, and thought about the setting that they were born from the same origin as Uxie, he already had this guess in his mind. After all, the infectiousness of dark matter is no joke. It's not impossible for them, who are three souls in one body, to be infected through the air. What Qingliu didn't expect was that they would be affected so quickly. Since the communication and negotiation failed, and the other party has shown signs of falling into a violent state due to the influence of dark matter, then at this point, this conflict is likely to be unavoidable. However, in this watery space, except for Mega Cedramon, the other guys can't do anything. If you want to fight, you have to leave here first. Qingliu immediately took out the Poké Ball and quickly put Mega Cedramon back into it. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at the stiff Slowpoke behind him. Since the appearance of Emrido and Agumon, its nerves have been tense to the extreme as it is also a psychic. Even if it is special, its level is low and it is facing a legendary Pokémon of the same attribute. The suppression of species attributes is still too terrifying. At this moment, Slowpoke just wants to escape from here quickly. So the moment Qingliu turned his eyes to it, it immediately understood, and the psychic energy surged all over its body. Its body flashed and came in front of Qingliu. The hands that had been imitating the action of Slowking, standing with his hands behind his back, were completely ignored at this moment. At the same time, the light in his eyes suddenly lit up while he quickly stretched out to touch Qingliu's body and Uxie's soul body. Then, just before the overwhelming spiritual power came, Wu Song lent with Slowpoke, which was subdued for its fast attack speed, to teleport, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the space. The next second, the attack came. Boom! The psychic shield that Slowpoke used to avoid water was completely crushed by the pure psychic energy almost at the moment of contact. Then, the terrifying energy exploded. Even in the water, there were still bursts of huge roars mixed with rolling waves. But there was no sign of relaxation on the faces of Emrido and Agumon. As a pure psychic legendary Pokémon, no matter how fast Slowpoke's teleportation was, the energy fluctuations generated could not escape their perception. The two Pokémon closed their eyes at the same time. In the dark world of consciousness, a trace of pink energy residue in the distance was extremely conspicuous. There, that was the direction where the human escaped. Emrido and Agumon looked at each other again, and both of them raised their arms quickly. Just like when they came, the Wisdom Lake alternate space opened immediately. The two legendary Pokémon, with unstoppable anger in their hearts, chased in the direction of the residual energy fluctuation. Wisdom Lake. Standing at the edge of the lake, holding two spoons in his hands, Alakazam, who was in charge of standing guard, was concentrating on observing all the changes happening around him. Suddenly, the spoon on the left suddenly bent, and Alakazam realized something and turned his head to look. The next second, a touch of superpower energy surged. The figures of Slowpoke and Aoagi appeared at that position. Another flash, one person and one Pokémon appeared from the air at the edge of the lake. Hoo-hoo! Alakazam said hello to Slowpoke, and just as it was about to go over, it suddenly realized that something was wrong. Slowpoke's constantly fluctuating superpower told it that something seemed to be wrong. Even though Slowpoke's level is still far behind the main lineup, the energy consumption of such instant movement should not be so great. Unless. Alakazam's pupils slightly dilated, and a blue light quickly lit up in his eyes, preparing to pass the message to Wusong, who was resting and adjusting his state. The next moment, an extremely powerful superpower descended instantly, directly and forcibly interrupting its superpower. Alakazam slowly raised his head and gave up the idea of passing the message. It knew that it was no longer necessary for it to notify. I'm afraid that everyone has personally felt this powerful superpower energy. Hoodie. Alakazam looked at the spoons in both hands that had been completely twisted into a lump, and looked up at the sky with a serious face, where the superpower was the most concentrated. At the same time, when this momentum appeared, Wusong, as well as his 5 main Pokemon who were speeding up their time to recover their physical strength, opened their eyes at the same time. Wusong's face changed drastically. Superpower that has been condensed to this extent. Wusong quickly got up and walked quickly towards a more open place in front. Along the way, Zubei, Shenzi, Miss Junsha, and a group of police officers kept approaching from all sides. They also felt the suffocating and terrifying atmosphere. Wusong, this feeling is exactly the same as when Uxie was violent before. No, it's even more terrifying than that time. Miss Junsha, who had personally experienced Uxie's attack, said very seriously. Zubei and Shenzi next to him didn't say anything, but Wusong had guessed from their expressions that it was the same answer. This terrifying superpower energy comes from the Wisdom Lake, and it is even stronger than before. Wusong already had a guess in his mind. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he also knew that there was a certain gap in strength between the soul body and the body of the lake gods. If so much information is summarized together, it means that the person who appeared now is likely to be Uxie's body in the different space of the Wisdom Lake. Then, what about Qingliu? Uxie suddenly appeared, and this kind of pressure that seemed to be about to launch an attack, obviously something bad happened. So, as Qingliu who went to deal with the problem, what happened? Is he still in the alien space, or has he been attacked by Uxie? Did Slowpoke's teleportation bring him out? At this moment, Wusong's breathing suddenly became heavier. Even if Aoyagi had at least defeated the soul body, this time the target was the main body, and it was still in the alien space, so Aoyagi had no advantage at all. In other words, it is very likely that something has happened. Wusong quickly spread out his superpowers, which had not yet fully recovered, and in a moment he included the Wisdom Lake and its surroundings in the exploration range. After sensing the existence of Slowpoke and Aoyagi standing next to him, Wusong breathed a sigh of relief. But then, when he covered the sky with superpowers to find the source of this oppressive feeling, Wusong's hair stood on end and cold sweat ran down his back. Because there was not only the Uxie and the Wisdom Lake, but 3 legendary Pokemon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. 1113. A nearly overwhelming battle, first 2 in 1 chapter. Buzz! Buzz! Emrido and Akonome closed their eyes and floated in the air. A series of powerful and heavy superpowers turned into telekinetic energy, overflowed from the 3 red gems and laid on their brows and tails, and continued to spread out in all directions. Before long, the sky above Lake of Wisdom was completely covered by it, and the unique and powerful pressure mixed with legendary Pokemon continued to spread around, slowly covering all nearby areas. And next to Emrido and Akonome, a third figure flashed out, Uxie. After a brief moment of confusion, Uxie's eyes fell on the soul body that was brought out of the alien space by Slowpoke's instant movement to the lakeside. A blue light flashed in the eyes of the black gas, and a special connection arose between the main body and the soul body, and the bodies of both became blurred and transparent. Then, the soul body disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it had kept its eyes closed, and came to the mid-air to merge with the main body again. Uxie also closed his eyes, and a momentum that truly belonged to its original power began to emerge from its body. At this moment, as the 3 holy mushrooms closed their eyes at the same time and continuously stimulated all the hidden energy in their bodies, the concentration of superpowers covering the surroundings surged, and the entire space was filled with a sluggish feeling that it was difficult to move at all, and it became more and more obvious. And Wusong was the most direct witness of all this. Uxie, Emrido, and Akonome, the 3 lake gods actually appeared together. The most important thing is that they are not friendly. Feeling that there are countless times more superpowers than the total amount he has, Wusong's expression became more solemn than ever. At this time, Zubei's son Junsha and others who were standing next to him also discovered the situation in the sky above their heads based on Wusong's performance, and their eyes almost widened in an instant. The current Uxie's aura is even stronger than before, and the other 2 are the same. In other words, they are all descending in their true form now. Zubei said in shock. Hearing this, Wusong's face became even more solemn. Compared to other people who simply rely on feeling and experience to judge, he who can control superpowers can naturally more clearly understand what is happening now. In the Sinnoh region, the legendary Pokémon living in 3 ancient lakes with a long history are heading towards an irreversible situation in their prime. Although he cannot accurately locate the source of the energy that causes them to slowly go astray, he can definitely feel the endless inexplicable anger in the superpowers. And the black gas that emits a faint strange energy hidden in the anger. Combining the information provided by the previous alliance and the thing that Qingliu took out before that made him feel extremely uncomfortable, he can confirm that the source of all this is most likely the damn thing called dark matter. Qingliu, who originally wanted to enter the different space for follow-up processing, obviously failed. Fortunately, Slowpoke brought him out, and he was not facing a life and death crisis. Everything has not yet fallen into the most dangerous situation. Although the number of opponents far exceeded expectations, the only good news is that he is on the scene this time, instead of on the way. At least, I don't have to blame myself for my own problems. As thoughts kept flashing through Wusong's mind, he quickly said, "Everyone, the situation is urgent. Clear the number of people immediately and take the injured away from here as quickly as possible. Go to the direction of Cutting Edge City. At the same time, contact the Alliance with the highest security level and tell them the situation here. Quick." As soon as the voice fell, Wusong instantly wrapped his body in psychic energy and disappeared quickly. His 5 main Pokémon followed suit. The remaining few people also quickly recovered from their shock and realized the seriousness of the matter. Before, Yuzai's soul alone could easily wipe out their team of dozens of people. Now that the other 2 Pokémon have calmed together, the degree of danger will reach an unknown level. A dangerous level that has not occurred in the Sinnoh League in the past few decades, or even hundreds of years. This situation is probably no weaker than the damage caused by the strongest legend in the general region. Even with the strength of the gym trainer at this time, if there are not enough people left, it will not play any role. It is simply a burden. So they did not hesitate, and immediately started to act as Wusong's voice fell and disappeared. On the other side, Qingliu looked at the 3 holy mushrooms gathered together and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Even he didn't expect that just after he came out of the alien space, Yuxi, who was just bound and sealed, ran out right after him. Because Enrido and Akinim, who bound Yuxi with energy, were affected by the dark matter more, they took the initiative to release him. Although such an operation is reasonable at this stage, the process is a bit fast. As a result, Qingliu, who didn't know how to deal with his soul body, was absorbed and fused back by Yuxi without any countermeasures, and most of the combat power he should have had was restored. Feeling their rising momentum, Qingliu couldn't help but chuckle, "But don't think that you can win like this. It is very rare for 3 second-level gods to appear at the same time, and because of the dark matter, they all showed their same goal, that is, coming towards him." Qingliu didn't know if such a thing would happen again in his future life, but now, this was the first time. And the first time, it was always accompanied by a hint of nervousness. Qingliu took a deep breath and said to Slowpoke, who was almost stunned by the superpower beside him, "You have successfully completed the mission by bringing me out. Next, you can find a safe place to hide first, and leave this to me." Slowpoke, who had this idea long ago, nodded quickly and activated the teleportation, wanting to leave directly. Then, its figure flashed, and then, nothing happened. Adong. Slowpoke was stunned for a moment. Thinking that the move failed, it quickly activated all the energy in its body to activate the teleportation again. However, no matter how the superpower energy wrapped its body and how much its body flashed, it always stayed in the same place after using the move and could not move far away. Even the most successful one only moved less than 1 meter. Slowpoke was completely stunned. Qingliu looked at this scene and slowly frowned. Slowpoke's teleportation was indeed activated, but it had almost no effect, which means... Qingliu raised his head and looked at the 3 holy mushrooms in the sky, whose momentum was gradually returning to its peak state. At this time, there was a flash in front of Qingliu, and Wusong and his 6 main lineups wrapped in superpowers appeared. No need to try. After being covered by their superpowers, all the surrounding areas have produced an effect similar to weakening the seal of the moves, and the object of the seal is teleportation. Now the effect of the moves has been greatly reduced. Even I need to consume many times more superpowers than usual. Wusong turned his back to Qingliu and quickly explained the situation while asking, what happened in the different space? Now all three of them have become enemies, right? Qingliu nodded. Before, only the soul of Yakshi rioted instead of the real body. It is likely that the other two felt something was wrong and controlled it in the different space in advance. But because the controlled time was too long, and my appearance made them think that I was the cause, they were in an unstable state of mind and suffered a backlash, and this vicious effect is still deepening. Is that so? That means the only way out now is to defeat them. Wusong said softly. Although he had guessed the solution, his expression became heavier after getting confirmation from Qingliu. After taking a deep breath, Wusong said quickly, leave this to me from now on, and leave the retreat to you. Ah! Qingliu was stunned when he heard this, and then realized that the other party probably had some misunderstanding about his combat effectiveness due to the previous cognitive error, and hurriedly said, Mr. Wusong, leave this to me. If it doesn't work, we will join forces. No. Wusong refused directly and resolutely, and raised his hands and placed them directly on Qingliu and Slowpoke. The superpower energy began to flow rapidly through the contact points. The space here is locked now, and my instant movement can't take so many people away at once, and they won't let us leave. If we want to escape safely, someone must stop them, and use your large Pokemon to take them all away, so I'll leave it to you. After saying that, the light on his hand suddenly lit up, and he directly teleported Slowpoke and Aoki to the other side. Wusong's face turned pale instantly. Ha, ha. Feeling the consumption of his superpowers this time, Wusong took a few deep breaths, looked at the place where the man and the Pokemon were just now, and smiled helplessly. Letting you enter the different space just now while I was guarding outside may be the riskiest and most wrong thing I have done recently. If I let you take risks again, I would be sorry for Ms. Kikuno's mention of taking care of you, and it would also be seriously inconsistent with the morality I read in the book. After saying that, Wusong turned his head and looked up. The three legendary Pokemon had opened their eyes at some point and were staring at him with anger in their eyes. Obviously, they were very angry that he could use instant movement and teleport Qingliu away, and they were ready to chase after him after the attack. Seeing this, Wusong smiled faintly and pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his hand. The more anxious you are, the more it shows that the choice I made is right, and don't ignore my existence like this. After all, I am also a real four heavenly kings. Even if we can't win, it's no problem to delay them long enough to leave. Attack. The moment the voice fell, Wusong's eyes flashed with blue light, and the 6 Pokemon belonging to his first echelon lit up the same blue light at the same time. This is a unique ability among the 4 heavenly kings, and it is also the secret of his transformation from a scholar to trainer, and then his rapid promotion to the 4 heavenly kings. Using psychic powers to cover all of his Pokemon, strengthening their basic physical abilities, and then superimposing the second vision he provided, he indirectly replaced the default rules that should have been mastered by the power of the rules to have the combat power of the 4 heavenly kings. For a moment, mental power, mental shock, shadow ball, sneak attack on key points, one after another psychic moves, ghosts that restrained psychic and evil moves were brewing rapidly, and burst towards the 3 figures in the air. Facing the attack, the 3 holy mushrooms raised their arms at the same time. A huge transparent wall suddenly appeared in the air, facing the attacking moves. Psychic moves to defend against special attacks, light wall. Bang bang bang. One after another, the attack fell on it, and the terrifying energy explosion instantly raised a huge smoke and dust. But the huge light wall seemed to be unaffected, and it was still intact and suspended in front of the 3 holy mushrooms. The next moment, a figure with a green upper body and a white lower body, with blades extending from both arms, flashed in the air, passed through the black smoke and light wall, and came to the 3 holy mushrooms. Dark energy flashed on the blades of Alito's hands, and it chopped down heavily at Yuxi. Dark move, sneak attack. But the next second, bang! Another dull collision sound was heard. At some point, a huge transparent wall appeared again in the gap in the middle. However, it was obviously different from the light wall. A psychic move to defend against physical attacks, reflection wall. No matter how Alito attacked continuously or how he activated the dark energy shock, he could not break the defense. The volleys fired by the other Pokemon on the ground were also blocked by the light wall mobilized by the 3 holy mushrooms. Those that could be blocked were blocked, and those that could not be blocked were dodged. Seeing this, Wu Song's heart sank immediately. These three guys are just like triplets who are in sync with each other. They activated a light wall at the same time, and then activated a reflection wall at the same time, and then mobilized the moves together. As the size of the moves increased, the power and effect also increased dramatically. Even the initial activation speed and attack speed of the moves have increased by leaps and bounds. This undoubtedly requires a high degree of tacit understanding, but for the three guys in front of him, it is basically a matter of waving. Wu Song had a bad feeling in his heart. But before he could make a new round of attack arrangements, the eyes of the three sacred mushrooms floating in the air suddenly lit up, and the 6 arms waved forward at the same time. The terrifying superpower energy turned into a huge wave, and the spiritual power thoughts that were tripled in power and accelerated rushed down from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Qingliu, who was in the center of the attack area, was already unable to dodge at this time. He was about to be swallowed by the attack. The bronze bell, which was the meat shield of the team, followed the usual way of handling it, quickly rotating itself and blocking in front of Qingliu. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded, and a huge pit was directly blasted out on the ground. When the energy dissipated, Wu Song was about to let the bronze bell add the effect of defensive moves, but he found that it had fallen in the middle of the pit in the smoke and dust, and there were faint cracks on the bell body, and it had lost its combat ability. How could it be? Wu Song felt that something was wrong. According to the relevant information of the Alliance and the description of the longest-serving King Kakuna, the strength of legendary Pokémon has been constantly improving in recent years, which he knew. However, the 4 kings generally have about 6 main Pokémon. In non-one-on-one situations, they can basically win stably by sending several main forces to fight at the same time. Although there are only 3 of the 3 holy mushrooms in front of him, he brought a full 6 main forces at the beginning for the sake of safety. Even though the opponent's number has increased now, and the attributes are very suppressive to him, he still has a double advantage. Even if he can't win, he should be able to delay for a long time. As a result, he was killed instantly, and there was also the bronze bell with the strongest defense in the team. This sudden situation made Wu Song realize the seriousness of the matter. If even the strongest defense in the team can't withstand the blow, then what about other Pokémon? Wu Song hurriedly instructed the Pokémon not to save any energy when launching attacks, and to use teleportation whenever possible. The tactics also quickly changed from frontal combat to prolonging the battle time. But almost not long after he issued the order, Qingliu, who had just been rescued by the bronze bell, was hit by an almost instant attack and fell to the ground. Then came the Waldal, Sun Eevee, and Alito, all of whom were drowned by the strong mental thoughts. Finally, Alakazam, who was panting and frequently using teleportation to avoid attacks, was also hit by the attack. His eyes rolled back and he lost his ability to fight. At this point, the first echelon of Wu Song, one of the 4 kings of psychic power, was completely wiped out. And the battle had just started for less than a few minutes. How could it be like this? Wu Song looked at the figures of his companions lying on the ground around him, his eyes full of disbelief. Even if he would lose in the end, Wu Song thought that it should happen after a fierce battle, and even if he changed his tactical thinking in the middle of the battle, it shouldn't be so fast. Even when he mobilized his superpowers to help his Pokémon react faster and speed up his command, it still didn't have much effect. Wu Song looked at the 3 figures above his head in a daze. A powerful telekinetic group was gathering, and the target of the attack was him. Wu Song, whose superpowers were almost overdrawn, had no ability to use teleportation to dodge at this moment. Even if he really had the ability, he would give priority to taking his Pokémon away. Therefore, there was only one result waiting for him. Although it's a bit sudden, according to the movement speed of Qingliu's Pokémon mentioned by Mr. Zubei and Miss Shenzi before, this time should be enough for them to leave. Wu Song smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he ignored the increasingly expanding telekinetic power in the air and was about to sit down to face the final outcome with his Pokémon. Suddenly, a strong wind blew around. The sound of a chain swinging violently sounded, which directly shattered the telekinetic energy surging above his head, and also shattered the idea of relief that had just risen in Wu Song's heart. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wu Song, I'm sorry to disappoint you, I haven't left yet. This is a friend's book. If you are interested, you can try it." Chapter 285, Mechanical Violence Ultimate Dragon Cactus vs. 3 Sacred Mushrooms. What? What? Hearing this voice, Wusong was stunned for a moment. Because after the sound of the chain swinging, the telekinetic move that was supposed to attack him was suddenly broken by it, and he instinctively felt a little incredible. You know, from the beginning to the end of the battle, let alone how much damage was caused, his main combat forces did not even break the attack of the lake god head-on, but now their attacks were directly broken. In addition to this, there is also the reason of the owner of the voice that appeared in his ears. Logically speaking, he should not only leave at this time, but also take everyone away from the vicinity of Wisdom Lake and are on the way to Qifeng City quickly. How could he suddenly reappear here? Could it be that, as the original meaning of the sentence he just heard, Qingliu did not take those people away as he said before? When this thought emerged in Wusong's mind, he couldn't help but frown. Even if he was a newly promoted 4 Heavenly Kings, his strength was not very strong among the same level. His 6 main Pokémon were also directly wiped out in just a few minutes in the battle against the 3 lake gods. Such a result was a very difficult thing for him to accept. If Qingliu didn't cherish the time he had finally delayed to be killed one by one, and there were large-scale casualties in the end, even if he had a good temper, he would be angry. Although from the previous contacts and various feelings, Qingliu is most likely not such a person, but according to the current situation, he really can't think of any other possibilities. Qingliu can't have sent everyone away, and then ran back to die. Before he finished thinking, a strong wind mixed with a violent whistling sound blew in front of Wusong, and the dazzling sunlight was refracted by something and directly reflected on his glasses from another side. The sudden stimulation made his eyes a little sore, and he couldn't pay attention to observe the figure that just came in front of him. Just as Wusong pursed his eyes tightly to force himself to adapt to the stimulation, Qingliu's voice came from behind him before and now in front of him. Mr. Wusong, I have sent Miss Shenzi and Mr. Zubei away by Zhao Heilongman, and then I found that the situation here seems to be a little bad, so I came to help. Wusong rubbed his eyes, feeling touched and a little regretful at the same time. He was touched because Qingliu came back to support him, but he regretted that Qingliu did not leave but chose to support him. You didn't have to come back, you saw it too. Wusong pointed at the 6 Pokémon lying around and said, the opponent's strength is too strong. At least a plurality of Elite King level trainers or Champion level trainers are needed to stably subdue them. If it were just a regular 4 Heavenly Kings, there would be no way to deal with it. What's more, Qingliu admitted before that he had used group attack tactics to defeat Uxie. It can be seen that his strength has not really reached the stage of the 4 Heavenly Kings. He has absolutely no chance of winning against a lake gods who can kill him, a pure 4 Heavenly Kings, in seconds. According to your growth rate, you only need a little more time to develop, and you will become a champion one day, but not now, so. Alice. Wusong sighed heavily. He felt sorry for the death of a genius from the bottom of his heart. However, what Wusong did not expect was that Qingliu in front of him seemed to still not feel any pressure or life and death crisis after he explained the situation, and his voice was still steady, powerful and relaxed. Mr. Wusong, as I said before, leave it to me. There is one more thing I forgot to say. Maybe Mr. Wusong had some misunderstandings about what I said before. Qingliu smiled and explained, when fighting with Uxie's soul body, Mega Cedramon did assist from the side, but it was not a 2-on-1 battle. Instead, when Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon had already forced Uxie to the last moment, Mega Cedramon made a move to assist. And standing on the same level as Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon, in addition to Mega Cedramon who is running errands, I have others. Qingliu gently supported his hand on a huge yellow pillar next to him. It was at this time that Wusong gradually adapted to the pain and recovered his vision, and then he saw Qingliu clearly, and the figure next to Qingliu. The yellow pillar was not a real pillar, but a huge dragon-shaped Pokémon that was not as big as the snake Pokémon he had seen before, but was still very shocking. Many parts of its body were equipped with silver metal that refracted light. The huge metal claw on its left arm swayed slightly, and there was a slight sound of iron chains. Obviously, it was it that had just attacked. Moreover, the aura that this dragon-shaped Pokémon unconsciously released made him feel as if he was on a cliff, as if he was facing an abyss. Even with Wusong's experience, he felt a huge pressure at this moment. With just one glance, Wusong knew that the strength of this Pokémon in front of him was very strong even among the 4 Heavenly Kings. This is Machine Tyrannosaurus. Qingliu, Before Wusong could react, Qingliu immediately pressed the switches of the other 2 Poké Balls. A larger silver-white three-headed dragon with a momentum that was comparable to Machine Tyrannosaurus appeared next to it. This is Blue Eye's ultimate dragon. Wusong's eyes widened when he heard this. Another 4 Heavenly Kings level Pokemon. Finally, Wusong turned his attention to the Pokemon that appeared in the last ray of light. This is Cactusman. As Qingliu's voice fell, Wusong couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the aura released by this cactus with boxing gloves barely reached the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and it was even a little bit worse than his main force, not as outrageous as the first 2. However, even so, the 3 Pokemon that Qingliu took out were enough to shock people whether they were put together or taken out separately. Among the 3 Pokemon, 2 are strong among the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the last one is also at the level of the Heavenly King. The most important thing is that Qingliu's big guy called Ultramarine was responsible for sending someone away. Otherwise, at this moment, there are 3 genuine Pokemon that are outstanding even among the 4 Heavenly Kings, facing 3 legendary Pokemon. Just thinking about it makes people feel shocked and excited. However, Wusong turned his eyes to Qingliu and said with some resentment, "If I had told you earlier that you have such a strong strength, I wouldn't have taken on so much responsibility." What I wanted to say was interrupted by you. Thinking of his disobedient appearance just now and his behavior of teleporting the person away, Wusong couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But he also knew that now was not the time to talk about these things. While quickly taking out the Poké Ball to retrieve the Pokemon, he nodded solemnly to Qingliu. "I'll leave it to you next." "Well, don't worry." Qingliu also nodded solemnly in response, and then ignored Wusong who was struggling to activate the teleportation, and looked up at the sky. There, the 3 holy mushrooms would not stand still obediently, but kept flashing buff-enhancing moves while staring at him leisurely, as if they had already won. Although it's not good to say this, your confidence also depends on who your opponent is. Qingliu waved his hand and said quickly, "Machinery Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yigibus, Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon, Triple Burst Gale Bomb, Cactusman," began to absorb vitality and accumulate power. As the voice fell, Machine Greymon and Blue Eye's Ultra Dragon flapped their wings violently, and rushed directly into the sky from the ground, while their astonishingly powerful attacks quickly merged. The 3 sacred mushrooms in the sky swung their arms at the same time, and a huge wall of light was summoned to block the front, and collided head-on with the 2 attacks. Boom! A huge explosion and roar sounded, and the light wall that was defending against special attacks suddenly shattered from head to toe, and it completely shattered after only a moment. Wusong, who had already moved a distance, looked back and saw this scene, and clenched his fists excitedly. Sure enough, you are worthy of being the best in the same class. The light wall that blocks so many attacks from my Pokemon is now almost blasted away as soon as they meet. Like Wusong, the 3 holy mushrooms were also stunned for a moment when they saw this. But soon, they came to their senses and began to organize a new round of attacks. The overwhelming superpowers that overflowed from the red gem quickly gathered into a huge ball of telekinetic energy. In just a few breaths, the attack was completely formed and shot towards the 2 dragons. What a fast attack speed! Wusong, who had experienced it firsthand, quickly reminded Qingliu, if the 3 of them join forces, their offense, defense, reaction, and all aspects will basically have a very terrifying improvement, and even their attack speed will skyrocket. Is that so? Aoki muttered to himself, looking at the 2 dragons that had been locked in the attack, with a slight smile on his face. Fast attack speed? I'm so sorry. No matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than the Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon, with a speed race value of 135. Coupled with the terrifying physical fitness of the White Dragon series, facing the incoming mental power, the Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon turned around at a very fast speed to completely pull away the attack, while attracting all nearby attacks, and finally rushed straight to the location of Machine Tyrannosaurus. As for the destructive power of the move, Aoki also wanted to try whether the time digital alloy in this case can still show its set properties, and whether it has the hardness to block the attack of a level 2 god. Machinery Tyrannosaurus, block it. When Wusong saw that Machine Tyrannosaurus really raised his left arm to defend, he could not help but remind him, Qingliu, now they are very powerful when using this move, there is no need to. Before he finished speaking, the extremely fast spiritual powerful thought had already chased behind the Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon, crossing the distance between them and approaching. The Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon, which was running fast, suddenly braked, flapped its wings fiercely to the ground, and instantly soared into the clouds based on its terrifying physical fitness while stopping in place. The spiritual powerful thought that it was not able to turn back in time burst towards Machine Tyrannosaurus, which had already entered a defensive state. Facing the attack, Machine Tyrannosaurus took a heavy step forward, raised his left arm across his chest, and took the lead in launching an attack in a defensive posture. Bang! In an instant, a huge vibration and roar rose into the sky. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon circled around the smoke and dust and returned to the air. Wu Song stared at the center of the explosion with tension. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the figure of Machine Tyrannosaurus slowly emerged. At this moment, it still stood there in a forward defensive posture, with scars of all sizes all over its body caused by the explosion. The left arm that was used as a shield did not have many obvious changes, except that the surface was a little black. The next moment, with a flow of silver light, the traces of the attack completely faded, and the intact Time Digizoid reappeared. Seeing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus slowly stood up and shook his left arm, stretched out the 3 claws in the middle, and waved at the 3 sacred mushrooms in the air. What is this? It doesn't hurt at all. Can you use some strength? Chapter 286 Mechanical Ultimate Dragon Knight. Bijou. Hala. Yoki. Feeling the provocation of Machine Tyrannosaurus' words and actions, the faces of the 3 holy mushrooms, which were already affected by the negative emotions in the dark matter, suddenly darkened. Although the anger in their bodies was constantly accumulating and exploding, their brains and normal thinking still existed. This guy in front of them, who had never seen him before, was able to withstand their joint attack and even dared to provoke them like this. Killing intent rose in the eyes of the 3 holy mushrooms, and the black air around their bodies continued to surge. At the same time, a stronger breath than before was constantly being stimulated with their inner desires. Meditation, a psychic type move that can improve the user's special attack and special defense. Taking advantage of the time just now, each of the 3 of them has used it twice. With a superposition of the 3, their offensive and defensive combat power has been improved again. But this is not over yet. The 3 holy mushrooms that were originally standing side by side began to silently change positions. Agumon was in front, and Enrito and Yuxi were in the back, forming a standard triangle. At the moment the triangle was formed, a strong light burst out from the eyes of the 3 holy mushrooms, and the terrifying psychic energy burst out, turning into psychic energy with a real form, starting with the corner where Agumon was. Psychic move, Mental Shock. And almost as soon as the energy was mobilized, the attack had already condensed into shape. The next second, the gems in Agumon's eyes, between his eyebrows and on his tail lit up at the same time. The attack instantly crossed the sky from the air above his head and went directly to the position where Machine Tyrannosaurus was. Machine Tyrannosaurus was not afraid of this. His 2 huge dragon legs stepped heavily on the ground, and his muscles were tense. He blocked his arms equipped with a time digital alloy at an oblique position above and faced the impact directly. Boom! The explosion sounded mixed with huge smoke and dust rising into the sky, and the ground cracked instantly, and spider-web-like cracks spread wildly around. Almost in an instant, the withered ground that seemed to have lost its vitality for hundreds of meters nearby instantly collapsed, and the trees collapsed to the ground one by one. The position where Machine Tyrannosaurus was located was even more amazing. The ground sank several meters, and it was even to the point where the knees of Machine Tyrannosaurus could not be seen. The psychic energy above exploded on the left arm, and the powerful impact continued to impact the surroundings. The aftermath of the explosion continued to cause damage to other parts of Machine Tyrannosaurus. But even so, the mental shock still could not break through the defense, and could not break through the giant metal claw with a silver luster. The face of the 3 holy mushrooms became more and more gloomy. Led by Agumon, the same attack that materialized psychic energy came again. Boom! Exclamation mark. The ground began to shake, and the remaining soil and stones could no longer withstand this terrifying energy explosion and collapsed completely. Machine Tyrannosaurus's body, which had been sinking, fell deeper again, until even the raised mechanical left arm could only be level with the ground. All this stopped. The 3 holy mushrooms pulled the corners of their mouths at the same time, raising a cold smile. Wu Song, who was far away, saw this and couldn't help but feel a little worried. There were obviously more and better options. He didn't know why Qingliu chose such a tough fighting method, and he didn't know whether the metal on the left arm of the Machine Tyrannosaurus could block the attack. If he lost because of this situation, it would be very bad news for the current situation. 3-3 and 3-2 are two completely different concepts in a battle of this level. Just as he was anxiously watching, Qingliu's voice suddenly sounded from the smoke and dust. "How do you feel, Machine Tyrannosaurus?" The voice fell, and then a gust of wind rushed up from the pit, and the figure of Machine Tyrannosaurus directly penetrated the smoke and dust and came into the air. Then, it was its loud voice. "It hurts a little more than before, but that's all." As he spoke, a huge claw with black scars on its surface raised to the right to penetrate the smoke and dust, and then gently scratched to the left, and the smoke and dust that rose to the sky was immediately cut in half and flew away along the place where the arm was waving. After doing all this, the claw of Machine Tyrannosaurus had unknowingly returned to silver. If it weren't for the obvious scars on his body caused by the close-range explosion, Machine Tyrannosaurus would not look like he had withstood the attack. "Do you need treatment for the wounds on your body?" "It's just a minor injury, no." "Okay, since their attack power has been tested, it's our turn next. Use that combination." Qingliu immediately raised his hand, and the flying Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon paused and hesitated for a moment, then followed the direction of his hand and began to rush towards the location of Machine Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus also took the initiative to rush over. The three holy mushrooms saw the lively Machine Tyrannosaurus again in the sky, and their raised mouth froze instantly, and anger burned in their hearts. Withstood 3 attacks that could defeat opponents of the same level, but did not fall down, and even the metal arm that served as the main defensive weapon was basically intact. What the hell is this thing? The fierce light in the eyes of the three holy mushrooms became even stronger, and Agumon led Imrido and Yuxi to burst out energy at the same time, preparing to attack directly at the middle point of the approaching two dragons. Although I don't know what the other party wants to do, as long as I can stop them from doing what they want to do, it's a good move. The psychic energy gathered at a very fast speed, and then I raised my hand to attack. Suddenly, a strong light suddenly lit up on the ground in the distance. Unconsciously, the vitality of the nearby 300 meters has been absorbed by Cactusman, gathered in the body and transferred to the fist with a red trap. Pointy punch. A huge fist wrapped in a powerful vitality energy was activated through the characteristics, bursting from the edge of the battlefield, crossing the entire battlefield in an instant, and punching them hard. This was sudden, and because it was an attack launched by the Pokémon that appeared with the other two dragons, even if the opponent's momentum was not obvious, the three holy mushrooms still did not dare to be careless. Directly terminated the brewing moves, the three holy mushrooms were angry and quickly pulled down their raised hands. A huge transparent wall fell from the sky along with their movements and blocked them. Then, the three holy mushrooms prepared to dodge before the light wall broke. Bang! With a dull thud, the huge fist hit the light wall heavily. The white vitality energy burst violently and continuously launched attacks, but what the three holy mushrooms did not expect was that this powerful punch did not break the light wall like the previous two dragons' attacks, but was blocked outside. Qingliu watched this scene quietly, without any surprise, but shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, even if the range of absorbing vitality has expanded to 300 meters, the mature body still cannot launch attacks that exceed its own stage too much, but it is enough to attract attention. Qingliu turned his eyes and looked to the other side. Without the interference of the three holy mushrooms, the distance between Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon had narrowed to only a few body lengths. Then, Machine Tyrannosaurus stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot, and his muscles tightened and exerted force instantly, and his body suddenly jumped from the ground to mid-air. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon opened its wings completely, pulled its body as low as possible, and dived below the position where Machine Tyrannosaurus jumped. Then it flapped its wings and rose into the air, catching the leaping Machine Tyrannosaurus. Chi-chi. Suddenly, there was a huge thing on its back, and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's body sank uncontrollably. Its blade-like wings quickly cut through the air, making a faint sound. After a short period of adaptation, the pair of wings that seemed to cover the sky and the sun began to flap at a faster speed than usual, and the body returned to the normal flying height again. Roar! The leftmost of the three heads of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon turned and looked at Machine Tyrannosaurus on its back, with a competitive light flashing in its eyes. Machine Tyrannosaurus lowered its head slightly, and its huge blue eyes met the pair of blue eyes. It nodded gently, and before it could speak, Qingliu's voice sounded. "We'll talk about it after we finish any problems. Let's get rid of those opponents first." The two dragons took a deep breath and nodded at the same time. Then, The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon carrying Machine Tyrannosaurus on its back emitted ray energy of the general type and an ancient and mysterious aura. High-speed movement, Dragon Dance, double speed-up moves. The next moment, a huge silver-white figure shot out at an extremely terrifying speed. On its back, Machine Tyrannosaurus sank slightly, firmly fixed itself on the dragon's back, and used high-speed propulsion to close the distance. The mechanical hatch on its chest opened, and a wave of orange-yellow high-heat energy instantly gushed out, rushing towards the three holy mushrooms, who had just reacted from the sharp fist. Chi-chi-chi. The Yiga storm containing terrifying heat hit the light wall at close range, corroding and melting it in an instant, and rushed out without losing momentum. The three holy mushrooms swung their arms with psychic energy. Although the first light wall just now did not form any obstruction, even the little time it took to melt was plenty of time for the three holy mushrooms now. The three holy mushrooms were able to summon a second light wall to resist. But the three sacred mushrooms gathered energy and started the attack very quickly, and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was the same, or even better. At the moment when the three sacred mushrooms activated their energy and used the light wall move, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon had already used its super fast movement speed to move the Machine Tyrannosaurus on its back from the previous attack location to another location. A location outside the defense direction of the three sacred mushrooms, where the light wall could not effectively resist. Chapter 287, The Two Dragons Meet. 2 chapters in 1. The orange-yellow high-heat energy turned into a wave that surged into the sky, bypassing the second light wall that had just fallen, and launched another attack at a position that formed a 90-degree angle with the direction of the previous attack. The three holy mushrooms had never expected that the Machine Tyrannosaurus, who had been silently enduring the attack, would be so amazing on the offensive end, nor did they expect that the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon would still be able to reach such an amazing speed after carrying the Machine Tyrannosaurus. This sudden contrast caused them to have no time to react at all. The psychic energy scattered around was evaporated in an instant, and the strong heat at the front of the Yiga storm rushed directly in front of them. The black air in the eyes of the leading Agumon was surging violently, and the violent energy was instinctively agitated, watching the orange-yellow energy wave about to hide it. Suddenly, Agumon and Uxie, who were standing in a triangle formation, flashed at the same time, and their positions were instantly moved to complete the exchange. Uxie came to the front of the team, and Agumon replaced Uxie's position. The next second, Uxie's eyes flickered, and as the third wall of light fell at an unexpected speed, a circular shield emerged. The general move, Hold, can resist the opponent's next attack. With the help of the other two legendary Pokémon of the same origin, the green shield formed by the Hold instantly wrapped all the three sacred mushrooms, and even the shield itself showed an unprecedented strange blue-black color full of life and negative black energy. Without feeling the naked eye can tell that the Hold is unusual this time. However, this is of no use to the current Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon. In addition to singles and team battles, there are many other types of other fighting methods in the Pokémon world, and the more classic one is doubles. Use 2 or 4 Pokémon to fight at the same time, and more tactical systems can be realized with more numbers. For example, people often talk about replacing the laziness of the Leaf King with another Pokémon, such as exchanging the Hercules characteristic of Cherrim for the Leaf King, so that it can get rid of the negative effects of laziness and completely activate its combat power brought by the 670 racial value comparable to the first level god. This tactical thinking also fits the Digimon under Qingliu now. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has high speed and high attack, but its defense is not strong and its attack means are single. Machine Tyrannosaurus has high attack and high defense, and various attack means, but its speed is too slow compared to the current opponents. But if the advantages of the two are combined to make up for the shortcomings of both sides, let the high-speed Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon take the high-attack Machine Tyrannosaurus to fly faster, becoming a super turret that can move at high speed and attack with amazing power. Such a combination can definitely bring a different ultimate experience to opponents of the same level and higher than its own level. During the team training before, Qingliu had tried doubles, randomly combining several big guys, but because no one except Ultra Sea Dragon could drive Machine Tyrannosaurus, it was forced to be in a semi-abandoned state. However, after the two-headed dragon evolved into a three-headed dragon, the skyrocketing size completely eliminated this problem. The fusion doubles between Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Machine Ultimate Dragon Knight, was formed. Machine Tyrannosaurus. Yiga Storm. The voice fell, and the Yiga Storm hit. Almost as soon as it touched, a hole was melted in the light wall and pierced by it, and the heat flow directly fell on the protective shield formed by the guard. Chi chi chi. A sharp and piercing sound suddenly sounded, and the green and black air on the protective shield seemed to have exhausted most of the energy in an instant, and suddenly changed from the deep green-blue-black to very light green. But even so, the shield still did not break. But the next moment, a crisp sound of iron chains swinging came in the more intense corrosion sound. I saw a giant metal claw, not caring about its own injuries, directly piercing through the Yiga Storm from the inside and stabbing the protective shield. Snap! 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 The shield, which was already on the verge of its limit, instantly cracked open a huge hole. Half of the claw of the trident arm slightly deviated from the original forward route under the reaction force, and the edge part rubbed the body of Yuxi in the front. Bang! Yuxi suddenly felt a huge force coming, and before he realized the pain, his body was hit by Amrito and Agumon, and flew backwards at a terrifying speed. He slid in the air for hundreds of meters, and with the help of the reactivated superpower energy, he forcibly stopped his retreat. But Qingliu would not give it time to breathe, and another Yiga Storm followed. Yokaa! Crack! The first layer of the shield completely shattered, and the high heat energy violently collided with the second layer. At this moment, the Yiga Storm was like the surging ocean waves on a rainy night, and the three sacred mushrooms protected in the shield were like a small boat lost in the ocean, unable to escape at all, and forced to silently bear the continuous impact. Seeing this, Amrito and Agumon swapped positions again, returning to the triangle position led by Agumon at the beginning. The eyes of the three legendary Pokémon lit up amazingly at the same time, and the psychic energy quickly promoted instant movement, and the figures became illusory and blurred. Before the second layer of the shield was broken, the three sacred mushrooms flashed, avoiding the Yiga Storm and moving directly from the original place to distance. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Qingliu showed a hint of interest on his face. At present, the frequently changing triangle formation of the three sacred mushrooms is not randomly switching the casting objects, but changing very targeted according to the specific situation. The prototype of the setting of the three sacred mushrooms is the three sacred weapons, namely the main attacking sword, the main defense Yurasaki, and the Yurasaki no Magatama in the middle. When attacking and moving, Agumon, who is good at speed and attack, takes the lead in the front, while Yuxi is the main defense, and Amrito is the main transition and replacement process. The three complement each other. Legendary Pokémon is really not simple, but it's a pity that you met me. I want to see whether you change faster or the attack of the perfect form is faster. Let them feel the real power. Machine Tyrannosaurus, use Yiga Storm continuously. Qingliu's voice had just fallen, and a pair of sharp huge wings had already cut through the air. The next moment, it rushed to the front of the three sacred mushrooms that were brewing an attack with Machine Tyrannosaurus, and the high heat energy wave erupted again. A large piece of orange-yellow light with a scorching breath fell from the sky, and in an instant, the superpowers that had been gathered were evaporated. As a last resort, Agumon once again led Yuxi and Amrito to activate instant movement. But Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon and Machine Tyrannosaurus followed closely. Almost every time the teleportation was activated and the figure just appeared, the Machine Ultimate Dragon Knight combination appeared nearby, mixed with multiple Giga Destroyer cannons in the high heat energy wave, and began to carry out firepower coverage attack. The psychic energy continued to wrap the figure of the three holy mushrooms in the air and flash continuously. In the huge roars produced by the explosions and the severe temperature caused by the high heat energy, the Machine Tyrannosaurus followed behind them and exploded again and again around the Wisdom Lake. Almost every time it flashed, the roar and explosion would erupt. A moment later, the entire Wisdom Lake and the surrounding environment were now wetted, and all were forced to bear this carpet-like coverage attack from the perfect body. Such a terrifying range and earth-shaking movement also forced Wusong, who was watching the battle not far away, to open up a distance again. Looking at the mechanical Ultimate Dragon Knight combination chasing and killing in the sky, beating the three holy mushrooms all the way, at this moment Wusong's heart was completely replaced by shock. I thought that with these two Pokémon that were among the strongest among the four Heavenly Kings, plus another Cactusman with the aura of the Heavenly King, Qingliu only had the ability to directly counter the joint attack of the three lake gods. But unexpectedly, this was not a direct confrontation at all, it was simply a beating, and the Agumons had no ability to fight back. My superpowers should be right. These two dragon Pokemon are indeed strong, but they are definitely not to this extent. The reason why they can crush them with such an absolute advantage is that this Dragon-Knight combination has brought a terrifying physical strength brought by the giant beast to the limit. The attack called Yiga Storm was so hot that even he could feel it from such a distance, but the mechanical Tyrannosaurus was completely free to spray it one after another. Similarly, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, as a super fast aircraft, was able to carry a mechanical giant beast more than 10 meters high on its body to maintain such a fast flying speed, and even now it has not shown any signs of fatigue. This shows how terrible the physical strength of these two giant beasts is. And as a concrete manifestation of such terribleness, Wusong used his superpowers that were slowly recovering to scan the surroundings. He saw that the Wisdom Lake, which was originally a very famous attraction in Qifang City, was now basically unrecognizable. Huge pits emitting black smoke appeared on the ground, and the landforms were raised to the ground. High heat energy poured into the water, and the entire lake was boiling. The snow and ice were all melted and even evaporated. The surroundings were bumpy, and the forests and grasslands under the snow lost their vitality and were easily shattered by the aftermath of the explosion. Although it is a very good thing to have an absolute advantage, why does this destructive power feel greater than the damage caused by the three holy mushrooms going completely crazy? At this moment, Wusong couldn't help but think of a mountain that was almost flattened by half when he passed by the Xiangyun Mountains on the way here. The two ways of destruction are extremely similar. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, Wusong could confirm that it was Qingliu who did it. As for the reason for his judgment, Wusong turned his head and looked at the other side of the battlefield. There, the cactusman wearing boxing gloves was emitting a faint white and green light. It kept walking nearby, and every step it took would leave a footprint that was also emitting light. On this footprint, a faint vitality burst out, and the embryonic forms of flowers, plants and trees were rapidly nurtured in it. Then, through the grass-type moves, it was completely activated, and the barren ground once again showed the vitality it should have had. This kind of post-disaster reconstruction is exactly the same as the neatly arranged pile of rubble on the collapsed Xiangyun Mountain. It was destroyed, but not completely destroyed. If the two powerful Dragon-type Pokémon are responsible for the battle, this Grass-type Pokémon is probably responsible for the aftermath. No wonder it was still allowed to appear despite the difference in strength. In this way, Wusong felt that Qingliu's approach was very reasonable. Although the area of destruction is large, it is not a random use of power to destroy it wantonly, and it is still repairing it afterwards. This undoubtedly proves Qingliu's character. During the time Wusong was thinking, the battle in the sky had completely turned to the mechanical Ultimate Dragon Knights. Even if it was a legendary Pokémon, even if it was a second-level god, even if it had dark matter constantly providing energy, using instant teleportation in a hurry was a huge consumption for itself. What's more, their nerves must always remain tense to avoid being hit by unexpected attacks again. Under the huge psychological pressure and physical exhaustion, the time required for the three holy mushrooms to teleport became longer and longer, and the movements became slower and slower. Until after another urging, the psychic energy condensed by Agumon, which consumed the most, collapsed due to lack of physical strength. Before the transition of Enrido took over, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon appeared in front of them with a mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The three holy mushrooms looked up and met the huge blue eyes emitting a faint light, and they couldn't help but be startled. "Are you tired already? I just finished warming up." Machine Tyrannosaurus said lightly, stepped on the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and jumped up, raised his metal left arm, and instantly covered it with steel energy, and then smashed it down heavily. The three holy mushrooms hurriedly used their superpowers to resist, but the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon under him took the lead to interrupt. The light in the three heads and six eyes flowed, and a huge dragon might descended, directly delaying their movements. At the same time, the triple burst wind bomb was launched, directly together with the trident arm of Machine Tyrannosaurus, attacking the three holy mushrooms with an absolutely invincible posture. Boom! Exclamation mark. Bang! Exclamation mark. The two attacks roared almost at the same time. The next moment, under the terrifying energy explosion, the three holy mushrooms suddenly fell rapidly towards the Wisdom Lake on the ground like a meteor falling from the sky. Bang! Exclamation mark. The dull sound of an object hitting the lake's surface sounded, and three huge water columns rushed into the sky, and countless splashing water flashed in the air. The entire battlefield of Lake Wisdom fell completely silent. Blue Eye's ultimate dragon stared at the lake below for a moment, and when he saw no movement, he slowly turned one of his heads to look at Machine Tyrannosaurus. Machine Tyrannosaurus silently put away his claws and glanced back. The battle may not be over yet. Have you forgotten the legendary Pokémon's ability to withstand blows? Last time, the reserve Zapdos was so badly injured and still continued to struggle. Besides, they still have that weird thing on them now. Machine Tyrannosaurus had not finished speaking when he suddenly saw circles of ripples on the lake's surface emerging from underwater, followed by a burst of energy that seemed to come from the void and the future. Seeing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus did not wait for Blue Eye's ultimate dragon to react, and jumped directly from its back. The hatch on its chest opened, and 2 Giga Destroyer cannons condensed and fired quickly, shooting directly into the lake. Boom! 2 more huge water columns rose up, and a huge energy ball instantly swept around in the explosion, and the figure of the 3 sacred mushrooms slowly floated up from underwater. But the terrifying power did not disappear as they fainted from exhaustion. Instead, it became more and more concentrated. It was as if they had already set the target of this attack before they fell. Machine Tyrannosaurus could not help but feel anxious. If it was aimed at it, it had many ways to deal with it in its current combination. In the worst case, it could use the Time Digizoid to resist it, so it would not be too dangerous. However, the target of this attack was not it, nor was it the Blue Eye's ultimate dragon, but the direction where Aoagi was. Also, it's later. I could have updated it earlier, but the hotel had a power outage, so I could only write it on my phone. It's a bit difficult. Chapter 288, Fight Back with Evolution. The perfect form of Cactusman. The waves on the surface of Wisdom Lake suddenly surged. At some point, the entire lake was completely covered by the 3 holy mushrooms' iconic superpower energy, which had been extremely viscous and oppressive after years of precipitation. And in the center of the lake, at the source of the ripples, it was constantly compressed and finally, turned into a huge white spherical energy ball. Superpower Big Move, predicting the future with a power of up to 120. Buzz! A dull humming sound suddenly rose in the air. The entire Wisdom Lake was boiling like boiling water, and circles of amazing airwaves kept spreading around. The center of the lake was shaking violently as if some prehistoric beast was about to break out of the seal, and the space above the head began to gradually distort. Without waiting for the distortion to take shape, the white energy ball was forced into the air, and the breath of terror and destruction turned into white lightning with fangs lingering around it, and the absolutely arrogant posture directly crashed into the distorted space and completely escaped into the void. At the same time, above Qingliu's position, an illusory aura passed through the barriers of time and space and emerged on Qingliu. You really think highly of me. Feeling that he had been locked, Qingliu couldn't help but sneer. Predicting the future is the strongest move that the 3 sacred mushrooms can master as a single psychic legendary Pokémon. When Uxie, who was good at defense and lacked attack, activated this move before, he had already forced out the full power of Blue Eye's Ultra Dragon, and at the same time caused the meteor from outer space to fall to the earth, like a scene of the end of the world. And now, it is a killing move activated by the gods of the lake and the 3 sacred mushrooms. Not to mention himself, I'm afraid that even Xiaozi, a super newcomer, and their ancestor Super Jade Washer, can't withstand this attack. And, if I remember correctly, predicting the future has always been criticized because the pre-swing is too long, and now the attack speed of the 3 sacred mushrooms is so fast that the move is almost instantaneous. Qingliu's eyes swept over his head and looked around. I saw that the void above my head, which had just been forcibly broken by the future, suddenly broke apart again. A huge electric python with a white lightning-like body roared fiercely. Clang! Exclamation mark. The roar was like a thunderbolt. The lake's surface that carried it seemed to be cut directly out of thin air. The water level sank a lot in an instant, and a huge crack appeared on the edge of the lake. This crack, which was a bit like a fully opened snake's mouth, was constantly swallowing up everything around it. The soil, water, dead grass, dead trees, everything would disappear in an instant as long as it fell into it. Along with the crack came gusts of crazy howling winds and familiar surging water. This is the space shattered by the future. Or, the shattered space in the Wisdom Lake. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Qingliu's expression was solemn. The startup speed and attack speed of any move of the 3 holy mushrooms have been increased dramatically. There is no reason why the killer move of predicting the future should not enjoy such treatment. Using the super fast energy to gather and launch attacks, It directly skips the time that originally needed to wait to shuttle between the void and the future, so that it can be completely formed at the current time point and launch an attack. This is equivalent to directly erasing the disadvantages of predicting the future. When a full-strength attack of the main system with normal attack speed and the power of 3 legendary Pokémon of the same origin comes, Qingliu knows that if he is hit by this attack, he will most likely be completely submerged by the raging energy. Then, disappeared directly. Boom! The huge thunder sounded through the sky, and the white thunder python swung in the sky, and it had already crossed a large distance in the middle and shot towards Qingliu's position. Seeing this scene, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus in the distance quickly raised his left arm, and shot out the trident arm while rotating his body. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the sky also reacted, and 2 phantoms appeared on both sides of its body. In the ultimate storm bomb state, the 3-headed dragon's 9 heads used triple burst wind bombs and fired 9 energy bombs at the same time to intercept. Boom! Bang! 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 The 2 dragons attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and crashed into the thunder transformed by the prediction of the future, forcibly stopping its progress. But the 3 legends used the big moves that could penetrate the different space at the same time, and the interception was carried out in a hurry. How could it be blocked so easily? After a brief stalemate, the giant python with superpowers and telekinesis flashed white lightning wildly, directly broke through the interception of the 2 dragons, and continued to rush towards Qingliu. This made the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon more anxious. Without any heavy objects piled on its back, it wanted to burst out at the fastest speed to grab Qingliu before the attack. A ray of dark green full of death began to emerge in the eyes of Machine Tyrannosaurus, and the surface of its body was covered with the black and red negative energy. But the next moment, their attempts and ideas were directly rejected. Qingliu, who was standing in the distance, raised his hand and interrupted Machine Tyrannosaurus, shaking his head at the same time. It's impossible to catch up, so don't try. Besides, the current situation tells me that it's almost time to let it get rid of its troubles. After talking to himself in a voice that only he could hear, Qingliu looked over the future cognition that was bursting at him, and the Cactusman that was also rushing over. Qingliu, use that! Cactusman shouted loudly, with a tremor in his voice and an excitement that he couldn't hide. Qingliu knew what it meant. Because, that's what he meant too. Since the battle began, Cactusman had no chance to fight except for a punch in the middle. It was basically Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon that were bombarding it. Cactusman seemed to spend more time recovering the vitality that had been drained and doing logistical tasks such as post-disaster reconstruction, although that was indeed how he positioned it at the beginning. However, it now has another job. When he didn't ride a Digimon to fight the elves directly, and when the loyal bodyguard and mount, Mega Sedramon, was not around, it would stay at a certain distance from him to deal with various possible emergencies. Just like now. As for how to deal with this powerful attack, Qingliu naturally had corresponding preparations. If the growth period is not enough, use the maturity period. If the maturity period is not enough, then evolve into perfect form. Qingliu looked at Cactusman, who was running towards him, and also looked up at him, then nodded heavily. I thought about letting you complete your evolution at the Lily of the Valley conference, or in a place with a lot of people, completely getting rid of the ugly and cute body of Cactusman, and turning into the one that everyone loves and that Pokemon is happy to see Pokemon, completely solving the previous little worries, but now there is no other way. Facing the lightning and thunder coming from the Thunder Python getting closer and closer, as well as the overwhelming terrifying momentum and huge sense of oppression, Qingliu directly called up the panel. A row of blue appeared in front of him at a rapid speed. Race, Cactusman, level 48, Holy Evolution, one of the evolution conditions has been met, level 48/level 64, do you want to start evolving? Yes, no, Qingliu directly chooses, yes. The next moment, Cactusman, who was running with his legs spread out, was suddenly illuminated by a strong white light. Almost instantly, except for the linear body outline, there was no trace of the original Cactusman on his body. Evolution has begun. However, this time, it was different from all the Digimon evolutions that Qingliu had seen so far. Generally speaking, after a Digimon evolves, its size will instantly double, and some even directly expand countless times. In particular, from the growth stage to the perfect form, Agumon and Machine Tyrannosaurus, who have grown more than 10 times, and Betamin and Ultramarinaman, who have grown hundreds of times, are all examples in front of him. But this time, when the evolutionary light enveloped its entire body, Cactusman's size did not grow at all, but instead began to shrink at a completely opposite but the same speed of change as the light flowed. The several meter tall body and limbs brought by the surge in combat power level all disappeared at this moment. The body size continued to shrink, and the body moved faster and faster, especially as the yellow-haired weeds on the top of the cactus beast began to grow continuously under the nourishment of the light of evolution, until finally, a huge flower grew. Slowly, the evolving cactus beast seemed to adapt to such changes, and it seemed that because of the excitement and urgency in its heart, its legs unconsciously slowly left the ground and floated in the air at a very small distance. Originally, because the distance was relatively close and the cactus beast was approaching rapidly, when it found that the ground had lost its restraint, its body slowly flew up, completely getting rid of gravity and coming into the air, and its speed became faster and faster. In the flower above its head, a petite elf figure poked its head out. Buzz buzz buzz! Exclamation mark. A faint buzzing sound rose in the air due to the high-speed vibration of wings. The next moment, an elf landed lightly in front of Qingliu, and used its white and delicate hands to drag Qingliu's arms from behind, and swayed its body left and right in the air, avoiding the surging future prediction with a very relaxed attitude. In the process, the size of the cactus beast continued to shrink, and it continued to move towards a slender figure. Until it reached the limit of 1 or 2 meters, the slightly dazzling evolutionary light like a small sun stopped. Without waiting for a closer look, the violent thunder was stimulated again, and the thunder rolled like the power of heaven. Qingliu, who had just landed, was dragged from behind again. With a strong but not greasy flower fragrance behind his head floating around, Qingliu took off again and was driven to the other side. Rumble! Exclamation mark. The thunder python transformed by the 3-in-1 future prediction missed again and hit the ground heavily. The surging energy in it was like the sharp teeth and claws of a beast. Even if the energy that missed still blasted a huge hole in the ground. The size of the pit was no less than the damage caused by the Giga Destroyer cannon of Machine Tyrannosaurus, and even more. After Qingliu stood still again, he first observed the scene in front of him, then raised his head slightly, and looked at the figure standing behind him as far as possible along the top of his head, and said with a smile, "You have also seen the destructive power caused by this move. In theory, it is easier to leave it to them, but this is your first show after evolution. I have to ask, can I leave this final situation to you?" After saying that, Qingliu quietly waited for the other party's answer. After a few seconds, a clear and pleasant voice, like that of a young girl, sounded behind him. "Please rest assured and leave it to me. I will let them know what the anger of plants is." As the voice fell, a fragrant breeze blew, and a figure that was slightly smaller than Qingliu came in front of him. Chapter 289, Flower Fairy. Flower Fairy Beast. As the two soft and slender arms merged together, they quickly raised above the head, and the petals at the cuffs emitted a dazzling white light. An astonishing heat and grass-type energy filled with a faint green color burst out from it. The energy condensed to its peak in an instant, and all the small petals at the cuffs expanded instantly, turning into a huge flower with petals tightly wrapped together, which had not yet bloomed. But even with such a posture that the attack was not yet completed, facing the 3-in-1 future prediction that was bursting out again, it still had no fear. It raised the huge flower and crossed it in front of it, aiming at the attack coming from the front. Flower. Fairy. Cannon. The crisp and ethereal voice of the girl sounded. At this moment, all the tightly wrapped huge petals opened at the same time, revealing the huge cannon barrel in the middle that was transformed by energy mimicry. The grass-type energy at the muzzle surged wildly, and the absorbed sunlight and all its own energy were concentrated and fused together for compression, turning into a huge energy bomb emitting a faint white light and heat. And this is not over yet. The center of the circle is the place where the figure of the girl in front of him is floating. The ground beneath his feet began to desolate and decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this a combination of moves of the cactus beast? Qingliu looked at this scene with a little surprise, and then he was a little confused. Because there was not much vitality energy that could be absorbed nearby. Before, the cactus beast had already drained the surrounding 300 meters and hit a sharp punch with all its strength. In addition, the subsequent battle also destroyed a lot of the environment and plants. Even if it was constantly repairing and using grass-type moves to stimulate growth, the energy that could be gathered should not be much, and it should be basically useless for this level of battle. Before Qingliu could react, the next moment, something strange happened. After all the vitality energy within the 300-meter range that the cactus beast could reach was drained away, the Great Desolation Sutra did not stop absorbing and spreading directly, but continued to expand outward. Moreover, it did not expand slowly and with great difficulty, but expanded at a very fast speed, and even, the speed was faster than at the beginning. It seemed, the 300-meter range was just an appetizer. Seeing this scene, Qingliu couldn't help but smile. So that's how it is. 300 meters is not the limit anymore. Qingliu was more and more curious about what it could reach now. After the 300 meters, it was 400 meters, and after 400 meters, it was 500 meters. Then it was 600, 700, 800, 850 meters. After breaking through 850 meters, the speed gradually slowed down, but it still didn't stop. It wasn't until it finally reached about 900 meters that the expansion was restrained. Seeing this scene, Qingliu's mouth was already raised uncontrollably. You know, even in the Gracitia flower field, when he accidentally plucked the wool of the mythical Pokemon Zimi, repeatedly obtained a lot of pure vitality energy to replenish himself, broke through the bottleneck at that time and increased a large area of coverage, he only reached a coverage range of about 280 meters. Moreover, such an area is more difficult to increase as time goes on. Because from the position where you are standing, that is, outside the center of the circle, the farther you go out, the larger the area that needs to be covered, and the more power you need to provide yourself. But now, after an evolution, it has tripled directly, reaching a range of almost 900 meters. In other words, within a radius of nearly 1 kilometer, all the reserve hidden energy can be absorbed. Such an improvement can be said to bring a qualitative leap. When Qingliu was surprised by such a change, all the plant energy within a radius of 900 meters began to be extracted from the body, transformed into pure vitality energy, and quickly gathered into the barrel from all directions. The petals and barrels that received energy reinforcements instantly expanded in size and appeared in almost twice the size and posture as before. Even the white energy bombs in it have ushered in an extraordinary improvement at this moment. The surging energy and light in it give people a sense of déjà vu that a small sun that emits light and heat in the sky has appeared on the ground. Then the barrel aims and attacks. Bang! Exclamation mark. A huge muffled sound like an explosion startled, and the huge flower barrel shook, and the white energy bomb was instantly fired, bursting towards the 3-in-1 predictive future that was rushing in the distance. The opponent seemed to sense that the powerful attack was approaching. The white giant python transformed by the prediction of the future opened its bloody mouth fiercely, roared angrily with bursts of lightning and thunder, and launched an attack with the same fearless attitude. The two collided with each other. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. A huge roar sounded in the venue. As the two terrifying energies collided, powerful air waves, soaring smoke and dust, and the shattered earth, everything was constantly rolling in the interlaced and rotating explosions. The next moment, a brilliant light that was clearly in the daytime, but still seemed to be the sun suddenly appearing at noon in the dark night. The entire sky and the ground were completely lit up, and it was bright to the extreme. After the extreme, it was an explosion. A terrifying wave of heat instantly dispersed everything around. The first to bear the brunt was the white giant python transformed by the prediction of the future, which kept attacking crazily in the smoke and dust. The moment it was hit by the wind, all the energy collapsed, and the body melted directly and disappeared in the center of the battlefield. Even Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, after seeing this scene, glanced at Qingliu's position, and then flapped their wings and flew towards the sky where the attack could not reach. Wusong, who was far away, used his superpowers to sense the danger of the attack, which looked like wind, but was actually an energy explosion caused by the collision, and his pupils trembled. Without any hesitation, he used instant teleportation to create a large distance. Even after using it several times, he still felt it was not safe enough, and continued to use it until all his superpowers were exhausted. And where he just stood, everything was destroyed like a dead tree or rotten wood. But Qingliu, who was in the center of the battlefield, did not feel any energy aftermath at this moment, nor was there any scattered heat to resist him. A slender figure blocked in front of him, and the green grass-type energy mixed with a faint floral scent was radiating from its body continuously, spreading to all areas in all directions, and the energy-stimulated blocked everything outside. Then, it slowly turned around and looked at Qingliu. "Are you okay?" Following its voice, The first thing that caught my eye was the four symmetrically distributed leaf-like wings that were swaying slightly as it turned around and were flapping rapidly. Then, above its head, a fully extended tentacle-like yellow stamen was drooping slightly, swaying slightly from time to time with the movement of its body. Its delicate face was under the stamen, and in front of the head-shaped decoration that looked like a flower bud. Its face at this moment had a faint anger and a trace of worry that had not yet dissipated, but it did not destroy its natural beauty at all, but made it even more lovely. At the connection of the wings, a skirt formed by scattered pink petals hung from the back to the hips, covering all the beautiful parts of the girl. Further down was a pair of straight and white and tender thighs, and above her hands and feet were green sleeves with yellow petals printed on them and knee-high boots. Looking at the figure in front of him, who was about 1.6 meters tall and completely different from the Cactusman before evolution, and whose every move unconsciously exuded a natural fairy aura, Qingliu was slightly surprised. Although before the evolution, he already knew what the evolution of Cactusman was, and knew its appearance, and could roughly guess what its temperament was like. But when he really saw it, he couldn't help but marvel. I can only say that if I didn't know the other party's identity clearly, I might have mistaken her for a two-dimensional girl who was doing some kind of cosplay. Moreover, she was a two-dimensional beautiful girl with very good skin and very high appearance, which only exists in the two-dimensional world. In theory, this should be the first time I have seen a human-shaped Digimon, and the first time I have seen such a good-looking opposite sex. So when Qingliu couldn't help but compare it with Cactusman, he instinctively felt a little weird. During the time Qingliu was thinking, because he kept looking straight at it, and the heights of both parties were basically at the same level, the two pairs of eyes were basically in a state of looking at each other. Since birth, the somewhat timid Floorman has changed from being a little worried at first, to being a little confused when he was unsure of the situation, to being a little shy now. Especially after the evolution, the appearance that was basically the same as what Qingliu had mentioned to it before, even when it felt very good, Qingliu's direct gaze made it more shy, so that in the end, even its words were a little trembling. Really, is it so good, beautiful? Hearing this voice, Qingliu, who came back to his senses, raised his eyebrows, looked at Floorman's slightly red face, and couldn't help scratching his head slightly embarrassedly. Sorry, it's a bit presumptuous. Huh? Floorman was stunned, and there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Then, is it not good looking? Qingliu quickly came to his senses. He knew that during the Cactusman period, it had always been a little concerning because of its personality and appearance, so he said seriously, no, it's very beautiful, so I was accidentally mesmerized just now. Also, this is the best looking of all the humans, Digimon, elves, Pokemon, and even all living things I have ever seen. Ah, really? Hearing the highest level of recognition and praise from Qingliu, coupled with a serious look, Floorman's fair and tender face instantly turned red, his head unconsciously became dizzy, his body swayed, and even his eyes couldn't help but be a little confused. Looking at Floorman like this, Qingliu smiled and shook his head, then opened the panel illustration. Lines of small blue words appeared in front of him. Race, Floorman. Classification, Fairy Pokemon. Attribute, Grass, Fairy. Features, Flora Fairy, a fairy living in the flowers, with a unique talent that matches the grass and fairy types. The power of moves using these two attributes will increase by 1/3, level 48. Exclusive moves, Plant Strike, Grass type, power 40, Foul Smell, Grass type, Transformation, Temptation, Fairy type, power 100, emits a ball of pollen full of temptation, which weakens the opponent's vitality in a wide range. Poison Ivy Elf Ivy, Grass type, power 110, quickly shoots out sharp and difficult vines from the wrist to stab the opponent while binding the opponent. Flower Necklace, Grass type, control, let the enemy wear a necklace made of flowers, purify the influence of negative factors, and directly tame the target without causing damage. It can affect targets, level equal to or lower than itself, weak state, or possessed by evil viruses. Flower Blade, Grass type, power 100, kicks out a sickle made of flower petals in the air to chop down. Triple Jump, Fairy type, buff, spins and jumps around the target, making it impossible for the opponent to determine the specific location of the flower fairy beast. Pointed Bomb Fist Flower Fairy Cannon, Grass type, power 125, stretch out both arms forward, use the petals on the wrist as the muzzle, and fire powerful energy bullets. Rising Sun Vine, Grass type, Power 135. Instantly shoots out countless radial sharp thorns, piercing all nearby targets. Mastered moves. Race value 515,630, horsepower 106,111, attack 95,100, defense 90,100, special attack 72,112, special defense 7,787, speed 75,120, intimacy 80, status excited, very satisfied with the change in appearance and the improvement in strength. Information summary: a fairy Pokemon born from a beautiful blooming flower. Although it has the appearance of a human girl, it is a genuine perfect form except that it cries a lot. It can fly using the four-leaf-shaped wings growing on its back. It is agile. When it flaps its wings, it will blow a refreshing and fragrant breeze. Divine Plan: it has evolved into Floorman, perfect form. Note: evolution is irreversible. During the Qian Ming Dynasty, the country lasted for 1,800 years. It was a great era for humanity. The spirits and monsters hid in the wild, and the gods and fairies did not come into the world. At some point, Jiamingen discovered that he was born with the ability to distinguish so-called aliens. The Qingjiang dragon girl, who is in the position of a deity but willing to fall into evil. The poor Taoist can only pray that he can break the mortal world with a sword in his dream. On the shore of the East China Sea, there are clay statues trampled by thousands of people. On the top of the western region, there are also unclean holy lotuses and white bones like a forest. But this has nothing to do with Jiamingen. After all, he is just a scholar with no ambitions. He was born in a prosperous era, so why not let him be at peace and let things go? Chapter 290 Flower Fragrance Lock. Must win. 2-in-1. After scanning the information of Floorman in front of him, Qingliu fell silent. In terms of race value, Floorman's value of 630 has far exceeded the limit of the second-level god in the Pokemon world, and it is not so far away from the first-level god in the regular form. But in front of the two monsters, Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, it is not particularly outrageous, and can only be ranked third in the team. But after all, it was positioned as a support at the beginning, so it is not so important to have more or less race values. What really made Qingliu silent is the list of exclusive moves after its evolution. 1, 3, 5, 7. In addition to the exclusive moves that it had mastered during the Cactusman period, there are a total of 7 new moves that it has mastered and upgraded in this evolution. It sounds like there is no concept of more or less, but in fact, the new exclusive moves of Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon after evolution are only 3 and 2 respectively. The two dragons combined are not as many as Floorman. What is evolution? Floorman is called evolution. What is the perfect form? Floorman is called the perfect form. The 7 newly added exclusive moves covering physical attack, special attack, body movement, control release, and range attack are simply too cool. Especially the flower necklace, a move with a bit of a bug, is set to target dark energy, and the cunning beast can use dark energy to devour dark matter and replace it in equal amounts, which means this thing is likely to be able to deal with dark matter. In this way, in addition to the cunning beast, there are other means to clamp dark matter, which is a very good help for me now. Moreover, the fairy type restrains the dragon type in the combination of grass and fairy types, and there is also the characteristic that can increase the power of fairy type moves by 1/3, the flower fairy. The grass type can be ignored. This attribute plus this characteristic can only be said to be another dragon slayer. Qingliu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At first, I thought it was a full dragon team lineup, ready to become the second dragon messenger who dominated the world, the third dragon champion of the alliance, but I didn't expect that I would now completely embark on another completely opposite path, the Dragon Slayer team. Machine Greymon, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, Floorman, Metal Sudraman, Tenabita Bluebird, and the future Dragonman Nemesis and Mega Tenabita Bluebird. Qingliu had forgotten how many times he had felt a little sympathetic towards the dragon champion, who he would definitely come into contact with in the future, before they even met. Perhaps the only good news for Oto at the moment was that he was not a native of the Kanto and Johto regions, nor was he a member of an evil organization that had already devoted itself to the darkness, and there was no urgent reason for his two identities to fight. Otherwise, if they fought every now and then, the more times they fought, the more obvious the outcome of the battle between the Dragon Slayer team and the Dragon team would be, and the scene would be embarrassing just to think about. After the Lily of the Valley conference and some other things are over, let's go to the Kanto Johto area first, and find Lugia by the way, and tell each other about the dark matter. After making up his mind, Qingliu turned his head to look at the normal Floraman next to him, and said, "Don't relax just because you are satisfied with your current state. Your future ultimate form will only be better looking than now, and it will still be very attractive." Okay. Floraman was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head again to take a look at his current appearance. Better looking. Very attractive. It was already a little impatient for this. But you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Everything must be done step by step. I and everyone will help. Looking at Floraman, whose body not only turned into a young girl, but also whose behavior and some behavior seemed to have changed quietly, Qingliu said with a smile. Understood. Floraman replied seriously. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eye's ultimate dragon, which had flown far away before, fell back to the ground. Machine Tyrannosaurus first nodded to Floraman, then said, "Aowagi, I looked around the area after the explosion, but I didn't see the three guys who were floating on the lake." Aowagi was not surprised by this. Through the existence of the panel, he could directly see some information that could not be seen by the naked eye. The three floating figures that fell into the lake at that time were all substitutes, and the real bodies dived to the bottom of the lake, but now, they should have returned to the alternate space. Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eye's Ultra Dragon heard this and then quickly stood up. Then let's go after them. After saying that, the two dragons flapped their wings and were about to leave, and Aowagi hurriedly stopped them. First of all, without the dark matter alternate space, we have no way to open it. Secondly, even if the space around the Wisdom Lake can directly enter the alternate space, if we enter in the case of space collapse, no one can say whether we will be dragged to some unknown place. Such behavior is too risky. Hearing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus stopped. So are we just going to watch them leave now? Although I'm not afraid of them in a head-on battle, wouldn't it be too threatening for ordinary people and Pokemon? After all, according to the previous experience with dark matter, the ability to quickly recover physical strength unless it is absolutely severely damaged is very troublesome. If it is not completely cleaned up, it may come back soon. Don't worry, I just said not to let you chase them, not to say not to deal with them. Suppressing the rioting legendary Pokemon is the purpose of our coming here in the first place. Qingliu turned around and looked at Floraman and said, "Next, your preparation can come in handy." Hearing this, Floraman opened its mouth slightly, with an expression full of surprise and surprise. It never thought that Qingliu actually noticed the things it had quietly prepared. However, for this kind of silent attention from its partner and trainer, and it is still very serious and careful attention, Floraman felt a warm current flowing through its heart at this moment. Especially from the first meeting to the strange-looking Cactusman, Qingliu did not alienate himself because of the appearance that he himself was not comfortable with, and even patiently enlightened himself and helped him improve his strength to complete the transformation. Floraman made up his mind that he must perform well to satisfy him. Let Qingliu see that his concern for him was not in vain. "Okay, let's get ready." "Yes." Floraman responded heavily, gently flapping the leaf-shaped wings on its back, and stopped in front of Qingliu. A stream of air mixed with a faint fragrance blew past him. The next moment, Floraman closed his glasses, his small nose twitched slightly, and he sniffed gently in the air. "Qingliu, this is..." In the cognition of Machine Tyrannosaurus, since Qingliu handed this matter to the Digimon evolved from Cactusman, he must have made corresponding preparations, but is this method of closing your eyes to search really useful? Qingliu did not answer but asked, "After the flower fairy cannon was fired just now, did you smell the fragrance of flowers in the air?" "Flower fragrance?" Mechanical Tyrannosaurus was stunned, hesitated for a moment and nodded and said, "It seems to be a little, but what does it have to do with now?" "That flower fragrance is not an ordinary flower fragrance, but a move driven by the flower fragrance, temptation, which can use special pollen balls to weaken the opponent's vitality in an area. It has been released with the help of the flower fairy cannon just now. In other words, even if they dodge the frontal attack, they can't run far. It's not that they can't run far, but they can't run at all, because the pollen ball of the temptation move has a special smell, and this smell is very easy for flower fairies like flower fairy beasts to lock their positions as long as they don't escape to the ends of the earth." At this point, Qingliu looked at flower fairy beast and said, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Flower fairy beast nodded slightly. Then, Let's do it. Qingliu's voice fell, and Flower Fairy Beast raised its two folded arms and raised them above its head. The size of the petals on the wrist suddenly increased, and amazing heat and grass-type energy were rapidly nurtured in it. As the petals continued to grow, they turned into tightly wrapped giant flower. The Flower Fairy Beast turned slightly, and the muzzle adjusted its direction. Finally, it pointed to a relatively large crack in the alien space at the edge of the lake. The next moment, the Flower Fairy Beast suddenly opened its eyes. At this moment, there was no shyness or embarrassment on its face. Its eyes were extremely focused and its gaze was looking straight ahead. Its pink lips opened slightly, and an ethereal and pleasant voice rang in everyone's ears. The flower fragrance points to it, and it hits it in one shot. Flower Fairy Cannon. As the voice fell, the tightly wrapped giant flower opened instantly, and the barrel that nurtured terrifying energy burst out brazenly. Under the vibration of the muzzle-shaped flower heart, a white energy bullet shot directly from it. Bang! Dozens of meters, hundreds of meters passed in the blink of an eye. The Flower Fairy Cannon flew accurately over the attack route that seemed to be designed, crossed the gap in the middle in an instant, and rushed into the crack in the different space that the barrel was aimed at before the attack. The surroundings fell silent again. No one spoke. Qingliu, Machine Tyrannosaurus, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and even Flower Fairyman were waiting silently. After a long time, everything was normal. No explosion, no roar, nothing happened. Seeing this, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon couldn't help but feel a little restless. 6 Blue Eyes looked at Machine Tyrannosaurus, and the fighting will in them was extremely strong. It was ready to chase. Even if it let them run for a while, as long as they were still in the different space, it would definitely catch up with its speed. As for whether it was dangerous or not, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which had just evolved and whose strength had increased dramatically, did not take this danger seriously. Machine Tyrannosaurus understood what it meant, but did not respond or speak, but looked at Flower Fairyman first, and then at Qingliu. Seeing that neither side had reacted, he said to the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, "After all, we are in a different dimension, and they can move instantly, so it is normal to dodge." Wait! Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a brilliant and strong light suddenly lit up from the crack in the different dimension. Then, boom! Exclamation mark. A huge roar sounded, and the surroundings began to vibrate rapidly. Even the crack in the different dimension seemed to have suffered a very terrifying impact at this moment, shaking violently. Then, an invisible airwave instantly burst out from the crack and swept rapidly around. Seeing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus Rex hurriedly took a step forward and used the time digital alloy to block in front. It had seen the power of the previous heat wave, and Qingliu could not be touched. But as the airwave blew past, it found that this airwave was completely different from the previous one. Just now, the collision between the two sides was too intense, and both were firing at full power. Now it's just the energy of the Flower Fairy Cannon itself that explodes, so it doesn't have the same power as before. At this time, the Flower Fairy Beast, who had been concentrating on staring at the front, turned around and said to Qingliu very happily and excitedly, "I can feel that the 3 figures carrying the fragrance have stopped moving, but it is still not recommended to approach now. Part of the fragrance emitted by my pollen group is also being sucked away by some huge suction force around. It is not safe to go in rashly. Not moving naturally means losing the ability to move, or losing consciousness. It means that the Flower Fairy Cannon has hidden temporarily solved the 3 sacred mushrooms. The fragrance was sucked away, most likely because of the cracks and the unstable space. However, this is not a big problem. He has a way to bring it out without going in." On the contrary, the Flower Fairy Beast's comprehensive and powerful operation made him a little surprised and very satisfied. "Thank you for your hard work," Qingliu said with a smile, reaching out and gently touching the Flower Fairy Beast's head. The originally happy Floraman blushed immediately after being touched on the head. Just as he was about to say something, Qingliu's hand accidentally touched the stamen extending from the top of his head. Floraman's body instantly tensed up, his mouth slightly opened, and he exhaled hot air. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't say a word. After realizing that he seemed to have touched a sensitive place, Qingliu withdrew his hand with apology, coughed twice, and then raised his head to look at the twin dragons. Or rather, he focused on looking at the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Although he didn't pay special attention to its performance just now, he also noticed it. This behavior of not trusting a companion is not a good phenomenon, but in connection with its arrogant temperament, especially after being shocked by a punch from Cactusman in the Gracitia flower field, it is estimated that it wants to regain its position through better performance. In this regard, Qingliu didn't stimulate it much. But even if it was just watching silently like this, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon felt a little embarrassed. It slowly straightened its body and raised its 3 heads high, as if it didn't feel embarrassed if I couldn't see it. But the tail behind him, which had been tightened at some point, betrayed its current state of mind. Qingliu couldn't help but smile and said, "Everyone is basically at the stage of perfect form. Don't underestimate or be careless, even for Pokemon. Also, you will see that Florman has gained another ability after evolving. Although it is not very aggressive, the effect can be said to be very amazing and practical." These words attracted the attention of Shuangong and also made Florman slightly relieved from its abnormal state. What Qingliu was talking about was naturally the flower necklace. As for how to try it, the 3 sacred mushrooms that have lost their combat effectiveness will be used as the test subjects. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, The Linkage Between the Flower Fairy Beast and the Divine Plan, 2 chapters in 1. Thank you for your hard work. Qingliu lowered his head and said to the bottom. Directly below, the digital egg of Qingliu stood beside the Lake of Wisdom. A big hand made of dark energy was going deep into the alien space along the crack in front of him. With the help of a little flower fragrance left on the dark energy of Qingliu and the residual smell of the 3 sacred mushrooms, Flower Fairyman was responsible for guiding the way, and Qingliu was responsible for fishing. Thanks to the improvement brought by half of the dark matter that was already in the process of absorption, Qingliu's fishing work did not have the problem of insufficient size. After a while, Flower Fairyman suddenly opened his eyes. Just a little further forward. Not long after the voice fell, the dark energy that Qingliu continued to extend suddenly paused, and then it pulled it back from the crack with great excitement, as if it had touched something. Until all the arms transformed by the dark energy were retracted, revealing the constantly twisting, slender fingers that looked like 5 vine whips. On those fingers, there were 3 small, very similar Pokemon, the legendary gods of the lake, the 3 sacred mushrooms. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely weak. The faint black gas on the wounds caused by the flower fairy cannon was swimming around, forming a faint spherical object similar to film, isolating them from the outside world. Inside, black gas was constantly surging, constantly pouring into their bodies to repair their injuries. It seemed that it would not take too long for the dark matter to forcibly heal their bodies to a state where they could move. Aowagi's eyes flashed, and small blue words appeared. Race, Emrito Acnemuxi. Status, unconscious, recovering. Under the influence of some uncontrollable factors, it fell into a state similar to the dormant period, X2/severely injured and weak state X1. Aowagi was not surprised to see the first 2, but the last Uxie, according to the information displayed on the panel, did not seem to fall asleep directly like the other 2. The defensive Yasakami is really tough. First you fought with Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, then with Florman. I'm tired of watching you, but you're still conscious. Hearing Qingliu's voice, Uxie opened his tightly closed eyes with difficulty. He first looked around and then turned to Qingliu in front of him. His eyes flashed with madness and anger, and there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. The next moment, the dark matter around its body suddenly intensified, and the breath that made people feel uncomfortable instinctively quickly turned into a black spherical gas shield that was enough to wrap Uxie's whole body. Qingliu didn't know if this inexplicable thing was its last resort. But the result was obvious. No matter what, it had no ability to move at all. For him, the 3 of them were lambs to be slaughtered at this moment. Moreover, they were not opponents in their prime. They didn't think they could make any effective defense now, did they? Cunning beast, as we agreed before, take out the half of the dark matter first. Of course, you can swallow it directly now. Hey, hey, hey. The palm of the cunning beast, which had been waiting for such a day, suddenly expanded and turned into a hideous black giant hand. It stretched out and grasped the black spherical object where Uxie was, and squeezed it hard. Crack. It didn't even last for a second, and a crisp cracking sound was heard directly. Uxie, who was already in a seriously injured state, obviously did not expect that the ultimate defense formed by activating the power of the dark matter core would be broken so easily. By the time it reacted, the dark energy on the palm of the cunning beast had already invaded its body. The next moment, the dark matter hidden in its body felt a force that was not inferior to them at all, and even more powerful and domineering, and filled with a breath of destruction, forcibly attacking from the outside. After easily occupying all the positions on the body, it quickly found the core with a cage-like shell in a strange aura, grabbed it and dragged it out of the body. At the same time, it swept away the black gas formed by the dark matter like a locust passing through. After a moment, everything was gone. Suspended by the residual energy, Uxie, who had not completely lost consciousness, stared blankly at the scene of the robber who stole things and pried away the floor tiles. At the same time, its illustration information changed accordingly. Race, Uxie. Status, severely injured and weak. The existence of some uncontrollable factors has been completely extracted, and the status continues to decline. Hehe, the iconic laughter of the cunning beast sounded, and the claws made of dark energy that originally crushed Uxie's shield had unknowingly doubled in size. The rich dark energy left a faint black after image on the spot with every movement of it. And this is just a reaction after simply absorbing the black gas on the surface. If the dark matter with the core is completely absorbed, Qingliu can't imagine what the cunning beast will reach in half a month. It is not impossible for it to evolve directly from the initial larval stage to the mature stage after breaking out of the shell. Maybe it can even strive for the goal of the complete form. As long as it is not on that form. But think about it carefully, with the current cunning beast, it should not be able to reach such a terrifying height, and it is most likely to take a more normal route. But one dark matter is definitely not enough to impact the complete form. At least all three of them must be absorbed before it can be possible. Qingliu looked at the cunning beast's digital egg on the ground. At some point, the whole egg began to shake as if it was drunk. Full, sleepy. Before the cunning beast finished speaking in its signature way, the voice suddenly stopped, and then, a very faint breathing sound came from the egg. The idea of expecting it to eat three dark matter at once is still too far-fetched. Qingliu shook his head helplessly. There was nothing that could be done about it. Before, Agumon began to feel sleepy after swallowing half of the core, and then he was dragged by himself until now. Now that he has swallowed the entire dark matter, it would be strange if he didn't fall into deep sleep. But it's good this way. The effect of the new move can be carefully tried. The only thing is that the issue of carrying it after trying it needs to be seriously considered. Qingliu gently squatted down, gently stroked the digital egg and said, "Digest it well. If nothing goes wrong, I will leave the other two for you. But can you wait a little longer and control these two together?" Okay. After a heavy response, Agumons breathing and voice, and even everything else, completely fell silent, and the dark energy was also taken back into the body. Obviously, it agreed, but its body could no longer support its actions. There's no other way, you come. Qingliu's palm flashed with light and turned his head to look at the flower fairy beast who was ready next to him. Don't force yourself, just do your best. I just want to confirm the specific effect of your move. Understood. Flower fairy beast replied crisply. But even after agreeing like this, its face was still full of seriousness. It could see Qingliu's expectations for it, especially since the two strongest companions in the team were watching. It couldn't fail to respond to Qingliu's expectations. It had to prove itself. The previous attack had proved its strength, and the next thing to prove was its unique ability. Floramon lowered its head and looked at the two legendary Pokémon lying on the ground. Then it squatted slightly, stretched out two fingers through the thin black gas shield, and gently touched their necks. Flower necklace. A whisper sounded, and along the place where Floramon's fingers touched, a snow-white flower suddenly appeared out of thin air next to the necks of Imrito and Agumon. Then, a faint floral fragrance filled the air, and colorful flowers began to spread rapidly around the place where the flower just appeared. Until, it formed a necklace made of flowers in the true sense. Done. Floramon retracted its fingers and slowly stood up. Hearing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon beside them lowered their heads slightly, and the two dragons' 8 eyes stared at the twin holy mushrooms. They also wanted to see what kind of effect Qingliu's special ability would have. After all, they were very good at fighting, but it was a bit of a headache to deal with this kind of problem. The only way was to bomb continuously until the dark matter was overdrawn and entered a dormant period. However, with evolution, the degree of brain development gradually improved, and they also knew that this way of doing things was very stupid and very inefficient. If there was something that could easily solve the dark matter after defeating it, it would save a lot of effort when it encountered it again in the future. In addition to the previous attack performance of Floorman, even after the flower necklaces on Imrito and Agumon had been there for a while, they still did not react. They were all waiting quietly. Especially Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, which had been embarrassed once. It was particularly quiet and patient this time. But everything still did not react. Even the relatively calm machine Tyrannosaurus was a little impatient, and Qingliu nodded to Floorman. We can start now. Okay. The flower fairy beast turned around and looked at the two flower necklaces. Shuanglong curled his lips in silence. We've been waiting for a long time, but it hasn't started yet, right? But they didn't have time to protest, because the strange phenomenon had already begun to appear. As the flower fairy beast blew a breath at the two flower necklaces, the colorful flowers of all sizes on them suddenly bloomed completely, and a strong fragrance emanated from them. This pleasant fragrance seemed to be highly corrosive, directly melting the black gas of the dark matter, and even the layer of black film formed around it also quickly dissolved as if it had encountered a nemesis. After all this happened, the two flower necklaces on the neck emitted a faint white holy light. The barren ground around them, which was originally formed by the previous horrific battle and the flower fairy beast's extraction of vitality, suddenly began to burst out with the greenery that was rejuvenated. After these greens turned into flowers and plants and drilled out of the soil, even the newly born buds all emitted a white holy light. Moreover, Qingliu raised his right hand, and the mark of the sacred plan on his palm was emitting the same light. The three rays were in different places, but they released almost the same holy light. At the intersection of the three rays of light, a stronger corrosion sound was heard. The light on the flower necklace continued to expand, and the already weak dark matter was no match for it. Soon, the wisps of black gas covering Imrito and Agumon were forcibly removed from their bodies. Qingliu watched this scene quietly. In other words, his attention was more on the purification light. Although there are very subtle differences, it is basically the same as when Qingliu mobilized the light energy in the sacred plan. It's just that Qingliu mobilized and used it after absorption, while now it is more like borrowing the resonance formed by life. I understand, that's why the setting of this move is so buggy, and it gives me a familiar feeling. The effect of the flower necklace is to purify the evil virus through the necklace, woven with flowers. In the digital world, what is the most orthodox and strongest force against evil viruses and dark forces? It is light and hope. But before the badge of light and hope, or after light and hope disappear, what can still maintain the power of purification? It is the divine plan. Now the flower necklace of Floorman is essentially another use of the power of purification of the divine plan. However, because it is not the main one, nor the most important function of the divine plan, the use of the flower necklace is limited, that is, it cannot exceed the strength of Floorman too much. Such a setting and concept is obviously a bit strange and unreasonable in the more idealistic digital world, but for Qingliu, it is completely enough. It only needs to be able to suppress the Pokemon possessed by dark matter, and then use the flower necklace and Qingliu to solve it together. As for the stronger level now, such as the first level god possessed by dark matter, firstly, I have no confidence and ability to defeat it, and secondly, according to the situation of Regichicus in the Cutting Edge Temple, it seems that the first level god is not so easy to be possessed, so I don't need to think so much. Even if there is really a problem at that time, there are still the first level gods native to the Pokemon world such as Lugia to deal with it. What he had to do now was to carry out the gym tournament and the Lily of the Valley tournament step by step, and to level up by constantly fighting and battling with stronger trainers and Pokemon. He had to improve his own strength and confidence, and let his Pokemon move towards a stronger form. Now we just need to wait for the cunning beast to hatch, and the number of Pokemon I will participate in the Lily of the Valley tournament will be gathered. The Lily of the Valley tournament. Qingliu didn't know whether there would be other powerful trainers participating, but at least Sharona was there. If nothing unexpected happened, this year would be the year she would become the champion of Sinnoh. In other words, after the accumulation of the previous few years, she would have the fighting power to defeat the 4 heavenly kings after the Lily of the Valley tournament. That is, the fighting power of the champion. Qingliu didn't know what the specific level was, but for what he knew now, she should be the only one among her peers who could fight against him head-on. It was really an inexplicable expectation. While Qingliu was thinking, two holy white lights on Enrido and Agumon lying on the ground had removed all the black air from them. The two shells resembled cages, and inside were dark matter emitting strange light that slowly emerged from their chests. The moment they appeared, the two dark matter particles instinctively wanted to avoid the purifying light that was still continuing. At the same time, they also discovered the huge monster staring at them from above. In an instant, the extremely diluted black air surged, and the two dark matter particles emitting strange light shot directly in the opposite direction of the twin dragons. "Stop them!" Qingliu's voice fell, and before the twin dragons could make a move, the flower fairy beast had already flapped its delicate leaf-shaped wings and came into the air, and its green jade fingers directly touched them. Two flower necklaces emerged and instantly imprisoned them. No matter how they struggled, they were firmly locked in place and could not break free. Chapter 292 Taming the Three Sacred Mushrooms, 2 chapters in 1. Race, Enrido Agumon. Status, severely injured and weak. Some uncontrollable factors have been completely removed, and the status continues to decline. After confirming that the dark matter has been completely taken out and the two legendary Pokémon have basically returned to normal, Qingliu turned his head to look at Floorman controlling the two bound dark matter to fly back in front of him, and began to look up and down. But at this moment, Floorman next to him had a hint of seriousness and confusion on his delicate face. "What's wrong?" Qingliu noticed its expression and asked proactively. "No, it seems to be an illusion." Floorman shook his head, but when he saw Qingliu still looking at him inquiringly, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Based on their behavior of running away as soon as they appeared, I thought there would be some twists and turns when I sealed it with the flower necklace just now. I didn't expect that when I sealed the first dark matter, the second finger hadn't touched it at all, and the other one seemed to be affected by something and basically didn't move. It didn't take any effort to seal it. This feeling is like... Floorman frowned slightly with his slender eyebrows, pouted slightly, and kept looking for the right words in his mind. "It's like these two dark matter belong to the same individual and are connected to each other, right?" Hearing Qingliu's words, Floorman nodded repeatedly, and said very agreeably, "Yes, that's right, that's the feeling." "Qingliu, how did you know?" Qingliu smiled and shook his head, without saying anything. His eyes narrowed slowly. Just now, when he was observing the two dark matter particles, he found that the aura they exuded was not as strange or as strong as the complete dark matter particles he had imagined. On the contrary, the aura they exuded was very close to the auras released by the two half-dark matter particles that were being swallowed by the cunning beast, and it could even be said that they were basically the same. Thinking back to the beginning, when Yuxi's rebellion was a soul body that appeared and attacked everything nearby like crazy, and its body was sealed in the alien space by Enrido and Agumon. This shows that they did not come here after being attacked by the dark matter in the alien space of their respective lakes, but were affected after coming here, and finally broke out completely at the time when they entered the alien space of the Wisdom Lake. With this inference that has a certain basis, combined with his previous discovery and what the flower fairy beast said, Qingliu finally came to a conclusion. That is, the dark matter in the soul body of Yuxi and the body of Yuxi, after merging together, is not a complete dark matter, but half, or more than half. The other part was from the half of the dark matter in the body of Yuxi, who was sealed by the joint forces. The half of the dark matter was divided into two identical parts again, and invaded the bodies of Enrido and Agumon respectively, which eventually caused them to be affected and go crazy. This can also explain why Yuxi was able to have a little consciousness after 2 battles, and only fainted after the cunning beast completely drained it. In addition to its own defensive attributes, the dark matter in its body was the source of this incident, which was the main reason. In other words, this dark matter theoretically controls 3 second-level gods and the soul of a second-level god, which is equivalent to controlling 4 legendary Pokémon at the same time. Qingliu's expression became solemn. Although including this time, similar incidents have been encountered twice and suppressed by himself, but the degree of trouble of this thing is obviously not as simple as what he has experienced. If there is a dark matter that can control 4 first-level gods at the same time, and successfully controls it, it can definitely be called a disaster based on the combat power of the legendary beasts that he knows. And this is back to the original question, strength. Qingliu didn't know what would happen in the disaster or other situations. But only by constantly improving his own strength and moving forward, he would have the confidence to match and surpass them when things happened. And there is no need to go to a later stage, as long as everyone in the team can reach the ultimate form. At that time, even if there is really a dark matter that can control 4 or 5 first-level gods, he will let them feel what is the real god killing. As for now, he needs to clean up these two things first. Although these two dark matter are not complete, for the cunning beast, no matter whether they are complete or not, as long as they are similar, have a core, and can be digested, they are good things, top-level supplements, and cannot be wasted. Qingliu exhaled lightly, raised his right hand, and aimed the sacred plan mark on the palm of his hand at their location. But nothing happened. Sure enough, the sacred plan is useless for this thing. After trying again, there was still no movement, and Qingliu finally chose to give up. According to the examples that have happened, the sacred plan only reacts to digital-related things and the evolution level on the panel. No matter how you touch other things, there will be no movement. This was expected, but he had no other feasible methods now, so he had to try. Now that Dragon had fallen into deep sleep, he had no ability to pack up the two dangerous items and take them away, and his other Pokemon had no such ability either. They were good at sabotage and fighting, but they couldn't just blow them up as they walked, until Dragon woke up and started a new round of digestion. Even Florman needed to keep supplying energy to the flower necklace, and besides the cool clothes and skirt made of flower petals, it had no way to wrap and devour them with dark energy like Dragon did, so it could only keep leading them. And in this way, the danger inevitably increased. Thinking of this, Qingliu frowned slightly. In this way, there was only one last way left. Qingliu lowered his head and looked at the 3 sacred mushrooms lying obediently with their eyes closed in front of him, and the purified flower necklaces on the necks of Imrido and Agumon. The main effect of the flower necklace move was not purification, but taming. Perhaps the flower necklace cannot produce the effect of taming the 3 sacred mushrooms in a normal state, but there is absolutely no one more qualified than them when they are possessed by dark matter. All we need to do is let the dark matter enter their bodies again, and then put the flower necklace on the outside to tame them, and use their bodies as containers. In this way, the problem of how to carry the dark matter safely is solved. Although it may be a bit shocking to go out with 3 legendary Pokemon, it is better to put them in the Poké Ball than to leave the dark matter outside in a swagger. The problem may be much better. Qingliu then turned his head to look at Florman and asked, "Can you control them now?" Hearing Qingliu's words, Florman was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he said with some embarrassment, "They are in a very bad state now and have no ability to move. The flower necklace can't play any other effect except purification. What if they recover their physical strength?" Florman thought seriously for a moment and nodded. "It should be possible. Okay, help them recover a little, but control the amount, not too much, otherwise we will have to suppress it again." "Understood." Flower Fairy Beast waved his arm gently, and blooming flowers suddenly appeared in the air. Colorful pollen floated out in an orderly manner, gathered together and flew back to the palm of Flower Fairy Beast. Then, a series of yellow-green insect energy quickly shuttled through the pollen along the palm of Flower Fairy Beast, and finally condensed into a glowing pollen ball the size of an egg. The insect-type move, Pollen Ball, is a ball that produces explosive attacks on the enemy, and a tonic that can quickly restore a large amount of physical strength for the self. This was a move that Kakuno taught when he heard that Cactusman was a support at the Yamanashi Research Institute. And now, it is the first time it uses it. But I didn't expect that the target of the first use was not a teammate, but the opponent who had just fought. In order to prevent the current move used by Flower Fairy Beast from being too effective, Qingliu split the pollen ball into 3 pieces and gave them to Sansheng Mushroom respectively. As soon as it entered the mouth, the light floral fragrance quickly dissolved under the yellow-green insect energy, turning into pure energy to nourish the bodies of the 3 holy mushrooms and restore their physical strength. Not long after, Yuxi opened his eyes first, followed by Imrido and Agumon. After 3 pairs of blank eyes stared at the sky for a few seconds, the 3 of them sensed each other's existence. Especially Imrido and Agumon, whose memories stayed at the moment before the invasion of dark matter. After discovering that Yuxi seemed to have returned to normal, they immediately ignored the pain on their bodies and floated up. The 3 legendary Pokemon hugged each other excitedly, happily spinning in the air, and didn't notice the situation around them. Qingliu looked at this slightly warm scene and silently said in his heart, "To put it in a big way, it is also for the peace and tranquility of the Pokemon world. I have to put up with you for a while." Then, the flower necklace that bound the 2 dark matter loosened apart. The strange black air was released at once, and the excited three holy mushrooms instantly sensed this breath that disgusted them instinctively. Even though their memories were a little fuzzy, they still remembered that this was not a good thing. The three turned around at the same time and looked at the source of the breath. It was at this time that the three holy mushrooms, who were immersed in the atmosphere of everyone being safe, realized that there were not only them and that uncomfortable thing in front of them, but also a human, and three completely unfamiliar guys with strong breath. However, the three of them soon stopped paying attention to Qingliu and others, and turned their attention to the two dark substances. The weak superpowers that had just recovered in their eyes began to surge rapidly. But then, they found something wrong. That thing seemed to be sealed by the human and Pokemon in front of them? But they obviously couldn't do this kind of thing. How did the other party do it? The squinting eyes of Yuxi tentatively used superpowers to transmit a sound. Bijou. Hala. Emrido and Agumon followed immediately. They want to let the humans in front of them know that even after being sealed, this thing is still very dangerous and needs to be kept away. Feeling the messages transmitted in his mind, Qingliu suddenly felt a little confused, especially after noticing that the three holy mushrooms seemed to be afraid that he didn't care and kept transmitting messages. He quickly raised his hand to stop it. Okay, I know the degree of danger of this thing better than you do. After all, it has controlled you to destroy the surroundings like this. Hearing Qingliu's words, the three holy mushrooms were stunned and looked around. All the areas near the Wisdom Lake had completely lost the scenic ice and snow scenery at the beginning. All the trees, shrubs, and snow piles were flattened. The snow on the ground melted on a large area, and the turbid snow water flowed into huge and hideous gullies. The scene in front of them was a mess. It was a compliment to describe it as a mess. Seeing this scene, the three holy mushrooms' original thoughts of being happy because they were all fine suddenly faded quickly, and the guilt and sadness were released along with their superpowers. Especially the pink mushrooms with the richest emotions. The god of emotions, Emrido, looked at the miserable situation around him, and tears slowly appeared in his eyes, dripping down his eyes. Seeing this, Qingliu, who originally just wanted to make them feel a little guilty so that his next plan could be carried out smoothly, felt a little guilty instead. Although the root cause of all this nearby was indeed caused by them, it was after all the madness caused by the control of the dark matter. And, theoretically speaking, among all the things destroyed, it is estimated that more than half of them were done by Machine Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon. But there is no way, these two big guys with the strongest combat power, as long as they take action, they will turn the world upside down, and they are destined to destroy a lot of things at the beginning of the battle. But now seeing that they feel deeply uncomfortable and guilty about this, Qingliu can't help but feel a little embarrassed. But for the safekeeping of these two dark matter, he has no other way, and he helped to suppress this riot. He can't do it for nothing. You know, if he hadn't happened to be there, it would definitely cause greater damage and more losses, and even many innocent lives. In the end, under the guilt atmosphere of the three holy mushrooms, Qingliu briefly explained the current situation to them, and that he had the ability to completely solve this thing, but it would take some time to do it, and during this time, the dark matter needed to be deposited in their bodies. After hearing this, the three holy mushrooms confirmed that Qingliu did have the ability to deal with and suppress the dark matter. Unexpectedly but reasonably, they did not show any hesitation and quickly came to Qingliu. Yoke. Bijou. Hala. Looking at their serious expressions, the emotions that seemed to be generously sacrificed in their superpowers, and their words and deeds, all of them meant that they could use them as storage space until they were completely solved. Qingliu suddenly felt that he seemed to have underestimated the character of the three holy mushrooms, who were directly under Arceus and had a very quiet personality among all the second-level gods. Maybe without deliberately creating that guilt, they would still agree to my way of dealing with it, but there is no need to think about it now. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong, but you must follow me during this period. The three holy mushrooms nodded in unison, indicating that there was no problem in dealing with the dark matter. Qingliu then asked Floorman to put flower necklaces on all the three holy mushrooms, and then took out the Poké Balls and gently touched their foreheads, collecting them all and then releasing them. Then, Agumon of Willpower and Yuxi of Wisdom were responsible for being the initial carriers, and Enrido of Emotion took a bye. Seeing the sealed dark matter gradually merge into the body of his companions again, and the strange black gas with a violent breath surged rapidly, trying to devour the whole body, Enrido couldn't help but get nervous. But then, The flower necklaces on Agumon and Uxie's necks emitted a white light, and some holy power with the same aura directly suppressed them. Even the control of their bodies was plundered. After floating in the air like a puppet, Amrito slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, we just need to wait for Qingliu to wake up. Qingliu muttered to himself, and used the Poké Ball to take back Agumon and Uxie, who had been tamed by Florman, and looked at Amrito. Amrito. Bijou. Amrito responded softly, and before Qingliu pressed the switch of the Poké Ball, his figure flashed and took the initiative to use instant move back to the Poké Ball that had just tamed it. This trusting move surprised Qingliu a little. At the same time, it also made Wusong, who had just hurried back from a distance to see if Qingliu needed help, widen his eyes. Chapter 293, A Step Closer to Higher Level Summons, 2 chapters in 1. Qingliu, was that Amrito? Wusong pointed at the Poké Ball in Qingliu's hand, his facial expression filled with a trace of bewilderment. Yes. Qingliu nodded in response. Hearing this, Wusong's breathing instantly became heavier. Although the information collected by his eyes and superpowers told him that the figure just now was indeed Amrito, he still couldn't believe it. Now that Qingliu nodded, Wusong reluctantly accepted this reality, but his expression still revealed a trace of incomprehension. Things shouldn't have developed like this. He had basically seen Qingliu's lineup and strength before. He was much stronger than him, and perhaps he was catching up with those old four kings who could use the power of rules. Wusong could accept such Qingliu defeating the gods of the lake, and he really hoped so in his heart. But what Wusong didn't expect was that Qingliu would subdue one of the gods of the lake, and if he saw it right just now, it was not Qingliu who forcibly suppressed it and subdued it, but Amrito took the initiative to enter the Poké Ball. What does this mean? It means that Amrito was willing and took the initiative. He took the initiative to give it away. Let's not talk about the uniqueness of legendary Pokémon and whether it will have an impact on the region after being captured, nor the temperament of legendary Pokémon. You have to know that after being invaded by dark matter, Amrito was in a violent state. How could it be so proactive and directly swear allegiance just because it was defeated by Qingliu? There's a problem, definitely a problem. Countless thoughts flashed through Wusong's mind. Qingliu was called to help. If it weren't for him, he would probably have been wiped out there, so he must be fine. Then the problem can only be Amrito. If you think about it carefully, it's normal. After all, no matter what level of trainer, being able to capture a legendary will be more or less exciting. Amrito may have taken advantage of this point and surrendered voluntarily after being defeated, so that Qingliu would be paralyzed and careless, and then suddenly counterattack after recovering his strength. Qingliu, don't be careless just because it showed weakness. Although I find it hard to understand your excitement about catching a legendary Pokémon, it's better to be vigilant against it for the sake of safety. Wusong said as he moved in front of Qingliu. Before he could continue to persuade him, he suddenly saw that Qingliu was holding 2 Poké Balls in his other hand. And it looked like there were Pokémon in them. Wait? Wusong suddenly realized a problem. There were 3 lake gods in total, and all 3 of them showed up when they beat him up before. But just now, on the way here and after he arrived, he only saw Amrito who took the initiative to score a goal, and didn't find the other 2 lake gods. The 3 Pokémon sent by Qingliu were still nearby, but now he happened to have 2 Poké Balls with Pokémon in his hand, which means... Wusong suddenly felt his throat dry and his voice was hoarse. Qingliu, don't tell me that Uxie and Agumon are both in your hands now. Wusong was extremely nervous. Seeing Qingliu nod again with some doubt, he replied, yes, they're all here. After that, Qingliu took the initiative to hand over 3 Poké Balls. Wusong took a deep breath and stabilized his breathing and his rapidly beating heart. Like I said just now, even if you can defeat them, it is definitely not normal for them to be subdued by you in that state. It is very easy to bury hidden dangers. When the time comes. Before he finished speaking, Wusong saw Qingliu press the switch. Ling, ling, ling. 3 crisp sounds of Poké Balls opening rang out. Before Wusong could react, Agumon and Uxie in a tamed state, and Amrito in a sober state appeared in front of him. A superpower that almost crushed his total superpowers came instantly. Wusong's nerves were tense to the extreme in an instant. He didn't understand what Qingliu meant by doing this, but now was not the time to think about it. If he took the initiative to expose the conspiracy of the 3 sacred mushrooms, would these 3 guys attack directly, and would he be sure to take Qingliu away before their attacks hit him? Wu Song was in a dilemma whether to say it or not. But as time passed, he found that the status of the other two lake gods besides Enrido seemed a little wrong. Qingliu, they are. Qingliu then told him about the current status of the three sacred mushrooms and that it would take some time to deal with the dark matter. After gradually reacting and seeing the flower fairy beast flexibly controlling the sealed lake god, Wu Song couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and nodded. It's good that you are prepared, but do you need my help in dealing with dark matter? When mentioning this thing, Wu Song's expression was extremely solemn. After all, this can cause the legendary Pokémon to go crazy, and the information within the Alliance has specially marked it as a very dangerous thing. No, I can handle it, it just takes some time. Then leave all the time-consuming aftermath to me. At this point, Wu Song suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard somewhere that there were examples of dark matter that had been completely destroyed after being suppressed by Qingliu and sent for testing. Although there were other people in the Sinnoh region who suppressed Pokémon infected by dark matter, he seemed to be the only one who could do this. Moreover, since Qingliu was not deceived by the three sacred mushrooms conspiracy as imagined, and there were corresponding deployments and preparations, there was no need for him to worry too much. However, I will probably report what happened here to the Alliance as completely as possible today, including the follow-up handling you mentioned. After all, this matter involves legendary Pokémon, and the scale of damage caused is really a bit large. Qingliu, who didn't really want to show up in front of the Alliance, quickly became serious after hearing the word scale of damage and nodded seriously. That's what I should do. A complete report can restore the truth of the matter most authentically, and provide a reference for the next time you encounter the same situation. I have no problem with that. Hearing Qingliu say this, Wu Song smiled and said, it's good that you can understand it, and you helped a lot this time, which is equivalent to saving the lives of many people and Pokémon. If you need my help in the future, just call the library in Shumei City. That's not necessary. It's already troublesome enough for me to leave this mess to you now. No. Wu Song refused and said very seriously, there is no comparison between the two, and this is my job. So, if you need my help in the future, just contact me. Don't be polite, otherwise I will always think about it. Seeing this, Qingliu had no choice but to agree. Then he took back the three holy mushrooms, as well as Machine Tyrannosaurus and Floorman, sat on the back of the Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and said a simple goodbye, and soared into the sky with a gust of wind. Wu Song looked up at the figure that quickly disappeared in the sky, and then glanced around the miserable Lake of Wisdom. Being able to suppress the legendary Pokémon with almost no injuries, and also having the ability to deal with the dark matter that the Sinnoh League finds extremely difficult. Wu Song felt something called pressure. Aoyagi, Sorona, if I remember correctly, a young trainer who was suspected of carrying all legendary Pokémon appeared in the battle frontier some time ago. This year's Lily of the Valley conference will be very interesting. I have to work harder too. Although he didn't care much about the position of the four heavenly kings, he couldn't be easily driven down by a newcomer just a few months after becoming the four heavenly kings. This kind of thing is very embarrassing. Wu Song made up his mind that after the mission was over, he would go back and start to practice the power of rules and seclusion, and master the power of the four heavenly kings stage that he didn't care about because of his superpowers. On the other side, in the sky, a white dragon emitting dazzling light under the faint sunlight was flying in the air close to the ground. Its speed was not fast, and it could even be said to be relatively slow. But Qingliu had no intention of letting it speed up. Firstly, even if the sun was out, the overall temperature near Qifeng City was still at a relatively cold level. When flying faster, the wind was like a cold knife, piercing through the gaps in clothes and pants. Secondly, the speed of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon after evolution was too fast, and he couldn't sit steadily if he accelerated. This is why Qingliu didn't sit on it and rush to Wisdom Lake after letting it evolve, but continued to ride Super Sedramon. He was afraid that if he lost his balance halfway, he would be blown away by the wind. Qingliu exhaled a breath of cool air and began to count the gains after this battle. First of all, the simplest and most obvious thing is the level increase. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon experienced a battle and a half, and before joining forces with Machine Tyrannosaurus, it almost single-handedly defeated Uxie's Soul Body, and gained a lot of experience points. After that, the level was raised 3 levels, from level 45 to level 48. Machine Tyrannosaurus passed a series of previous team battles in this battle, and its level increased from level 49 to level 51. Because of the last telekinetic flower fairy cannon that killed 3 in 1 second, the level of Floraman also increased by 2 levels, from level 48 to level 50. Ultramarinaman benefited from the team training and was beaten the most times, so he had the most combat experience. He also won the gym tournament of the Cutting Edge Gym alone, and later fought with Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon for kills, and together they severely damaged the soul of Uxie. His level was raised the same as that of the Ultimate Dragon, from level 45 to level 48. And Qingliu was also confirmed to break out of the shell in half a month, and there were 2 dark matter waiting for it to absorb after waking up. It must be said that although it was entrusted by Xiaosong to come and save her father and deal with the riot of the mythical beasts, it was a bit troublesome, but from now on, Qingliu is still very satisfied with the rewards. Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon and Floraman have just evolved, and there is still a long way to go before the next stage. Now the closest to the ultimate are Machinedramon and Ultramarinaman. The former is 9 levels away, while Ultramarinaman is only 6 levels away. Moreover, due to its low evolution level, Mega Sedramon's upgrade is relatively simpler than that of Machine Tyrannosaurus. Maybe it will be the first Digimon to evolve to the ultimate stage. As Qingliu's mind flashed this thought, his eyes gradually locked on the blue panel in front of him that only he could see. In addition to the level increase, this action also had a very important gain, which was one of the main reasons why he came to the Edge City, to find and explore ancient ruins and ancient existences that met the requirements of the panel. The Edge Temple had been destroyed by Regigigas. When he passed by and tried for the second time just now, the panel responded, but the progress bar was completely stuck. It is highly likely that it will be difficult to get the summoning times unless it is completely repaired in the future. The Regigigas in the underground palace of the temple also disappeared after that. The only exploration completed was the Lake of Wisdom, but he was lucky to encounter the legendary Pokémon 3 Holy Mushrooms that also existed for a long time in the different space. He got a total of 3 summoning times from them, plus the Lake of Wisdom, which is a full of 4 times. Even though he had used the summoning function on the panel many times, Qingliu had never felt so rich before. The exploration of Enrido, Akinum, and Uxie has been completed and can be summoned. Summoning target, random, already have 4 summoning opportunities, store summon, 4 in 1 summoning, 3 in 1 summoning, 2 in 1 summoning, separate summoning. Looking at the newly added 4 in 1 and 3 in 1 options on the panel, Qingliu took a deep breath and patted his face that was numb from the wind. Think about the most suitable situation for the current summoning, and find a relatively quiet place at the same time. Because of the incident at Wisdom Lake, everything that happened near Qifeng City will definitely be the focus of the Alliance's attention in the next period of time. If you accidentally make a big noise when you summon and attract attention, it will not be a good thing. But before that, I have to find that guy Mega Sedramon first. Previously, in order to take Zubei and Miss Shenzi to retreat, I had let it shoulder the heavy burden of transportation. Now that the dust has basically settled, it's time to quietly take away my loyal means of transportation. It's just that the size of that guy is too big. If I go over there, it will definitely be noticed by others if it has any reaction. Qingliu pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Being noticed by Xiaosong is a small matter. Everyone knows each other and has a good relationship. The main worry is that after this incident at Lake of Wisdom, if a few troublemakers emerge among the people who come to reinforce the alliance to handle the follow-up, it will inevitably cause trouble for whatever I want to do in the future. Of course, this may be because I read too many dark Pokemon articles before crossing over, and my first impression of the alliance is really not very good. In addition, after crossing over, I saw that the gym leaders in various places were half-assed and did nothing, and there was not much direct contact with the alliance. Qingliu preconceived that they were not very good. But regardless of whether it was subjective or not, since Lugia had shown up to stop the people coming and sent him away in order to prevent him from contacting them too early, it was better to avoid contact. Just take it as a precaution. After thinking carefully about how to deal with it, Qingliu patted the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon on the back and said, "Left front, speed back to Cutting Edge City." Chapter 294, The Place Where Unexpected People Summon. 2 chapters in 1. Outside the city of Cutting Edge, a temporary resettlement site. This is a large-scale shelter built when Cutting Edge City was first planned. It is used to temporarily resettle the city's residents when problems occur with the Regigigas in the underground palace of the Cutting Edge Temple. Although the problem this time was not Regigigas but Yuxi, who should not have had problems, the role of emergency shelter has been played out. After Xiaosong's preliminary arrangements, as well as the command and dispatch of the former gym trainer Zubei and Miss Junsha who had just returned from Lake of Wisdom, the citizens were basically properly resettled. Now we can only go back after the battle over there is over and everything is stable. I don't know how long it will take. It's okay to live here for a short time. If it's a little longer, various problems will definitely increase on a large scale. Miss Junsha, who was wearing a police uniform, stood in the corner of the crowd, looking into the distance, and said with some concern. Zubei, who was standing next to him, turned his head slightly to look at the other person. He understood what Miss Junsha's underlying meaning was. In fact, no matter what emotions or other problems the citizens had in this temporary resettlement site, they could still suppress them with the prestige they had accumulated in normal times, so there was no need to worry too much. What she was really worried about was actually the Wisdom Lake. Like him, as one of the managers of a city like Cutting Edge City, which is a little remote and has a bad climate, but is of great significance, Miss Junsha also knows that the legendary Pokémon have become stronger and stronger in recent years. And it was under this premise that before they retreated, they really saw 3 legendary Pokémon with their eyes. The gods of the lakes gathered together, and the overwhelming superpower pressure was simply not comparable to the soul of Uxie they faced before. Even if the 4 kings of the alliance arrived, even if Qingliu defeated the soul of Uxie, but facing 3 legendary Pokémon with their real bodies, can they really win? Or in other words, there is a high probability that they cannot win. If they can win, there is no need for Qingliu to use that big guy who has good combat power to send all of them away, but let it join the battle directly. However, at this moment, Zubei's face did not have too much worry. On the contrary, thinking of what his daughter had said to him before, he now inexplicably felt a little relieved. Don't worry, Qingliu and Wusong will be fine. They are definitely strong enough to win, no. Zubei paused at the end and said in the same way that Xiaosong replied to him when he asked the question, it should be said that with Qingliu, there will be no problem. Now Rajichukas is missing, and even if the 3 lake gods come together, the final result will probably be the same. Hearing this, Miss Junsha turned around and said in surprise, I asked you before, why do you look so confident in him? If I remember correctly, you didn't know him before, right? Wait. Miss Junsha suddenly thought of something and smiled. Just now I seem to have heard that he was asked by Miss Xiaosong to come here to help. Who is willing to take this level of risk to come and save people? It can't be, hehe. Seeing Junsha's malicious smile, Zubei interrupted quickly, don't talk nonsense, that's how rumors come about. Xiaosong is still young. Young? Miss Xiaosong has already taken over the Blade Gym, isn't she a fully grown-up who can handle things on her own? Isn't it nice to fall in love? Junsha's teasing voice hadn't fallen yet, when a tall and thin man wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses strode over from a distance and stood in front of the two. Excuse me, please tell me about the details of another young trainer besides Wusong Xiangwang in Wisdom Lake, so that the emergency rescue team that has been organized can provide assistance if they encounter him. Hearing this, Zubei and Junsha's faces turned cold in an instant. Or rather, from the moment they saw him coming over, their eyes began to turn hostile. After telling you, you will privately take him away for questioning under the pretext of understanding the situation, or directly follow him privately, right? My suggestion is that you stay away from him. Junsha said in a cold and unceremonious voice. The tall and thin man's expression froze. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Zubei raised his hand and interrupted his thoughts. All the citizens of Qifang City are very grateful for your help before, as well as the current security alert and patrol. However, we are not convenient to say anything more, and we suggest that you do not understand it. I believe that after Wusong Xiangwang reports the matter, the alliance will also have the same attitude. After that, Zubei and Junsha ignored each other and turned away. Looking at the two people's backs gradually going away, the thin and tall man's facial expression was still stiff. Even after they walked away completely and their figures disappeared in the building, the expression was still the same frozen stiff feeling. Finally, he raised his hand and scratched his head. This deep-rooted impression cannot be changed for a while. While speaking, he turned around and walked to the other side, taking off the sunglasses, revealing the big eyes of Kazalin that looked quite different from others under the sunglasses. Then he came to an open space at the edge of the resettlement site. There were many dents on the snowy ground, which were caused by huge heavy objects. They were very regular and rotated from the periphery to the center. The center seemed to be slightly blurred because of the unknown creature's body. From the perspective of the observer, these traces felt like the footprints of a giant snow beast. However, this time they were not footprints, but traces of body movement. The identity of the giant beast that caused these traces has been basically confirmed, a snake-shaped dragon attribute Pokémon that was large enough to help bring Zubei Gensha and dozens of others back from the Wisdom Lake. But now, the other party disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the center of these traces, stood a man who was also wearing a windbreaker and a hat and was covered in them. The only difference was that he did not wear sunglasses, and a special cloak was hung on his windbreaker. Are there any results? The cloaked man in the snow was still observing the traces around him, but he asked in a voice. The tall and thin man with big eyes scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this, but his reply and attitude were very serious. I'm sorry, I've asked several people about the situation, but no one seems willing to tell me more details. Is that so? Well. The tall and thin man nodded and said distressedly, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, my former colleagues and leaders were indeed, a little too much, which made our reputation bad. Now we are lucky if others are willing to say a few more words when they hear our names. So, the local alliances will separate the investigators from your Interpol, right? The cloaked man said as if asking a question or talking to himself, and finally raised his eyes that had been staring at the traces on the ground and looked at the tall and thin man. There is no need to send a rescue team. A trainer with such a big guy plus another 4 kings is more than enough to deal with several Pokémon that are weaker in the legendary Pokémon. The tall and thin man couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. But since it was the other party's judgment, there were probably few people in the entire Sinnoh who could refute it. Even his former hardline leaders and colleagues who had completely gone astray in their thinking would not have the confidence to refute him directly. So what should we do now? Now we just need to help the gym trainers and Miss Junsha calm everyone down, and strengthen all defense measures around us. Even the shelters are far behind the city in terms of completeness. Also, keep in touch with the top leaders of your Sinnoh League. I'll talk about the rest after I come back. Hearing this, the tall and thin man with the big eyes couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was already surprising that the legendary Pokémon riot in Cutting Edge City, which was originally quiet and stable, had already been a surprise. When the Sinnoh League sent one of the 4 Heavenly Kings to deal with it with them, they actually borrowed the other party from other regions. Now it seems that he wants to take the initiative, which is really unexpected. As if he noticed the other party's doubts, the cloaked man chuckled. I can feel the breath of the Dragon-type Pokémon that remains here. It has not dissipated after such a long time, which is enough to prove that it is very powerful. In addition, this huge size, I have only heard about the existence of similar Pokémon from Drs. Henghu, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. I am really curious, so I want to go over and take a look. If I can touch it, it would be the best. If not, I can deal with the follow-up by the way. The tall and thin man nodded after hearing this. Indeed, even people like him who are not very dependent on Pokémon have a certain curiosity about this size of guy, not to mention the other party's identity. After saying that, the cloaked man took out a Poké Ball with the letter M printed on it, pressed the switch and threw it out. The next moment, a red light flashed, and a Pokémon with a gray body, a flying pterosaur like a dinosaur, a huge mouth, sharp teeth and a pair of huge wings connected to the arms appeared in front of him. The cloaked man jumped up and jumped onto its back. Before I come back, I'll leave the things here to you. After saying that, the gray pterosaur flapped its wings fiercely, rushed directly into the air at a terrifying speed, and then shot towards the direction of the Wisdom Lake. The tall and thin man was left standing there, covered with snow blown up by the wind of the pterosaur-shaped Pokémon. At the same time, on the other side of the resettlement point, the tall Blizzard King was calling on all his Snow Hat monster brothers to stand in place in an orderly manner, raise their hands to expose their stomachs, and then let them pick all the small ice balls similar to tree fruits that had condensed on their stomachs. This kind of thing has a very good taste, and the cool feeling will make people refreshed. It is a very good dessert at this time. As the trainer of Blizzard King, Xiaosong sat aside, looking at a Poké Ball in his hand, a little dazed. It was not until Blizzard King handed a basket of small ice balls to her that she came back to her senses. Picking up one and putting it in his mouth, Xiaosong continued to stare at the Poké Ball in his hand, and asked to himself after a while. Hey, Blizzard King, what do you mean by he came back to take Ultramarine away? and then only gave me this Poké Ball but didn't come out to meet me. Huh? Blizzard King's naturally vicious expression was a little confused for a moment, and at the same time mixed with a hint of disbelief. I'm good at fighting, but you actually asked me about such a brain-intensive thing? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Xiao Song also felt that her question was a bit stupid. She waved her hand awkwardly and asked Blizzard King to send all the things to the other side, and then continued to stare at the brand new Poké Ball in her hand that suddenly appeared outside her room after Ultramarine disappeared. After thinking for a long time, the corners of her mouth finally raised a little arc. I gave you one when we first met, so now I give it back, right? But it's not just this Poké Ball that I want to return to you. After saying that, Xiao Song raised his head and looked at the packed luggage on the stone table in the room. A long distance to the south of Qifang City. High in the sky, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon stretched out its body completely, and quickly shuttled through the clouds at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not capture. On the ground, Super Sedramon was also moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The difference is that no matter how fast Super Sedramon is, the friction and resistance generated by moving forward on the ground are much higher than flying in the sky. In addition, after the evolution, there is a certain gap in the speed race values of the two sides. The forward speed of Super Sedramon is slower in comparison. But for Qingliu, this is just right. There is no need to worry about being blown around by the wind, and he can also think about some problems with peace of mind. Especially after basically leaving the range of Qifang City, the climate is gradually warming up, and the wind blowing on the face is not as lethal as before. Sure enough, this slightly warm environment suits me. Closing his eyes and enjoying the air that was no longer freezing cold for a moment, Qingliu raised his head slightly and looked to the other side. There was a petite figure floating in the air. Even though Super Sedramon continued to meander forward, it showed no signs of being left behind and always stayed in that place. Thank you for this time, Imrito. Qingliu said with a smile. After finding and approaching the temporary resettlement point in Qifeng City, Qingliu did not choose to go directly, but stopped to observe carefully. As he expected, in addition to the citizens and local police forces at the resettlement point, there were many other figures wearing unfamiliar uniforms to maintain law and order. There is no doubt that they are the reinforcements sent by the Sino Alliance in addition to Wusong, and it seems that Zubei and Miss Juncha don't get along well with each other, so Qingliu is more determined to reduce contact. Therefore, the final choice is to let Enrito quietly use instant movement to take Super Sedramon away silently. It did it. Biju the pink little mushroom Enrito responded with a tired face. Even with his subsequent treatment of Florman, it will take a lot of physical and mental damage to move such a big guy without much time to recover. Rest well first, I'll call you when it's time to deal with the dark matter. Upon hearing this, Enrito nodded slightly, and then his figure flashed and returned to the Poké Ball. Aowagi then raised his head, first glanced at the sun above his head and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon patrolling in the sky. After noticing any warning movements from the other party, he took out the map and illustrations to find his current location, and finally opened the panel to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems nearby and that the nearest town was far enough away, Aowagi slowly stood up from the head of Giganotosaurus. Okay, here it is. His voice was a little excited and expectant. Chapter 295 The Ninth Summoning. First update, 4,000 words. South of Qifeng City, north of Shen Town, at the center of the forest at the foot of the northern section of Xiangun Mountain. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was overlooking the surroundings from high in the sky. Tanabata Bluebird was patrolling nearby, the nimble Florman was constantly shuttling through the nearby forest, and the compressed data mechanical Tyrannosaurus was in the center. And Mega Sedramon had twisted into a maggot at this moment. Constrain yourself a little, it's hard for me to concentrate on your funny look. Qingliu looked at Mega Sedramon in front of him and said with a little distress. Since he had just told it that he would try to let it have a piece of the time digital alloy that it had been thinking about in advance, it was a little too excited. Especially when its 120-meter-long body began to act like a puppy or a kitten, rolling around on its belly. Anyone could see how excited it was. Hearing Qingliu's words, Zhao Heilongman took a deep breath and quickly turned over and lay on the ground. The sharp and fierce blue eyes when they first met were now full of obedient expectations. This strong contrast made Qingliu couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. In fact, strictly speaking, there was no need for Zhao Heilongman to get a piece of time Digizoid now. According to what I promised it at the beginning, It would be equipped with Time Digizoid all over its body after evolving into the ultimate form, not giving it a piece of Time Digizoid. As we all know, Zhao Heilongman's ultimate form, Steel Heilongman, one of the 4 Dark Lords, has already equipped it with Time Digizoid, and there is no need to get it anything else. But in this way, it seems that I haven't brought it any practical improvement. After all, according to Zhao Heilongman's strength after being summoned, it is already in the perfect stage, coupled with its huge body and underwater movement speed. It can be said that as long as it doesn't face the first level gods in the Pokemon world head-on, and some mythical Pokemon at a bug price, it can go anywhere in the world. And because of its low evolution level requirement, it is basically a done deal for it to evolve into Metal Sedramon again. But Qingliu looked up and looked at Mega Sedramon again. The big blue eyes were still staring at him, and Qingliu couldn't help but sigh. From the day he captured it to this moment, Mega Sedramon has been incredibly close to him, and has basically completed his commands and requests 100%. On weekdays, it is even more hard-working and uncomplaining as a means of transportation, and it doesn't protest whether it is on land or snow. Qingliu himself feels that it is really unreasonable if he doesn't give it some practical rewards that it likes. Moreover, there is another important point. Qingliu slightly turned his eyes and looked at the mini version of Machine Tyrannosaurus, who was on alert not far away. The change of the Time Digimon from nothing to something formed by the evolution of the current Ultra Sedramon into Metal Sedramon in the future is essentially very similar to the stage from Tyrannosaurus to Machine Tyrannosaurus. The only difference is that the former is all over the body, while the latter is only 1/3 of the area. Under normal circumstances, under the premise of sufficient data volume, that is, experience value, neither the future Ultra Sedramon nor the original Tyrannosaurus needs the assistance of the Time Digimon. As long as the level can meet the requirements, the evolution can be completed directly, realizing the process of the Time Digimon from nothing to something. But even so, when evolving at the Yamanashi Research Institute, the piece of Time Digimon that he threw out still disappeared along with the evolution light during the evolution of Tyrannosaurus, which had already reached the evolution level, or, to be more precise, it was probably digested. What kind of digestion process is it, and where does the Time Digimon go after digestion without increasing the area of Time Digimon covering the body? Aoyagi is not clear, and similar situations have never been seen in Digimon. But it is this unknown and unique digestion that makes Aoyagi feel vague inexplicably. It should be meaningful that such an additive disappears in the evolution process. Qingliu didn't know what the specific meaning was, but he knew that perhaps one day in the future, time would give the answer. The most basic and simple way to test whether this vague feeling was true and reliable was to get another piece of Time Digimon and wait until Super Sedramon evolved into Metal Sedramon to try it again. If the same digestion event happened again, then the possibility of his guess being correct would increase infinitely, and at the same time, it would be highly likely that such a reaction had an unknown and important meaning. And the value of this meaning might have exceeded the number of times the Time Digimon could be summoned. Therefore, after careful consideration, Qingliu decided to summon a piece of Time Digimon as soon as possible when Super Sedramon evolved into the ultimate form. As for how to allocate the number of summons to achieve the most reasonable and maximum summoning possibility, Qingliu had already thought about it. According to the initial method of all random summons, a total of 4 summons would definitely not work, because that would completely leave everything to luck. Qingliu didn't think that his luck would always be so good, and making the worst plan was the safest way. Of course, using the new function of the panel that has been tried once to merge all 4 summons together and perform a 4-in-1 summon to reach a larger list of selectable summon targets is a bit too extravagant. Although the possibility of summoning the Time Digimon will be the greatest, in the case of only being able to choose one, it is meaningful to use all 4 summons that have been obtained with great difficulty to exchange for a future, and Qingliu feels that it is not worthwhile to use the old version of the panel to randomly draw something. The same is true for the 3-in-1 summon. There will be an uncertain random in the large number of choices. Qingliu does not really want to use this time to gamble on the Time Digimon or lose another potentially valuable summoning opportunity after choosing it. Therefore, there is only one way to choose the summoning method. Qingliu turned around and faced a clearing in the center of the forest under the protection of 4 king-level Digimon and Tenabita Bluebird. The blue panel popped up and lines of blue small words appeared in front of him. Exploration completed, can be summoned, summoning target, random, already have 4 summoning opportunities, store summon, 4-in-1 summoning, 3-in-1 summoning, 2-in-1 summoning, separate summoning, Qingliu tapped on the 2-in-1 summoning. Number of summonings remaining after summoning. 2-in-1 summoning, separate summoning. Yes, no. Qingliu chose yes. Summoning method. 2-in-1. Number of summoning targets selectable 3. Summoning. The blue small words continued to jump, and the information was constantly updated. The panel was like sand blown away by the wind, turning into blue fragments bit by bit, flying into the air and reuniting, and then began to rotate continuously until it completely merged with the space in front of it. The familiar passage that seemed to connect to the void on the other side appeared in front of it again. Even though he had seen it so many times, Qingliu felt very novel when he saw this scene again, and at the same time, he also had a little interest in this passage. Since the summoned things can come from inside, can I also go through here? This is a question of one-way and two-way passages. One way is fine, but if it is two-way, then where is the other side? Qingliu took out a Poké Ball from his pocket while thinking, aimed at the location of the passage and threw it gently. As soon as the Poké Ball approached, the patterns of 3 card states just flashed out from the entrance of the passage and hit the Poké Ball accurately. Bang! The Poké Ball was immediately bounced back as if it was intercepted by some huge resistance. Is it not working? Or is it because it was just touched and it bounced out? But what is very strange is that the Poké Ball, which is not very strong in nature, did not show any signs of damage after withstanding such a loud impact. Qingliu thought fruitlessly and gave up the idea of continuing to try. After putting the bounced Poké Ball back into his pocket, he looked at the 3 patterns representing the summoned objects that appeared in front of him. Is the first one a Digimon? After seeing the appearance of the Digimon on the first pattern, Qingliu easily recognized the specific identity of the other party. This is a Digimon with 2 huge green round eyes, and various organs on the face are complex and difficult to distinguish. There are 2 slender and twisted antennae on the top of the head. It has 6 limbs, and the middle limb has hard claws with distinct functions. The body is hunched like an old man with a hunchback. The appearance is somewhat similar to the ladybug among normal creatures, but the parts of the body have a little mechanical texture, and every spot on the shell has become a Digimon filled with black rock texture protrusions. The partner Digimon of the first generation of the chosen child, Izumi Kashiro, is a bug among flowers, birds, fish and insects, Beetlemon. Thinking of this, Qingliu couldn't help but chuckle. As Kashiro's partner, Beetlemon was relatively normal during its growth period. It has a little bit of the fighting spirit of insect nature, but more of a love for nature. In terms of race setting, it prefers to smell the fragrance of flowers in the air and take a nap under the shade of trees. But once it evolves to the mature form of Rainchanmon, also known as Beetlemon, it will completely enter a stage where it only has the instinct of insects to survive and has no intelligence at all. In short, it is an evolution without intelligence. This is combined with Photon, who holds the knowledge badge, and it really feels strange. Or, for a truly wise person, the best partner is often a brainless, tall and strong thug who is only responsible for following orders. Qingliu glanced at Machine Tyrannosaurus curiously. In this case, it seems to be the same as the combination of Agumon Tyrannosaurus and himself before. Machine Tyrannosaurus not far away felt Qingliu's gaze and turned his head to look over in confusion. Seeing this, Qingliu quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the second pattern. This is a very straight cross-shaped pattern in the middle. In the 4 90-degree right angles of the cross, there is a triangle with the same appearance, and at the same time, the sharpest of the 3 angles points to the middle, thus finally forming a true rice-shaped pattern. The blue starry skylight was constantly flowing on it. Just by focusing his eyes on it, Qingliu could feel its mysterious and unknown aura. This thing, if he remembered correctly. Qingliu's eyes moved slightly downwards, looking at the small words under the pattern. Badge of Honesty. After merging with a Digimon that sticks to its promises, never lies, and thinks that breaking one's word and breaking one's promise is a very shameful act, it will produce an unexpected reaction. It will not produce a reaction with Digimon that do not meet the requirements. The Badge of Honesty, like the Badge of Knowledge last time, is one of the 8 badges of the first generation. While whispering to himself, Qingliu suddenly realized a problem. In Digimon, badges test the character of the holder. For the chosen children with distinct personalities, the difficulty of this test is not high. After all, in theory, the badge is tailor-made for them. But now that it has been summoned through the panel and has come to the Pokemon world, if the badge is no longer targeted at people and only tests Digimon, the difficulty of activating it will also increase sharply. After all, Even if the race and appearance of Digimon are the same, their personalities may be different. This is the combination of innate factors and acquired environment. The knowledge last time and the honesty this time. Among all the Digimon he has, it seems that there is basically no candidate who meets the requirements. Now the 2-in-1 summons have summoned badges twice. In the future, the number of encounters in 3-in-1, 4-in-1, and even more multi-in-1 summons will definitely not be less. It seems necessary to try to cultivate the characteristics of several badges from their existing personalities. Qingliu didn't know what the unexpected reaction after activation in the badge notes was, but Qingliu clearly understood that the strength of the Battle Greymon without the Courage badge and the Battle Greymon with the Courage badge were completely in a different dimension. Qingliu's eyes then passed over the second pattern and looked at the third pattern. The object on it was a huge square metal block, with a faint metallic light flashing from time to time on it, and a cold and heavy breath came through the pattern. After seeing this familiar pattern clearly, Qingliu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Finally, it's here. The last third pattern is the standard template for the digital world's strong men that I've prioritized for Super Sedramon and to verify my own conjecture. Without this, you can't say you can fight. Super Organic Living Metal. Time Digizoid. Sorry, it's a little late, because I originally wanted 334, but I felt it would be bad if it was less, so I wrote a little more, and I'll have more later. Chapter 296, The 10th Summoning. Fusion Materials and Second Update 4200 words. At this point, the identities of the 3 summoned targets for this 2-in-1 summon have been determined. The next thing to do is to choose one of the 3. Needless to say, the Honesty badge is completely useless. Machine Tyrannosaurus does not have this awareness. Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon is at Sundeer. If it can't roar but can speak, it will definitely tell eyes one after another. What's more, it is not a Digimon, so it was banned from the route. At first glance, Ultramarinamon fits the description very well, but according to what I learned later, I swore that if I see a guy equipped with Time Digimon, I will strip the alloy off the opponent and beat him up even if I risk my life. I already know that it is destined to be not so honest. Because its own ultimate form is all Digimon, it can't strip itself. In addition, the last Floramon is naturally eliminated. If there is an SM badge in this world, Aoyagi will definitely help her get it even if she has to spend more summons, but unfortunately, there is no SM badge, so the Honesty badge can be ignored and skipped. As for Beetlemon, in terms of the racial potential and racial combat power of Digimon, the overall evolutionary route of Beetlemon is quite standard, and it is relatively good in the development of individual abilities and individuals. The mature stage of Beetlemon's regular evolutionary route is Rhinocerosmon, the perfect form is Atlarhinocerosmon, red, and the ultimate form is Hercules Rhinocerosmon, also known as Hercules Beetlemon. This ultimate form completely activates the flight ability of Atlarhinocerosmon, which is not very good at the perfect stage, and strengthens it to the point where it can fly at supersonic speeds. In addition to this more conventional form, there is another ultimate form with even stronger strength in this evolutionary route of Beetlemon. It is said that it is the underground forest deep under the dark forest as its home base, and it is the Insect King who rules all insect-type Digimon, Tyrant Beetlemon. As Aoyagi thought before, Digimon without the Digizoids of Time are embarrassed to say that they are powerful, and Tyrant Beetlemon is the ultimate form equipped with the extremely high-density Digizoids of Time all over its body. Tyrant Bug King is an alloy, an ultimate, and can control insect-type Digimon at will. Tyrant Beetlemon can be ranked among the strong. Also an evolution of Beetlemon and an ultimate, there is another more retro evolutionary route, which is the evolution of Atlarhinocerosmon, blue, ancient Beetlemon. Possessing the attribute of thunder, the first ultimate in ancient times, one of the 10 warriors who saved the ancient digital world. Although it was not equipped with the Digizoidium of Time during its evolution, it is born with an insect shell with the same hardness as the alloy, and is also among the strong. One is the real Bug King. At that stage, I am afraid that even the legendary Vulcan Moth, known as the insect-type Quasi-God, and the mythical insect-type Pokemon Jarasek can directly control it. The other is an offensive ancient 10 warriors who destroy everything with thunder. If we focus on the combat power, as long as we can reach the form of Tyrant Beetlemon or Ancient Beetlemon, we can indeed become a very good combat power. However, there is no pattern of the 3 stages of Mega Sedramon at that time, which means that the summoned one should be only the growth stage Beetlemon. The growth stage is only about 10 levels. According to the current stage, Even if the big brothers and sisters like Machine Tyrannosaurus often train it, it will take a lot of time to make it reach the complete form. Moreover, there is still a long way to go before it reaches the expected ultimate form. After all, even among the main forces now, there is no ultimate form. If you want to reach the form of those two Beetlemons, I don't know when it will take. Moreover, Machine Tyrannosaurus, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and Mega Sedramon are not worse than Beetlemon in terms of combat power at the current stage or the upper limit of the race. As the Qingliu with the greatest potential in his current lineup, Beetlemon is even more incomparable. Of course, if the other two are not very good things, Qingliu will naturally choose Beetlemon directly without any hesitation. Even in a strict sense, perhaps, the value of the Time Digimon may not necessarily be comparable to that of Skirabmon. But now the Time Digimon is one of the main targets of this summoning after all, and if Skirabmon is chosen this time, and there is no Digimon in the remaining 2-in-1 summoning, or there is both Digimon and something of higher value, then it will be really difficult. After weighing the pros and cons, Qingliu raised his hand and pointed at the third Time Digimon pattern. The light flowed, and the blue channel behind the card-like pattern lit up as if it was activated. Then, a dull rolling sound came from inside. Qingliu heard the movement and took 2 steps back very skillfully and naturally. Then, the rolling sound became louder and louder, and closer, to the extent that the Machine Tyrannosaurus, who was sitting not far away, and the Ultra Sedramon who was lying on the ground with his head on the ground, looking forward to it, could easily catch it. What egg is it again? Thinking back to the appearance of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon egg at that time, the legendary Shiraishi, Machine Tyrannosaurus couldn't help but feel that it was somewhat similar. At this moment, the 2 eyes of Ultra Sedramon were so bright that they almost emitted strong light, and the body was constantly swinging in place. I don't know what happened. Although its nose is not very useful at ordinary times, at this moment, it inexplicably smelled it. The smell of metal. The smell of the Digimon of Time. It's coming. Ultra Sedramon raised his head suddenly, staring at the position where Qingliu was. The next moment, a square silver cube of metal jumped out directly from the passage and hit the third pattern accurately. The pattern was directly shattered and dissipated, and merged into it. Then, everything seemed to return to calm, and the Digimon of Time returned to a stable state, falling steadily from the mid-air close to the ground where the pattern was just suspended. Bang! A heavy landing sound was heard, and a deep dent was directly smashed into the ground, and the bottom of the Digimon of Time was directly half embedded in it. It's the same as last time, the most basic Digimon of Time with a silver color, but it seems to be a little bigger. Qingliu looked up and down at the metal block in front of him. The Digimon of Time has different colors through different production ratios, and different colors generally correspond to different properties. For example, the red Digimon of the highest purity, the brown Digimon of the strongest softness, the sharp obsidian Digimon of the strongest softness, the gold Digimon of the strongest hardness, and so on and so forth. Silver is the most basic Digimon of Time. However, for the current Mega Sedramon, it is enough. Boom. As soon as Qingliu finished talking to himself, Mega Sedramon, who seemed to hear his name being called, suddenly lay on the ground, one of his eyes looking at the Digimon of Time, and the other looking at Qingliu. It seemed that as long as it got the approval and confirmation, it would immediately burst over. Qingliu didn't know how it did this. In the end, it could only be attributed to the state similar to zone caused by the psychological factors that transcended the normal when it was about to get the thing it had been thinking about. Although its current state may have been in the wrong time and way. Qingliu shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay, stop looking. It's yours." Over. Boom. The ground suddenly began to shake violently, and a sound of a giant object rubbing against the ground was heard. Before Qingliu could finish his words, he found that Ultra Sedramon had already rushed in front of him. He opened his bloody mouth and grabbed the Time Digimon in one bite. He threw it into his mouth with a fierce toss, and then rushed towards the bushes in the forest not far away with a boom. Come on. The words that had not been finished just now fell quietly in his mouth. Qingliu looked at the empty ground in front of him and couldn't help but sigh with a bitter smile. At that time, how much psychological trauma did the trident arm of Machine Tyrannosaurus Rex cause to it? The way it saw the Time Digimon was exactly like a husky who had been staying at home for 10 days or half a month and suddenly stepped out of the house. Thinking of husky, Qingliu couldn't help but worry. This guy shouldn't be so stupid as to swallow the Time Digimon for the convenience of preservation. Qingliu felt that it was very necessary to emphasize to it that the food was not very delicious and it was useless to eat it, in order to prevent the occurrence of a perfect Digimon that was strong enough to become the leader of the tribe was finally choked to death, which would be even more shameful than the zero win rate beast and the zero combat beast. If it really happened, perhaps the title of a loyal family would no longer be a big deal. Qingliu then looked up. There was still no trace of Blue Eye's ultimate dragon and Tanabata Bluebird, and there was no trace of Floraman except for a very faint but refreshing flower fragrance. Although Ultramarinaman was excited at this moment, he could still clearly feel the movement it made, and it did not run far. Qingliu finally nodded to Machinedraman. With a long-standing tacit understanding, Machinedraman understood the meaning of continuing to be vigilant conveyed by Qingliu's actions, and slowly stood on the stone behind him. His eyes became solemn and serious, and began to patrol the surroundings. Seeing this, Qingliu retracted his gaze and looked at the blue channel in front of him, which had not turned into a panel again after the summoning of the Time Digizoid. Several lines of blue small words were still jumping in front of his eyes. Exploration completed, can be summoned. Summoning target, random, already have 2 summoning opportunities, store summon, 2-in-1 summoning separate summoning. Qingliu clicked on the 2-in-1 summoning again, and rows of small words began to flash rapidly. Summoning method, 2-in-1, can choose the number of summoning targets 3, summoning. Seeing this, Qingliu gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because of the existence of the Time Digizoid, the summoning just now was very purposeful and there was almost no room for choice. But this time, it was purely based on the needs of his own lineup. In short, choose what is good or what is very useful. Qingliu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the options in front of him again. Floating in the air in front of him was the same pattern of 3 cards. The first one. Qingliu's eyes fell on the first pattern, and on top of the pattern, was a pattern. Another badge. In a pink light that gave off a very warm feeling, the shape of the badge on the pattern was clearly visible. The overall shape was a heart, except that the right half was close to the shape of a single Megadama, while the left half was a bit like the stamen on the top of the flower fairy beast's head. Love badge. After merging with a Digimon with a heart full of selfless love and warmth, it will produce an unexpected reaction. It will not produce a reaction with Digimon that do not meet the requirements. Qingliu crossed it out in his mind without thinking. Similar to the previous one, the difficulty of the badge soared wildly after it turned to Digimon. Especially for things like love and warmth, for Digimon that prey on the weak, even if they really have them, they are definitely not many, and they will definitely not meet the requirements of the badge, otherwise they will most likely be bullied and die. And if such a tiny degree can meet the requirements of the badge, it would be too worthless. Without gold content, it means that this badge does not have much value. No matter which one it is, there is no need to choose. Qingliu immediately ignored the mysterious light of the badge and looked past it to the second pattern. It was very clear, showing a Digimon. Perhaps it was too clear, or perhaps it was because the impression was quite deep. Qingliu knew its species information almost at a glance. This was a small reptilian dinosaur-shaped Digimon that stood upright and walked upright on 2 feet. It was yellow in color, had sharp teeth and claws, and looked very similar to Agumon. The few differences were that this Digimon had a sharp horn with interlaced lines, dark brown eyes that were different from Agumon's green, a longer tail with blocky protrusions, and a square pattern that lost its edges and corners, as if it came from ancient times, printed on its belly. And on this body, it was covered with a blue-gray animal skin coat. Qingliu chuckled. I didn't expect the second one to be a fusion material. The pattern in front of him was Gabumon, the growth stage reptilian Digimon partner of Ishida Taiga, the second male of the chosen children. At the same time, it is also an important synthetic material for Agumon's future advancement to the ultimate battle Greymon, that is, Omegamon, one of the 13 Holy Knight Digimon of the Royal Knights, who is proud of his absolute strength. Compared with the Heart Badge, Gabumon's racial potential is obviously greater, even if the attributes of the final ultimate form are likely to be a less than ideal combination of ice plus steel. But even if it is only used as the ultimate form of Machine Greymon in the future, the synthetic material of the other half is also very good. Qingliu was very satisfied with his second summoning target, and at the same time, he roughly determined in his heart that it was probably the target of this summoning. However, when he turned his eyes to the third pattern and prepared to quickly check it, if he thought it was not of much value, he would directly choose Gabumon. Qingliu was suddenly stunned. Because the things on this third pattern were also very familiar to him, and he was also impressed, and Qingliu raised his right hand and looked at the sacred plan mark that was constantly flashing in the palm of his hand. This was not a reaction of the sacred plan to it, but the movement caused by the cunning beast in the sacred plan space. And something that can make the cunning beast, which is devouring dark matter and has completely fallen into a dormant state, convey a trace of desire from its slumber. Qingliu's eyes locked on the third pattern. On it is a black year. Although there are only 2 updates, but 8,200 words, if I delete and modify it a little, it will be almost 9,000 words, which is equivalent to 4.5 chapters of an average author. I'm in good shape today. I'm going to sleep, and I will guarantee the same update volume tomorrow. By the way, I recommend this book, Beast Tamer and the Fourth Disaster. Chapter 297, The Foundation of Devilman's Rebellion, 2 chapters in 1. At the moment when his sight was completely focused on the pattern, Qingliu suddenly found that this thing actually exuded a different light and breath, like all the badges he had seen. However, the world in front of him had quietly changed without knowing when. The originally bright sunshine and transparent world completely disappeared, replaced by a layer of gray-black energy swirling up, and a wave of oppressive and heavy feelings accompanied its movement and completely enveloped the surroundings. Qingliu, standing in it, unconsciously felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. At the same time, despair, anger, resentment, fear, hatred, all kinds of negative emotions were mixed in it, constantly intertwined and expanded, and this uncomfortable feeling seemed to be increasing little by little as time went on, until the scene in front of him was slowly loaded into a hell-like horror scene. If Qingliu didn't know clearly what he was doing now, and the sacred plan in his palm was constantly emitting a holy light, I'm afraid he would doubt whether he had returned to the time when he summoned the Digimon's egg at the Zinky Lake and was completely enveloped by its dark energy. And the culprit who caused all these changes. Even though the world in front of him has undergone earth-shaking changes, the black year on the card-shaped pattern in front of him still remains suspended in the air in the same posture as when it appeared. Qingliu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression solemn. This kind of movement is indeed the thing in my memory. Although he basically confirmed the other party's information at the first glance, what Qingliu did not expect was that with only one black year, which was obviously far less than the total amount of dark energy possessed by the cunning beast, it could actually do something similar to the stealing the sky and replacing the day formed by dark energy at the Zinky Lake. Should I say it is worthy of being the exclusive bug-level move of the first big boss, and Qingliu raised his right hand again, and the purifying light emitted by the sacred plan in the palm of his hand was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and the light covering his body was also constantly changing, basically only maintaining the effect of protecting himself. However, Qingliu knew that this was not because the black year in front of him was so powerful. After all, normally, even if the cunning beast had triggered the dark energy half prank and half passive, the holy plan had the ability to easily suppress it. This was a fundamental restraint, and it should be easy to deal with the energy emitted by this little thing in front of him. The reason why he could only protect himself now was not because of anything else, but because something was trying its best to resist the holy power of the holy plan and purify the surroundings in an instant. At this stage, the only one who had the courage and was able to do this was the cunning beast, which had absorbed some light data in the holy plan space with the support of the talent of affinity with dark energy. As for the reason why it did this, combined with its unclear words, Qingliu already knew roughly. Do you want me to understand the importance of this thing? Well, this thing is good. A childish voice that was difficult to distinguish between a man and a woman, but with some inexplicable crispness, sounded in Qingliu's mind, responding to his previous question. Qingliu nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I know this is a good thing." As soon as the voice fell, the cunning beast's unfinished words fell. This thing is delicious. Qingliu curled his lips in silence. Although there was a little error in understanding, this thing in front of him could cause such a big commotion that even Qingliu seemed to have some kind of induction and woke up directly. In his sleep, he began to bear the purification power of the holy plan and convey the importance of the black year to himself. It must be said that such a move was completely beyond Qingliu's expectations. But theoretically speaking, it can be said that the relationship between it and Qingliu is very close. The black year on the pattern in front of him was dark blue and black, and it looked like a round cake. There was a black circular hole in the center, and the edges were distributed with jagged angular protrusions and gear grooves. The surface looked ordinary, and there was nothing special about it compared to ordinary gears. But such a small object was completely condensed by pure dark energy and powerful virus species data. The size can be changed according to actual needs, and it can directly invade the body of Digimon to control their minds and turn them into obedient puppets. It was something that the children who were selected in the early stage were completely trapped in a difficult battle. It is the Black Year, which is created, controlled and operated by Devilman, the big boss of Faru Island and one of the two most likely evolutionary roots of Qingliu. After Devilman created this thing, he directly used it to control all the mature Digimon at the same stage as him on Faru Island. Even the perfect Enderman was on this list, turning them directly into his subordinates. In addition to being able to achieve the function of control, the Black Year can also improve the combat effectiveness of the controlled one. Attack, speed, and defense are almost improved without dead ends. As the number of Black Years invading the body continues to increase, the improved combat effectiveness will also be raised again. It can even directly forcibly change the attributes of the Digimon itself, changing it from other attributes to a cruel virus species. When the number of Dark Years reaches the upper limit of the individual strength of the invaded, Devilman's consciousness projection will appear. The combat effectiveness of the Digimon in this state can completely exceed its own limits. In addition to the control and strengthening effects, if Qingliu remembered correctly, when Devilman was dispersing the chosen children, it was conceived that the Black Years could play a role like a propeller after gathering a certain number, and could push the entire Faru Island to the other side of the sea, starting its second land conquest. Of course, compared to pushing the giant island to move, Qingliu was most impressed, and was also the first time he was shocked by the size of the Digimon. After Devilman used a large number of Black Years to integrate into his body, he directly grew to a terrifying size that was larger than a mountain. The fallen angel wings on his back stretched out to both sides, and at that moment, it seemed to cover the entire Faru Island. According to the setting that the larger the data volume of Digimon, the larger the size, the stronger the combat power, Qingliu didn't know what level of combat power Devilman had reached after adding a certain number of Black Years. But even Anjuman, who completely restrained it in terms of attributes, almost fought to the death before defeating Devilman after using the power of the Holy Plan. The two who were also completely restrained but did not achieve a near-death struggle but were killed instantly were the two of the four Dark Lords under Dragonman's nemesis, namely, Metal Cedramon and Machinedramon. It can be seen from this that the improvement effect of the Black Year on Devilman is so terrifying. The key is that this thing does not mean that anyone can master it casually. Looking at the many powerful virus-type ultimate Digimon and various villain bosses in the whole story, only the Devilman on Faru Island has used it. And it seems that there is no Black Year in Devilman's related exclusive moves. In other words, if there is no special opportunity to stimulate, even the terrifying talent of Qingliu will have a very high possibility of not being able to create this thing in the future. To be honest, if there is only a single Dark Year and no Digimon of Devilman's lineage, Qingliu would not care too much about this thing. But he has it, and the existence of the two together makes Qingliu more excited. After all, whether it is control, or improving the combat effectiveness of the controlled target, or gathering together to explosively improve one's own combat effectiveness, it is a very buggy effect. Why Qingliu attaches great importance to the dark matter that appears in the Pokemon world is because it still has no unknown origin, and the strange ability to control Pokemon, and even control several legendary Pokemon at the same time. If Qingliu masters the Black Year, then this terrifying ability will no longer be exclusive to the other party, and Qingliu can even try to compete for control. You control it, and I control it. Qingliu doesn't know what will happen, but it feels very interesting to think about it. Moreover, now there's virus seed data in the body of Machine Tyrannosaurus, and it also has the ability to switch to the form of Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Its combat power is already among the strong ones in the level of the four Heavenly Kings. If Black Years are added on this basis, then even if it does not evolve to the ultimate form, it can still fight with those first-level gods? After evolving to the ultimate form on this basis, and then adding more Black Years, what level of combat power can be achieved? Unknown. But it makes people look forward to it. Thinking of this, Qingliu's eyes shifted slightly and looked at Agumon on the second pattern. The pattern is the same as that of Beetleman, which means that it will also be summoned in the growth stage. The problem is that it will take a long time to upgrade. It can't bring much help to the current self and the self in the future. If you want to merge after both Machine Tyrannosaurus and Agumon reach the ultimate stage, it will take more time. Moreover, According to the 3 appearances of the badge, the summoning of Digimon should be able to appear repeatedly. Even if it can't, it should be possible to take another way of combined evolution under the condition of abandoning Agumon. Digimon is essentially the materialization of data and data, which is also the fundamental reason for the Criticide network evolution route. The combined evolution of 2 Digimon, strictly speaking, is that one set of data resonates with another set of data to a certain extent, so that they merge together to form a new set of data. That is, Machine Tyrannosaurus is the main one, and the ultimate data in Agumon's evolution chain is auxiliary, so that when needed, Machine Tyrannosaurus activates the data to carry out combined evolution. After all, the direct summoning of data has happened before. After sorting out his thoughts, Qingliu was silent for a moment, and then turned his eyes back again. Now, there is one last question. There is only one black ear in front of him, but since it is made of dark energy and virus seed data, it can naturally be split up and digested and absorbed by Qingliu. As for after absorbing it, Qingliu immediately lowered his head and asked the palm of his right hand, "Are you sure that after absorbing this thing, you can create the same black ear?" Aoki thought it was a profit to give up the direct fusion of the 2 Digimon and planned to merge them in the form of data in exchange for giving Qingliu the bug-level exclusive move Black Ear of Devilman. But all this is based on the premise that the Black Ear can reach a certain scale, and as Qingliu's strength becomes stronger and stronger, the number will also increase. If it cannot continue to increase like Devilman, and it has always been just this one, this thing in front of him may not be much different from dark matter, and after choosing it, it is equivalent to simply giving Qingliu a shot of oxytocin. But according to the current situation, dark matter will definitely continue to meet and obtain it in the future. There is no need to consume the number of times this summoning is for a shot of oxytocin with the same effect. After a long silence, the weak and tired voice of the cunning beast sounded. But. Qingliu did not speak, quietly waiting for the cunning beast to finish his words. This kind of thing cannot be sloppy like the situation just now. After the cunning beast replied affirmatively, Qingliu was relieved. Qingliu took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and then raised his hand and directly touched the 3rd pattern. The moment he touched it lightly, the panel turned into blue channel light. This time there was no big movement, but just in case, Qingliu took another step back. The next moment, a black ear with a petite body, even only the size of Qingliu's thumbnail, flew out of the channel and touched the 3rd pattern in front of him. The pattern quickly shattered into star-like blue fragments, and the two completely merged together. Zzzz! Suddenly, an inexplicable sound rang out in the air, and the size of the black ear swelled up in the wind. In a moment, it grew from a fingernail to the size of an egg. When Qingliu was surprised by such a change, its size swelled again, almost reaching the size of an adult's entire palm. As its size changed, a dark energy far exceeding the one released before continued to burst out from it. The rich dark energy completely dyed the dim surroundings black, and the day turned into night. Buzz! It seemed that this change stimulated the holy plan, or perhaps the cunning beast saw that Qingliu knew the importance of this thing and had summoned it, so it no longer insisted on holding the holy plan and not allowing it to be purified. A white light full of holy breath burst out from the holy plan mark on Qingliu's palm, piercing through the dark space in an instant like a sharp arrow. Then, it cut directly from top to bottom. Chi! A sharp and piercing sound rang out, and the dark space formed by the dark energy was directly cut in half. But what surprised Qingliu was that the divine plan seemed to be intentional. This sword that seemed to be about to create the world broke everything, but only spared the dark ear in front of him. Before Qingliu could think carefully about the information revealed in it, the divine plan mark lit up again. Hehe! With the laughter of the iconic cunning beast, a yellow digital egg with a pair of red eye-shaped lines appeared in the air. A half-holy white and half-evil black energy mimicry hand extended from the egg, carrying an absolute suppression force, and directly grabbed the black ear. At this moment, the light and dark energy on the arm burst out with a brilliant light. The black ear held in its hand was shattered in the instant it was illuminated by this light, turning into an extremely pure dark energy that merged into the arm, and then returned to the egg of the cunning beast along the arm. The next moment, the two red eye-shaped lines on the Digimon egg burst into a scarlet glow, and a terrifying energy ball that was dozens of times larger than the dark energy that the black ear had previously released rushed straight into the sky. Also, I'm writing. If it's too late, I'll go to sleep, but I'll make up for it tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Dark Energy Accumulation completed. Kanto Mysterious Dragon Youth, 2-in-1. Chi. The moment the energy rose, the dark energy that had been cut open by the sacred plan, now lost the core driving force of the Black Year, and had no ability to resist it all. In an instant, it was torn and swallowed by the dark energy group belonging to the cunning beast. The dark night that enveloped the surroundings completely dissipated, and rays of sunlight fell on the ground again. This sudden change in brightness is extremely easy to cause strong stimulation to the eyes. Qingliu had to raise his hand in advance to block his eyes to avoid the strong light from hurting his eyes. But before the imagined sunlight completely shone in, it was directly intercepted by several huge shadows that suddenly appeared in front of him, leaving only a little light falling on the ground in the empty area between the shadows. But even if most of it was blocked, these little lights still caused slight discomfort to the eyes. Qingliu rubbed his eyes gently, and at the same time, he felt several breaths appearing around him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. These figures appeared just after the space formed by the dark energy was broken, and they had obviously gathered nearby before that. Then, their identity information was very clear. Qingliu opened his eyes and looked up at the figures that appeared in front of him. Machine Tyrannosaurus was staring at him straight, his big blue eyes scanning up and down, as if to confirm if there was anything wrong. Tanabata Bluebird standing on his shoulder, and Floriman floating in the air with its leaf-like wings flapping, both still had some worries on their faces, but after seeing that he was indeed safe, they were obviously relieved. The largest Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, with 3 heads and 6 eyes, stood proudly in the air. When he saw that he was safe, he immediately lost interest and looked away proudly. Only occasionally, one of the heads would unconsciously turn over to confirm the situation again. The last Ultra Sedramon had its head high and raised high, looking at him for a while, and then turning its attention to its own mouth that was constantly chewing, as if it was chewing something very chewy. Each of them behaved differently, but Qingliu could feel that they were all very concerned about his safety. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Although this thing looks strange and scary, it's still a little difficult to hurt me," Qingliu said with a chuckle. Hearing Qingliu's confirmation, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sir Kixie Bluebird and Flower Fairy Beast heard the words and came to Qingliu. The former gently rubbed his head against his hand. Being a clean person, he didn't mind using cotton-like snow-white feathers to gently sweep away the dust on Qingliu's body. The latter came to Qingliu, suspended in the air, stretched out his hands and gently touched his temples on both sides. A fresh scent of flowers came slowly, and the residual discomfort caused by the dark energy before was instantly eliminated. Qingliu even felt that his whole body was refreshed a lot. "Do you feel better?" Flower Fairy Beast asked uncertainly. Qingliu nodded gently, his eyes slightly moved upwards, feeling the faint floral scent in the air, and nodded with a smile, saying, "I feel very comfortable, thank you." It seems that after the evolution, the Flower Fairy Beast not only looks better, but also improves a lot in the use of its own power. I'm not very skilled either." The Flower Fairy Beast, who had been a little timid and introverted since childhood, heard Qingliu's serious and direct praise, and a few blushes suddenly appeared on her delicate face, and she lowered her head shyly. However, the praise from someone she recognized and trusted, the joy that grew out of it inevitably quickly filled her heart. As the joy intensified, the Flower Fairy Beast's lowered face became redder, and the pistil on the top of its head swayed gently unconsciously, and an extremely rich floral fragrance was released uncontrollably from the flower bud. When the surroundings were filled with strong fragrance, even Qingliu, who was not very sensitive to the fragrance of flowers, could not bear it. Floriman finally reacted, blushed and quickly diluted the fragrance, and then fled towards the bushes in the distance. Looking at the rapidly disappearing back, Qingliu smiled and shook his head, then looked at a machine Tyrannosaurus beside him. After it was sure that there was nothing wrong with it, its eyes kept looking at the sky above its head. In that direction, Qingliu used some unknown method to rise from the ground and floated in the air. The powerful dark energy was continuously released from its digital egg and spread rapidly around. If the dark energy of the Black Year could only cover a small area near Qingliu before, then the dark energy of Qingliu has now formed an extremely huge black cloud, covering a large area of the sky above their heads. From a distance, this area seemed to be completely ignored by the sun, or it was like a dark cloud before a storm. Aowagi, is Qingliu okay in this state? Machine Tyrannosaurus asked while staring at the sky. Although it had not had much time and opportunity to contact Qingliu, it was summoned by Aowagi in the same way as it was at the beginning, and they were both Digimon, so they were considered fellow countrymen and compatriots. In addition, it could completely solve that strange dark matter, and after several contacts, it could also feel the other party's talent that was more terrifying than all of them. Such Qingliu would definitely be able to better help protect and help Aowagi in the future. This was also the reason why they were worried and did not force it to break, even though the strange dark energy had already wrapped Aowagi in it. Even if Aowagi did not react in time, even if Qingliu was sleeping, he should be able to protect Aowagi. Machine Tyrannosaurus had already silently determined in his heart that it, which had not yet been born, was also a member of this team. However, since the first meeting, this seemed to be the first time that it had encountered such a situation, and Machine Tyrannosaurus could not help but feel a little worried at the moment. Don't worry. Qingliu looked up at the sky, as if he was talking to himself or explaining to Machine Tyrannosaurus, now, it is ushering in its own transformation. Above the sky, the dark energy was still spreading around at a leisurely speed, and in the center of the black cloud, the momentum bursting out from the Digimon egg of Qingliu became stronger and stronger. The key is that this momentum is still rising with the passage of time. Qingliu didn't know what level the egg-formed Qingliu had reached now, but just this momentum now was infinitely close to the level of the main Pokemon of all gym-level trainers that Qingliu had seen so far. It seems that the previous conjecture may really happen, evolution at birth. From the time Qingliu was summoned to now, almost 2 or 3 months have passed. Most of the time, it has been staying in the built-in space of the divine plan to absorb the light data that is opposite to its own attributes and full of holy breath. Although it is not known whether this thing will help its level, it will definitely have a great benefit to its potential. Add to that the black gas formed by the dark matter on the 4 Heavenly Kings level 4 bats in the Beta Great Forest, the real dark matter in the soul and body of Yuzai, and the current black gears. The worst of these things are also of the 4 Heavenly Kings level. It is conceivable how terrifying the improvement brought by digesting them will be. Moreover, just as I thought before, these energies will not only enhance its potential, but also act as a stimulant to greatly shorten the time it takes to break out of its shell. After the 10th summoning, the blue channel connecting the void turned into a panel again, and under Qingliu's gaze, the illustrated data of Qingliu was presented in front of him. Race, Qingliu. Classification, slime Pokemon. Attributes, evil, poison. Features, soft and poisonous body, having a soft body that can resist and reduce some physical damage, and will release toxins through physical contact. Level, 0. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, none. Race value. Life, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, speed, intimacy, 5,153,060. You absorbed the first dark matter for it and it was happy and excited. You did what you promised to give it the second dark matter and it expressed its approval. You believed in it and were willing to summon the black ear for it. It began to like you, a human being who seemed a little stupid but not hopeless to it. Status, not yet born. Shell time, 10 minutes later. Information summary. It has been a long time since I checked the illustrated information of Qingliu. When Qingliu, who only wanted to take a look at the specific time of birth on the status bar, saw these changes, he was stunned for a moment. Except for the race value that was already a question mark at the beginning, all other data and information about it have become question marks, even the level. Combined with the momentum just felt and the things that were swallowed and digested, it is more and more proved that Qingliu's level is limited by its own digital eggshell, but at the moment of birth, it will usher in an explosive growth after breaking free from the restrictions. Really, he started practicing in the womb. Qingliu's eyes continued to move downwards, and he couldn't help laughing when he saw the intimacy that had been improved several times, as well as the evaluation of himself in the heart of Qingliu. Then, his eyes fell on the time of hatching in the status bar. 10 minutes later, no, to be precise, it should be only about 9 minutes. Qingliu's heart was uncontrollably excited. After being silent for 2 or 3 months, eating so many things that he couldn't use but were of top quality, and with the help of the holy plan. Finally, in a few minutes, the clouds will clear and the moon will be bright. Qingliu looked at Qingliu in the air and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Then he looked at a machine Tyrannosaurus next to him, and all the Digimon, Pokemon and Pokemon he currently had, except for the absent Florman, and announced the news to them. Qingliu is about to hatch. Hearing this, except for Ultramarinaman who was still chewing something, no one showed too much surprise. After all, it had been in the form of an egg for too long. Moreover, Qingliu confirmed that there was no problem with it. At present, they really couldn't think of anything else related to it except that it broke out of its shell and was born. It's just that, the noise of this shell breaking seems to be a bit loud. What should we do? Machine Tyrannosaurus asked in a deep voice. Just the noise it makes now is already very terrifying. I really dare not imagine how serious it will be when it is born next. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it will be very, very, very shocking. Qingliu's eyes swept over every figure in front of him and said seriously, so, I hope that during this period of time before the complete birth of Qingliu, everyone can completely control the surrounding area. Traveling trainers, Pokemon, or other creatures that pass by or stay near it, advise them to stay away from here, and those who are disobedient will be driven away directly. This is for their own good, and at the same time, it is also to ensure that there will be no problems with the birth of Qingliu. So, I'll leave it to you all. After Qingliu's voice fell, Machine Tyrannosaurus nodded heavily, turned around, and slapped the head of Mega Cedramon with a claw covered with the Digizoid of Time, dragging it away by force. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The three-headed, six-eyed dragon just glanced at Qingliu lightly, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Tanabata Bluebird signaled it to find Florman first, and then flapped its cotton wings and flew away. Looking at the completely empty surroundings, Qingliu once again looked at the Digimon Digi-Eggs floating in the sky. On the blue panel illustration, the hatching time has quietly reached 6 minutes, and is diving towards 5 minutes at a high speed. Let me see with my own eyes, after accumulating for so long, what stage you can reach after hatching. At the same time, Cutting Edge City to the south of the Xiangyun Mountains. On a mountain that had been cut off in half, a pterosaur-like Pokemon with a gray purple body and unusually obvious muscle lines was standing on a pile of rubble next to it, yawning without interest. Not far in front of it, a young man wearing a windbreaker and a signature cape hanging on his shoulders was squatting on the ground, holding a handful of rubble in his hand. As his fingers rubbed, the young man's cold mouth slightly raised a curve. It seems that Wusong did not lie to me. Although the aura carried by it was so weak that it was almost completely gone, he had an almost instinctive intuition about dragon attribute Pokemon and moves since he was a child, and he still sensed a trace of different aura from it. There was no doubt that the Dragon-type Pokemon or Dragon-type moves that easily destroyed this half of the mountain, and it was a Dragon-type Pokemon and Dragon-type moves that even he had never seen before, which instantly made the young man's unhappiness about the first half of this trip to Sinnoh disappear. And if I'm not mistaken, there is also the Dragon-type Pokemon that was responsible for protecting the police officers during the Wisdom Lake incident. It's as big as a giant Dragonite. It's really interesting. The young man put down the gravel in his hand and slowly stood up. I didn't expect that in addition to Granny Dragon and Miss Sirona in the Sinnoh region, there would be other people who have such a powerful Dragon-type Pokemon. And from what the police officers in the Edge City mentioned in their conversations, the other party seemed to be relatively young, and there was a very high probability that he was younger than him. In the case that Dragon-type Pokemon generally require a lot of accumulation, the other party is so young but has a powerful combat power beyond his age. He couldn't help but wonder how he did it. At the same time, he also felt the excitement from the bottom of his heart when he found a trainer with the same attribute, and wanted to compete with him. It's a pity that we don't have much time this time. A big incident has popped up in Kanto and someone needs to be in charge. Otherwise, even if I have to put the cases on hand aside, I want to find you first. The young man sighed, and then said to the Pokemon who had begun to doze off beside him, Fossil Pterosaur, it's time to go. As soon as the voice fell, the Fossil Pterosaur opposite opened its eyes, flapped its wings and prepared to take off. Suddenly, a black energy rushed straight into the sky in the distance. The young man and the Fossil Pterosaur paused, and their expressions instantly became solemn. The black energy spread out a large area almost instantly, and even though there was such a long distance in between, the breath of strong negative emotions could still sweep over. This made the young man frown slowly, and his eyes quickly became cold. Dark Matter. Chapter 299 All the heavens gathered to help it reach the summit. 2-in-1. Yolongdu's performance in the Four Heavenly Kings was not ideal. In the 4 Heavenly Kings Cup, he lost to the Ice-type King Kona again without any surprise, and missed the title of the strongest of the 4 Heavenly Kings. At the same time, he also indirectly lost the ability to compete for the championship seat that had been vacant for many years in the Kanto and Johto alliances, which made him feel not very good. Even though his strength was much stronger than that of the opponent, he still lost the game by a difference of one move in the end, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Kona's main attack attribute completely restrained him. But what made him a little unacceptable was that after losing the game, he heard Kona's fans tease him in a sarcastic tone. He said that although he was nominally the Dragon-type king among the 4 Heavenly Kings, in order to defeat Kona, he used a bunch of Pokemon that looked like dragons, but were actually flying-type Pokemon, trying to win with a surprise move. As a result, he forgot that the flying type, like the dragon type, was also restrained by the ice type. This attribute-restraint relationship that all new trainers know is really laughable. Otto silently clenched his fists at the time. With his identity, it was impossible for him to go and fight with the other party to let him see whether he was a Dragon King. It was also impossible for him to invite Kona to fight again, because this difference had appeared many times in the repeated fights. He knew that this slight gap had nothing to do with other things, but was a bottleneck in attribute restrained, and he did not have the ability to cross it now. So in order to ease the emotions in his heart, he activated another identity, the Alliance Investigator. Adhering to the idea that venting the depression and anger in his heart on those criminals might make him feel better, the 4 Heavenly Kings Yolongdu began a 1-month carpet cleansing. The underground forces in Kanto and Johto regions had a hard time in that month, and there were complaints everywhere. No less than 100 leaders and important members of large and small organizations received free food and accommodation issued by the Alliance under his door-to-door service. When the Fingigan Alliance learned of this news, they quickly discussed with the Kanto and Johto alliances to transfer this angry 4 Heavenly Kings level investigator to vent his anger in their area. Finally, after the underground organizations and evil forces in the 3 regions were suffering, the Sinnoh Alliance, which was short of manpower and had frequent incidents, heard about this and immediately started the second secondment of Yolongdu. In this way, he came to the Sinnoh region. However, this kind of secondment was agreed by him. He was willing to go to Fingigan because the most powerful guys in the underground world in Kanto and Johto had a very deep understanding and precautions against him. Unless there were major problems inside, he could only throw bombs into the water, but he could never catch any big fish. He wanted to change his taste, so he agreed to go to Fingigan, who didn't know much about him, and at the same time he could go to the local Dragon King Genji to consult about how to overcome the attribute restraint. However, Genji said that although he went a little further than Adu, it was limited to this and could not provide much help. So when the Sinnoh Alliance came to him later, he agreed. But the more inclined to not fight crime, but also to find someone. The semi-retired champion of the Sinnoh League, a dragon trainer who is older and more experienced than Kanto's Ghost King Kakuko and Toyotomi's Dragon King Genji, is Granny Long. He asked her how dragon Pokemon could transcend attributes and reach a stronger level, so that he could improve himself and fight to defeat Kona, win the 4 Heavenly Kings Cup and the championship seat. He met Granny Long as he wished. However, although Granny Long told him the true meaning of dragon Pokemon, she was not very optimistic about him, and said in a daze as if she was about to fall asleep. You are destined not to reach the top in the future. A young man who runs around all day will only be defeated by another young man who runs around, or be crushed by a trainer who is truly dedicated and aims to be the strongest. Yolongdu has great respect for Granny Long, who is very well known even among the dragon trainers, but is so low-key that it is outrageous, but he does not understand and strongly disagrees with what she said. Because Granny Long herself was teaching and imparting all her knowledge, Miss Sirona, who was regarded as her successor, seemed to be a distracted person, that is, she was extremely obsessed with myths and legends besides being a trainer. But he certainly couldn't say this directly, and in the end he could only hold it in his heart and say goodbye and leave, preparing to return to Kanto. At this time, the Sinnoh League urgently contacted him and hoped that he could go to the Wisdom Lake for a tour before returning. If there was anything that the newly promoted 4 Heavenly Kings who had been sent there couldn't handle, he begged him, the Dragon Envoy who was already a strong one among the 4 Heavenly Kings, to help deal with it. Adu then went to the Wisdom Lake. Not only because he had agreed to help deal with some things when he was seconded, but also because the Sinnoh League revealed that the Wisdom Lake incident was caused by dark matter. The Kanto and Johto League also attached great importance to. In order to learn more about this special thing, it is worth making an extra trip. However, after arriving, he found that the 3 lake gods that had rioted had been suppressed, and even the settlement of the citizens was handled well by the local gym trainers and Miss Junsha. Later, he learned that the new superpower King Wusong who came to the Wisdom Lake incident was basically just a bystander, but the young mysterious dragon Pokemon trainer who made great efforts aroused his interest. Although everyone regarded him as a member of the Interpol with a bad reputation because of those old things, and kept his mouth shut to his questions, he still used his sincerity to get some information from Wusong. I don't want to say more. If you are really interested, go to Qingliu Mountain, where there is half of the mountain that was destroyed by him and his Pokemon before. He found the mountain that Wusong mentioned, and used his talent to detect the fluctuations emitted by the dragon Pokemon contained in it, and the idea of encountering each other became stronger and stronger. However, because the dark matter incident also occurred in the Kanto region, and it has caused many casualties, he must rush back as soon as possible, so the idea of encountering was forced to be shelved. But now, looking at the black energy rising into the sky in the distance, Adu knew that the pace of returning would be delayed. Even if the matter in Kanto was very urgent, the scene in front of him, I am afraid it will be even worse. Although the momentum generated by the black energy seems to be only at the level of a normal gym trainer, and has not reached the scope of the 4 heavenly kings. However, this kind of terrifying fluctuation and the coverage of those black clouds have never been seen in all the files of dark matter incidents he has read. In other words, the new dark matter incident in front of him is very dangerous and very important. It may be of great help in dealing with related incidents in the future. As for the black energy cloud in front of him, it is not dark matter but something else. Adu has never considered it at all. Strong negative emotions, making people feel physically uncomfortable, and the most obvious thing is that the external characteristics are generally in the state of black gas. There is nothing more in line with the description of dark matter than the scene in front of him. Thinking of this, Adu took out 2 Poké Balls from his pocket and pressed the switch directly. The next moment, a Pokemon stood up, with an orange-yellow body, and evenly striped butter-colored skin from the chin to the abdomen. It was a little fat but not bloated at all. It dragged a thick tail behind it, and had 2 pairs of slightly cute wings on its back, and a Pokemon that also stood up, also with a large area of orange-yellow body, butter-colored abdomen, and a thick tail, but with larger wings, sharper and fiercer eyes, and a blazing flame burning on the tip of the tail appeared in front of him. Adu quickly said, "Fossil Pterosaur, Dragonite, Charizard, you should also know the goal of this battle. Don't hold back. Attack directly after approaching. The battle will be resolved as quickly as possible. Do you understand?" The 3 Pokemon nodded heavily. Then, Adu stood on the back of the fossil pterosaur. The next moment, 3 Pokemon that were either Dragon-type or Dragon-shaped burst out with a terrifying momentum at the same time. If Wusong was here, he would be shocked beyond measure. This man, who was not much older than him, had a Pokemon that was far superior to his main lineup, and even reached the level of the absolute main force of the ground-type King Kakuna among the old 4 kings. Then, 3 figures with powerful auras flew out at the speed of streamers, shooting towards the black energy that was rising into the sky not far away. On the other side, in the center of the forest, the strongest dragon messenger in the world, Yulongdu, who had been repeatedly thought of and planned to meet in the Kanto region after the end of the Lily of the Valley conference or after the formation of the team, had already arrived in the Sinnoh region in advance. And because of the butterfly effect, he appeared in the Qingliu Mountains not too far away from him, and mistook the dark energy released by the cunning beast that was about to hatch as dark matter and rushed over to deal with it. Qingliu didn't know. At this moment, he was still staring at the sky and the hatching time displayed on the panel. Race, cunning beast. Status, unborn, shell breaking time, 1 minute later. Status, unborn, shell breaking time 59 seconds later. Status, unborn, shell breaking time 50 seconds later. Time was ticking by little, and Qingliu had become so quiet that even his breathing was so faint that it was inaudible. At this moment, even the heartbeat of the heart that was constantly beating in his chest could be clearly captured by his ears. Qingliu had forgotten how long it had been since he had been so nervous and expectant. However, he could still feel this emotion now, which at least showed that he was still alive as a person, and that he had positive emotions for a new life that was about to be born. Inhale, inhale. Seeing the time coming to the last 10 seconds, Qingliu took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality to welcome the final arrival. 10 seconds passed in a flash during this process. Qingliu then excitedly focused his eyes on the center of the black cloud above his head, on the digital egg of Cunning Beast. The dark energy was surging like a wave, constantly spreading around. However, the powerful aura emanating from the digi-egg, which was constantly rising, seemed to stagnate and no longer continue to rise when it was about to surpass the gym trainer level limit that Qingliu felt. Even the consciousness of Qingliu seemed to be silent at this moment for unknown reasons, without any sign of hatching. Qingliu narrowed his eyes instantly. He quickly called up the panel and looked at the status bar of Qingliu. Status, not born, shell breaking time 0 seconds later, 0 seconds later, 0 seconds later. Seeing this constantly jumping and updating, but without any subsequent prompts, Qingliu's breathing suddenly stagnated. Every time the egg is about to hatch, there will be problems. Resisting the urge to curse in his heart, Qingliu began to recall in his mind whether the current situation of Qingliu was the same as the problem encountered by Bluebird when it was about to hatch, or similar. In his memory, Bluebird's Pokemon egg had also reached the hatching time shown on the panel, but it was very strange that it did not hatch. The only difference is that the shell breaking time was constantly looping, but now it is just like loading a game with a network card, without looping, but just stagnating. Just when Qingliu was at a loss, the panel that had been stuck in an endless loop suddenly popped up a new prompt message. Status, not born, shell breaking time 0 seconds later, 0 seconds later. Hungry. Insufficient energy supply. At the same time, in Qingliu's mind, the voice that belonged to the Cunning Beast, which was relatively immature and inexplicably crisp, also sounded. Hungry. Hungry. Not enough. It was just different from the excited, mischievous, emotionless, dissatisfied, tired and other sounds that he had heard before. Now its voice was extremely weak, anxious and worried, and there was a trace of, barely detectable fear. Anxious. Shell breaking. Worried. Shell breaking failed. Qingliu could guess the reasons for the first two, but what caused the fear? If the shell breaking failed this time, it would be fine to wait until the next time. Qingliu believed that the Cunning Beast would understand this truth, but even so, it still conveyed a hint of fear. Does this mean that Qingliu knows that if it fails to break out of its shell this time, the difficulty of breaking out of its shell next time or other conditions will increase accordingly, making it more difficult and more likely to fail? Qingliu looked at the panel in front of him and listened to the voice in his ear. All the information flashed through his mind. In this case, let's just succeed at once. If there is not enough energy, supply it with energy and give it all that can be absorbed. And what is related to Qingliu is nothing more than holy data and dark matter similar to dark energy. The moment his thoughts came to him, Qingliu raised his right hand with the mark of the holy plan high without any hesitation. At the same time, he took out the Poké Balls containing Agumon and Uxie from his pocket with his left hand, pressed the switch and threw them into the air. Then he shouted loudly, "Flower Ferryman!" Buzz buzz buzz. The dull sound of the wings vibrating rapidly sounded in his ears, and Flower Ferryman, with a little blush on his face, quickly stopped in front of him. It also found that Qingliu was different, and it was ready before Qingliu called its name. Quick! Unseal the flower necklace and throw the 2 dark matter particles to Cunning Beast. Yes! Flower Fairy Beast immediately took action. The finger with a faint flower fragrance directly touched the foreheads of Agumon and Uxie, who were floating in the air in a daze. The next moment, the 2 black air had been diluted a lot, but the dark matter that was still releasing strange energy from the core of the cage-like core drilled out from the eyebrows of the 2 lake gods. Without waiting for them to react, the flower necklace worn on the necks of Agumon and Uxie flew out directly, quickly shrinking and imprisoning them tightly. Then, it rushed towards the black cloud in the sky. Buzz! As soon as the 2 dark matter particles approached, the dark energy surging around them instantly rushed up and eroded the flower necklace on the surface. The dark matter was no longer restrained and instantly became agitated, trying to find a direction to escape directly. But before they could make any real moves, the Digimon Digi-Egg burst out with even more hungry dark energy, grabbing it. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds followed. The dark matter disappeared, replaced by all the dark energy around it, which became darker in color, and the stagnant momentum rose again. Seeing this, Qingliu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the Digimon didn't absorb part of the data from the divine plan as expected, fortunately these two dark matters that were originally intended to be digested by it later filled this gap. But before Qingliu's heart could completely fall, the momentum stopped moving again. Fuck. Seeing this, Qingliu, who had always been civilized, couldn't help it anymore. The dark matter had been given away, and the divine plan didn't respond. He no longer had any energy source that matched the current situation of the Digimon. If there were any dark matter incidents now, no matter how powerful the Pokémon attacked, he would immediately rush to suppress them and capture dark matter to feature Carryman as supplements, but there were none at the moment. Qingliu was forced to start frantically recalling anything that might be useful in his mind. Just then, dong dong dong. A huge vibration sound came. Machine Tyrannosaurus came to a position not far from Qingliu and said in a deep voice, "I still have the dark energy condensed by the dark matter that activated the Digimon Digicore, and the data of a virus species in my body. Take it first." Hearing this, and seeing the determination in Machine Tyrannosaurus' eyes that revealed his willingness to make any sacrifice, Qingliu's breathing became heavy. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, just thinking about extracting data from a Digimon's body will reveal how serious the consequences will be. Qingliu was about to refuse. At this moment, a voice interrupted him. "Leave it to me." An ancient but childlike voice sounded. Emrido, the only one of the three sacred mushrooms that did not seal the dark matter and was in a state of recuperation, activated the instant movement and appeared in front of Qingliu. It raised its head and looked at the cunning beast in the sky. There was surprise in its eyes, and a trace of nostalgia. "I don't know why, there are repeated paragraphs, but I don't have any in the background." Chapter 300, Born. Since Arceus, the noble god of creation, the great lord of all things, and the respected great lord of Sinnoh, created the world, he created three lake gods. After giving them will, emotion, and wisdom respectively, and finally spreading them to humans through them, Emrido has forgotten how many years have passed since now. It is precisely because they have almost lost the concept of time, so anything that has happened will be gradually forgotten in a long state of slumber. After all, even the legendary Pokémon or gods have their limits. Only occasionally, when they sense that humans who match their own given characteristics, that is, the corresponding will, emotion, and wisdom qualities appear near the lake, they will wake up in the form of souls and appear to establish contact with them. Otherwise, they are in a long sleep. But there are always exceptions. Just like this time, because of the special situation of waking up directly due to the influence of something called dark matter, they will definitely remember it for a long time. Equally profound is Emrido's last awakening. Last time, someone used a special bomb that could blow up the lake's alternate space, forcibly broke the door of the room, causing it to wake up on its own initiative. But it quickly forgot about it. After all, the other party couldn't even beat its soul body that had been sleeping, so there was no need to care about it. Normally, it would forget such things quickly. But then, something happened that impressed it for the first time in hundreds or even thousands of years. At that time, through the soul body that was breathing outside, Emrido discovered a human being tinkering with something mysteriously by the Zinky Lake. Later, it used the ability given by the adult to predict the future and saw a mark on one of his hands. There was a special space in the mark that was the same as the lake's space. Then, it entered the space. It was bright and dark inside, comfortable and uncomfortable. In the two completely different feelings, there was a silver metal block, a pair of red eyes, and a childish, crisp roar. The other party told it to get out. Emrido didn't know what the voice was, but he knew that his soul body finally lost contact as if it had completely disappeared from this world. It had never encountered such a thing before. So even after forgetting the appearance of the human and the mark on his hand, it still remembered the voice. Time goes back to the present. After being treated by humans and as Pokémon, it has been recuperating in the Poké Ball. It has just recovered and accidentally used its superpowers to detect the movement outside. At the same time, it just happened to sense the sound of the cunning beast's desire due to insufficient energy. So, it unexpectedly discovered that the human in front of it was the human with the mark at that time. And the sound coming from the Pokémon egg in the sky that was about to break the shell was the sound that devoured its soul at that time. What Emrido didn't expect was that everything would meet again in this way. Its thoughts that had been silent for hundreds and thousands of years were emptied at this moment. It has forgotten how long it has not appeared since it felt like meeting again on an inadvertent afternoon with not much preparation and ideas for something that impressed it deeply. Perhaps, it has never happened since that adult exiled Shadow and left. It really makes Pokemon miss it infinitely. At this moment, Emrido dreamed of returning to ancient times, as if he saw the four figures again, and then slowly dissipated in the passing of time. Finally, he turned his head and looked at his companions who had walked with him from the beginning, Agumon and Uxie. At this moment, their breath was very weak, but as the human said, the existence of dark matter could not be sensed at all. Qingliu felt Emrido's gaze towards the other two lake gods and quickly said, "I'm sorry, the situation was urgent just now, and I didn't have time to notify you when I was cleaning it up." Emrido heard this and shook his head gently, as if he was replying or talking to himself. "Although the loss of a soul body made me weak for a while, compared to your help and favor to us, this is nothing." Emrido used human language to transmit the voice with a little difficulty, and at the same time, the superpower energy around his body began to surge, driving Agumon and Uxie to the air several meters above the ground. "You helped us, now it's our turn to repay you." Although the black energy on the Pokemon egg was very similar to the breath of the dark matter that affected them before, the three holy mushrooms could sense that Qingliu was not a human who met one of the three characteristics they possessed. But at least, he was a normal person. Power is not good or bad, it all depends on how the user and the life that controls it use it. The power of creation can also destroy the world. That respected adult once said so in front of them. Now, the same is true. They choose to believe in this human. Just as the god of creation chose to create them, bring the three powers to humans, and believe that humans can survive in this Pokemon world with extraordinary power. Even if they believe in their hearts that everything that adult did was right, the facts once again clearly proved that the adult's choice was extremely correct. Their current choice must also be extremely correct in the end. The red gems on Emrido's forehead and tail simultaneously emitted a strong light, and the ancient and heavy supernatural energy emerged from it. Then, under the control of Emrido, the other two weak three holy mushrooms were directly led to do the same action as it did. The next moment, three holy mushrooms that looked exactly like them, but with transparent bodies, floated out of their bodies and stayed in front of them. "What are you doing?" Qingliu looked at the soul body that was deliberately condensed from the body by the three holy mushrooms at this time, and felt a little confused. At the same time, combined with what Emrido said just now after he appeared, the other party seemed to have had contact with himself or Cunning Beast before, and his doubts were even greater. But no matter what, literally speaking, the other party seemed to have some way to solve the problem that Cunning Beast was facing now. In the absence of any effective solution, Qingliu chose to believe them. No matter what, these three legendary Pokemon that have proven their own character will at least not do anything to hurt themselves. In this case, why not let them try? Under his gaze, the three soul bodies without any intelligence quickly rose into the air at an incredibly fast speed and shot towards the location of Cunning Beast. The moment it reached the black cloud where the dark energy was, it collapsed directly, turning into dots of pure psychic energy and merging into it. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly rose in the air. The black cloud shook violently at this moment, and the dark energy in it began to churn rapidly as if it had received a huge supplement. Even the red-eye patterns on the Digimon egg that had been silent lit up again. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared on Enrido's face. Since the other party was able to erode and devour its soul body and digest its power at the beginning, it can naturally do so now. Therefore, it chose to use their soul bodies as a supply to help that guy gather the last energy needed to break out of the shell and be born. However, if there are only three soul bodies, it may not be enough. Although their combat power is relatively weak as legendary Pokemon, they can be said to be the strongest in some special sensing abilities. Emrido had a vague feeling. Even if he absorbed three soul bodies, the other party still had a barrier to break through the last restriction. Just use all your strength to help it complete it at once. Not only the gems on the forehead and tail, but also the eyes of the three holy mushrooms turned red like blood at this moment. The overwhelming superpowers emerged from their bodies, and then turned into the most refined energy to build the soul body. Like a wave, they all rushed to the black cloud where the Cunning Beast was, and finally merged into it. The Cunning Beast, which absorbed a large amount of soul power, became extremely sharp in this moment. "Give me. Break." The wind began to move automatically in all directions, and the black clouds began to roll continuously. Even above the black clouds, in the sky that truly belonged to the sky, the originally clear and sunny sky quietly changed dramatically. One after another, Dark clouds emerged, thunder sounded, and lightning flashed. The strong wind blew inadvertently, and the world suddenly had strange phenomena. At the same time, in the field of vision that only Qingliu could see, the panel status information bar that had gone through twists and turns changed again. However, this time the changes were not cyclical, but more brief, which caused Qingliu to stop breathing and made his already pounding heartbeat faster. Species: cunning beast. Status: unborn, hatching. Snap. Almost a moment his eyes swept over the line of blue characters, a crisp sound of breaking suddenly rang in his ears. In the sky, which had completely turned into a scene of dark clouds pressing down on a city, a barely detectable crack appeared on the digital egg of the cunning beast, which was yellow in color and had a pair of red eye-shaped patterns printed in the middle. But even at such a long distance, Qingliu still found it. Because in the crack, a half-black and half-white evil light came out. The speed of the rolling black clouds around was getting faster and faster, and the frequency of the abnormal phenomena and roars in the sky was getting higher and higher. Snap! Snap! Exclamation mark. A more obvious and crisp sound of breaking sounded in the middle. The next moment, like a group of hungry cats smelling blood, the dark energy covering most of the sky began to pour back to the center. It rushed towards the crack on the digital egg, until all of it was gone. After the dark energy that was surging in the sky a second ago disappeared, only the wind, black clouds, lightning and thunder caused by the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth remained. But the sound of the eggshell cracking became louder and louder, the cracks on the egg became larger, and the half-black and half-white evil light became more and more intense. The cracks spread to the entire digital egg, until it completely broke apart from the middle. At this moment, everything fell into dead silence. Even the strange phenomenon in the sky seemed to be affected by an unknown force invisibly, and everything was stagnant like a crash, no longer making any sound. The whole world pressed the pause button. However, no one paid attention to these at the moment. On the ground, Qingliu, Machine Tyrannosaurus, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, Floorman, Ultra Sedramon, Tenabita Bluebird, and the three holy mushrooms were all watching silently. Watching the petite figure gradually floating out of the cracked egg. In addition to that, in the distant sky, there were three streaks of light, and Yulongdu standing on the back of the fossilized pterosaur. At the temporary resettlement site in Qifeng City, the gym trainers Ayasong, the former gym trainer Zubei, Miss Junsha, Miss Shenzi, the withdrawn psychic King Wusong, and the tall and thin Interpol wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses. South of Xiangu Mountain, in the center of a small town full of quaint atmosphere, an elderly woman in a research suit and a slightly short stature stood on the road, and another middle-aged woman next to her was wearing a dark brown long skirt, wearing dragon tooth ornaments all over her body, and even her shoes were inlaid with dragon teeth. At this moment, all of their eyes were focused on the strange phenomenon that was constantly roaring not far from the foot of Xiangu Mountain in the distance. At the same time, all of them showed an unprecedented solemnity. The natural anomaly is a phenomenon that is triggered when a legendary Pokémon or a Pokémon with a legendary Pokémon level starts to fight with all their strength. This is something they all know or have seen in their hearts. However, at this moment, they did not feel any energy fluctuations of the battle, and the black energy that seemed to be completely composed of negative emotions mixed with evil aura made everyone's heart hang in the air. The incident at Lake of Wisdom has just ended. Now there is another larger scale and more terrifying dark matter caused legendary Pokémon riot? Or simply, is there any powerful Pokémon born under the control of that dark matter? Various speculations and assumptions emerged, but without exception, everyone's mind was that it was not going to develop in a good direction. Wait and see. The result of the discussion to postpone the return to Qifeng City was quickly finalized in the discussion of Xia Song and other core figures of Qifeng City. Wu Song, who was also present, did not express any opinions. He was just a little worried. That direction should be the direction of Xiangu Mountain, which was also the direction he pointed to Yulongdu. Could it be that something happened to him? Yulongdu, who was worried about Wu Song at the moment, threw out 3 Poké Balls again with an expressionless face during the flight, and 3 Pokémon with almost the same momentum as Fossil Pterosaur, Dragonite, and Charizard appeared. This is his foundation as a rare strong man among the 4 heavenly kings. His absolute main force built the main force of the dragon system. At this moment, he took it all out without any hesitation. In order to end the battle as soon as possible when facing the unknown dark matter. Carrying a cold murderous aura, 6 figures quickly approached the scene of the incident. In the quaint town, the elderly researcher looked at the distance in silence. After a long time, he put his hands in his pockets, as if nothing had happened, nothing had been seen or heard, and turned and left without saying a word, leaving behind a middle-aged and elderly woman wearing dragon-tooth jewelry all over her body, who seemed to like dragon elements very much, smiling and looking at the distance. She said with a gentle tone and smile that seemed to show that no matter what happened, it would not affect her face, "Oh, it is indeed my hometown. It is very interesting." Although Qingliu did not know the details of what happened nearby, he knew clearly that such a huge commotion would definitely attract other people's attention. He had specially chosen such a remote place to perform the summoning before, just to avoid any uncontrolled commotion and cause any trouble. Unexpectedly, the summoning did not cause any commotion, but it was the Qingliu who made a big move. The shell breaking directly triggered this kind of strange phenomenon that can only be said to occur when seeing Zapdos, Lugia and the 3 sacred mushrooms. It is difficult not to be noticed now. In fact, the Sinnoh League, which has been a little sensitive recently, has sent powerful trainers to eliminate it after discovering the commotion here. After all, dark energy and dark matter give people 2 similar feelings, and it is reasonable to be misunderstood. But, even so, it's all worth it. Qingliu looked at the sky with a faint smile on his face. There was a petite figure covered by dark energy. The yellow slime-like body, like stinky mud, was completely spread out. It seemed to be very interested in its current body, and it kept wriggling and running in the air. Behind it, there were yellow slime-like objects that fell off from time to time because it ran too fast and could not keep up with the movement of its body. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared at the forefront of the spread, but they did not give people any sense of ferocity and viciousness. Instead, they were filled with an inexplicable cuteness. There was even a faint but divine white light flashing in its big eyes from time to time, which further reduced the horror brought by the blood-red color. Is this the Pokemon in the egg? Emrido also looked at the figure in the sky with a puzzled expression. Qingliu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, it is it. Its name is Cunning Beast." Hearing the reply, the puzzlement on Emrido's face became more intense. "But we consumed so much energy, and even almost drained our bodies, how come only such an ordinary little thing appeared?" Recalling the amazing scene at that time, Emrido thought that there would be at least a Pokemon at the same level as them, or even a Pokemon with a higher starting point than them. But unexpectedly, that's it? A Pokemon that is even smaller than them. Qingliu was not surprised by the doubts expressed by Emrido. Even he had similar thoughts in his mind just now. However, after seeing the information on the panel illustration clearly, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. "Don't be impatient, the big one is coming soon." 3 seconds after Qingliu's voice fell, a burst of white light suddenly lit up on the body of the cunning beast in the air. That is, the light of evolution. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.